Hello everyone and welcome to day 3 of the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Championship. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off the show is Sottle. We'll be starting it off for you and giving you a bit of a recap on everything that's happened so far to get us to this point, because today we have our final 8 players, and by the end of today we're going to crown our champion and see who's going to make it to the World Championship later on. Sottle, welcome. What have you thought of the past couple of days, because we've had some pretty intense matches across the board?
We have. I mean, most importantly, it's just been nice for Hearthstone esports to be back again. It's a long old break to get to this point while we got all the ducks in a row. It's just nice to have competitive Hearthstone happen again and have the outlet for me to just throw words into the ether and hopefully enhance people's enjoyment a little bit of it. But yeah, it was a stacked 2 days, I think. I think we had real high points. We've got some awesome lineups. We've got some incredibly difficult decks to play, being piloted by real experts in those decks as well. Yes, I'm talking about Maxibon, if you haven't figured that one out. But we also saw some of the second best thing that you can possibly watch in Hearthstone, which is some real low points of players messing up really badly, which is also quite entertaining when it comes up. Yeah. So yeah, I had a really, really good time with the first 2 days, and I think we have a phenomenal and quite varied top 8 as well in terms of lineups and player backgrounds to really dig into.
Yeah, 100%. Something I've really enjoyed about the meta for this tournament is that the game's just kind of hard right now. And what was also hard was qualifying for this tournament as well. There was a few different routes to go, but we've seen some, consistent top point earners. We've seen the playoff qualification players as well. But yeah, a lot of different routes. Obviously, there's sort of the region base as well. And I think pretty much all the players here have done a very impressive job just getting to this tournament. I was saying yesterday when I think it was Ryan's best achievement was qualifying for this, he said, which I was like, yeah, that is an extremely good achievement. That is incredibly difficult. So I'm completely down, especially for one of the newer faces we had to Hearthstone esports recently.
Yeah, we can see a little bit there about all the different routes you can use to get here and how many points you get for different rank finishes. If you don't get those rank ladder finishes, there are now qualifiers and playoffs that you can go through to get to this point as well, which is where several of the competitors in this field have come from. And I do think that kind of opens things up, but also makes the feat a little more impressive, because when it was just ladder grinding, yeah, sure, maybe there are only 50 players going for it seriously, and then 16 of them turned up at a tournament. Whereas now, in terms of going through these open qualifiers and sign-ups and starting with these 512 player fields or whatever, there's an enormous group of people that are thinking, hang on, I might chance my hand at a bit of this Hearthstone esports stuff. So getting through that field even to get to this point is a very impressive feat indeed.
Yeah, and of course the players will be continuing to play Conquest today, a format that I think combined with this meta has led to some very intense matches and situations, as it often does, where a lot of the time it's not just the score of the match, but what decks can get through that puts a lot of the pressure on these players and on their lineups that they've chosen to submit as well. A quick check on the prize pool, but of course, as we do like to talk about, and we talked about on day 1, the World's invite spots are probably the key prize here. Obviously, no one really dislikes money given to them for doing well, but really those world spots are a #1 prize for a few of these players today.
Yeah, and that's what we'll be dealing with here. You can see the recap of what happened on Friday and Saturday, but we can lock in on Sunday now on the top 8. We have a single elimination bracket with top 8 players in it, and the top 4 will advance to the Hearthstone World Championship, which means what the stream kicks off with now for the first 4 matchups is some win-and-ins to the World Championship, which is there's no time. Don't think that you can just go away, make yourself some lunch, come settle in later when we get to the real meat of the tournament at the end. Oh no, all of this stuff matters immediately, starting with the top 8.
Yeah, right here, right now, and what a top 8 it is. I mean, even just looking at the first match we've got coming up, which is going to be Q versus Pocket Train, that could easily be a finals. Pretty much any combination of these players could be the finals here. But as you said, looking at this split, there's worlds where, Q or Pocket Train, we could see Maxibon, Insane Fury, Suni, the winner of all these matches go through and get that invite, as you said. So already, without any players confirmed, Worlds is looking pretty good as far as I can see. Like, right? Like, we don't even know who's going. It's looking great so far. But as I said, yesterday was a bit of a crazy one. So sort of take us through some of the highlights, like Maxibon going AFK a little bit too early.
Yeah, Maxibon queuing up his cards, popping off and leaving a little early. I think you see the typing there probably being a pretty immediate apology to Suni for some accidental BM. Had not clicking through the options on sleep to actually be able to kill the opponent. And we saw a crushing victory for Demon with the aggro lineup, giving Raven some hope that his caster prediction might actually be getting there with the aggro stuff. But then, when it came down to the deciders match, to the elimination match between Suni and Demon, it was Suni that was able to put it together, and Demon, unfortunately, was the one that fell out just at the last hurdle in the lower part of that group.
Yeah, and then we saw, quite frankly, because I cast this as well, a masterclass from Fury Hunter. I felt like every game played, and we know we respect Fury Hunter a lot. We've seen him play over many years now, but again, just rocking up, getting it done with extremely solid play. And honestly, it's kind of what we expect from him at this point, however unfair that may be.
Yeah, there are incredibly high standards set for quite a few players in this tournament, just based on history. But then Definition and Ryan, kind of the big unknown coming into this tournament, the player that Raven mentioned, listed their biggest achievement as qualifying for this tournament. But this particular series, Definition, perhaps spelled his own disaster. He had a turn right in the middle where he chose to take a whole bunch of damage against a Hunter that he could have resisted. Didn't quite get there in the end. And then, perhaps the less said about this final series, the better, Raven, as Gaboom, let's say, squeaked through to the top 8 based on a somewhat lackluster performance. But hey, you can be happy. If you're accompanied by that dog, I guess you worry less about your mistakes during Hearthstone and just be happy to move on to Sunday, reset, and now Gaboom has as good an opportunity as anyone to go all the way from this point.
Yeah, I do think, though, just look at this, forgetting about whatever from yesterday, I do think Gaboom overall was one of the weaker players that we have in the top 8 in terms of just performance, right? Just turn by turn, game by game that we saw. So I do think it's still going to be a bit of an uphill climb for him and maybe a couple of the other players. But as you can see here, just on the side, I keep pointing to the wrong direction because I'm not used to this, but we do have the matches that you can see.
Honestly, genuinely, how long
2 days
has this been your job? Come on,
2 days. that's when we've had that quarterfinal thing, so that's my excuse. But you can see what matches we do have coming up
through the camera divide. We passed things back and forwards. Come on, we've been doing this for years.
Yeah, and look, it's been a while, okay? Let me warm up. Next Masters Tour, we've got it covered, okay? But yeah, you could see the matches, and as Sottle mentioned earlier, all of these this first set of 4 matches on stream starting very, very soon are extremely important. There are no sort of, unimportant ones here, because either players are going to qualify for Worlds, and then even the matches after that, we're going to crown our champion, and of course there's that prize pool to play for as well. So a lot on the line throughout the whole course of the day, so make sure you do stick around, as we have some very exciting matches coming up. Just looking at the matchup we've got coming up now, Sottle, I'm actually super glad the sort of rotation for the casters kind of landed us kicking off the show. Because of this matchup, I'm really excited. We talked day 1, right at the beginning, about Gyu and the lineup and, how smart it was. And we didn't really end up seeing too much because he just won the matches, and then we've had another day and a half of Hearthstone since then. So excited to see Gyu play as we see the Warrior Band going up against, obviously, one of our favorite players, Pocket Train, who thinks he might have a bit of an uphill climb here.
Yeah, and full credit to Pocket Train. Pocket Train was the person who kind of alerted to me to Gyu's lineup and just said, hey, you might want to, if you're doing testing, have a look at that warrior and actually test some of the matchups. I then kind of brought that into the testing we were doing at the time. And this warrior has, I think, absolutely been the bring just because of how disruptive it ends up being. You can play Ham, which then gets resurrected multiple times with hydration stations. So if you have any of your key minions in the deck, and you can think of key minions that you need across the board in this meta right now. If you're Paladin, you need Lanessa and you need your light bots. If you're Druid, you need Alonius or Incendius, at the very least, like a Mr. Vista as a backup plan if you don't have those. If you're Rogue, you need the Web Weavers and the Giants, etc., etc., etc. Incendius as well, Mauler in there as well, so many great minion hits. And then if you manage to draw those cards quickly, so okay, my big expensive win condition, my Owl, I'm just going to draw it quickly, get it out of my deck, make sure it can't be dealt with, well then it's sat in your hand for 4 or 5 turns and it can just get dirty ratted by the warrior. So that's kind of the situation this warrior finds itself in. It's why it's so disruptive, it's why it has to be banned against these lineups that are featuring Druid, Rogue, and Paladin, specifically those 3 decks that I was referring to. And what that means is that you get to play all of the decks you want, basically,
right,
because they have to ban out your warrior, and that leaves you in a really fantastic spot overall.
And checking out what's going to be locked in, at least initially, we do have this Paladin, of course. What a deck we've seen throughout the course, often throughout the course of this weekend. I think it's grabbed a couple of bans here and there, but we have seen it played a lot. And I feel like it's had, a lot of tough games, honestly, Soto. Like, for a deck that nearly everyone's brought, if not everyone, I can't remember the exact numbers now, but a deck that's so popular and everyone deems so powerful, it has looked a little bit ropey quite often, or at least in the games I've been able to watch. So this might be one that could be a little bit tricky to get over the line, depending on the initial matchups that we're going to see here.
Yeah, so what you're saying is true. We did watch some rough Paladin games. I do think they were quite anomalous in terms of what the Paladin should be doing. I think, say, like the first half of day 1, it felt like every Paladin game we watched, they just didn't draw minions. They just sat there with a handful of air the entire time, which shouldn't happen because you can draw any of the minions naturally. You, of course, also have the Libram to tutor 2 minions out of your deck. You should pretty consistently be able to start building that minion base pretty consistently. We did see a lot of games where Paladin did gas out. We have also seen just a lot of games where Paladins have just won the matchups very comfortably that they're supposed to, using Resistance Aura to disrupt, for example. We saw that from Gu in his opening series, I believe, where it was just turn 2 Resistance Aura against Druid. I remember talking about how a lot of people would have kind of held on and used it with Lanessa, which is kind of the go-to meta way to play the matchup or whatever, but Gu was recognizing that he can just turbo it out and get the pressure. So I still think the power level of Paladin is very much there. If any, in a weird way, it might actually be the strongest deck of the Rogue, Druid, Paladin triumvirate that people are tending to bring to this tournament when it comes to those like cross matchups between the 3 of them.
Yeah,
but as with any decks,
right?
yeah, as with any deck that is so like minion light and spell heavy, you are going to sometimes find those draws where you're just a little starved of resources, right? So it can certainly beat itself.
100%. Well, let's kick it off again. This match is effectively for a World Championship spot. We've got Gu on the top on that Paladin, Pocket Train on the Druid. Another deck we've seen some of the worst draws come out and make Druid really struggle, but also we've seen some of the players really show off what this deck can do, right? When Druid gets going, it is incredibly powerful and very difficult to stop outside of, as you mentioned, some of those key cards such as Resistance Aura, and then we saw some of the things that Paladin can do with just some aggressive early pushes as well in some of those matchups, like the one with with Ryan versus Definition.
Chalice, no, okay. I mean, Dollhouse is a decent consolation prize. Chalice would have been lovely there because obviously you would have got the first Chalice for 0 off the Arcanite and then been able to double cast it to be able to deal with the Slither Spear. Good decision from Gu as well, by the way. I think a lot of people might think, oh, coin out the Divine Brew, protect the Slither Spear. If I put a Divine Shield on it, then Druid's never going to kill it. When in reality, it's kind of the same thing that kills it either way, right? 2 chalices it's kind of the same situation no matter what. Yeah. So I like holding on to the coin there.
Yeah, Divine Shield really nice here as well. Just makes it that much more difficult to get rid of, right? Remove some of the options, such as Swipe. But Woodland, not a bad pickup at all for Pocket Train. This is outside of maybe, ramp tree going, everything that can go perfect. One of the better things to be able to do against Paladin, just to stop the early rush down damage.
Oh, there's still time for the tree. Don't you worry.
There is, there is. Double glow sticks as well. Obviously not maybe necessarily great for this turn, but it will allow you to potentially help swat away a couple of annoying minions over the course of some turns, right? It has some game against, like, sometimes you can hide an oracle behind some taunts in some scenarios, right? So being able to just snipe them off might be useful. Looks like one's going to be locked in with a no manager to take care of one, and then that should be able to help take care of the other one with the slither spin.
Yeah, I think this is the best line here. As you said, so I think with the 2/5s on the board, they're a little bit too annoying. You don't want them to eat up 2 turns while you chew through them. So I think one glow stick has to be used, but I think you are spot on. That second glow stick, there are key targets that Paladin can try and hide behind taunts later in the game that second glow sticks might be a bit more attractive for.
At the moment, though, Q is fairly all in on this slither spear, but pocket train with the hands in the air. Like, yeah, how am I dealing with this again? And I think you mentioned earlier, right? Just a lack of chalice is just painful right now, because even at this stage, yes, the slither spear's lived for a few turns, but a chalice pickup would still be really good. And even next turn with the draws from like Oracle with Go With The Flow, it would still then require like an Innovate or something, right, to be able to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that if you don't see a big second minion come down here, which it looks like you won't based on Gyu's hand, then next turn you do just have Oracle freeze the Slither Spear, and that gives you more or less a free turn where you're not taking damage, where you can then set up for a big spell damage swing turn the following turn, right? You would then have location, plus maybe if you're optimistic from pocket, maybe you think your Oracle would stick then in that position. It is a possibility.
Yeah. It's a big deal that Sea Shanty costs 5 and not 4 this turn, right? Because if that was playable this turn, oof, it'd be extremely rough.
But immediately, look how clean this is. Just getting the second minion in play. It must be so tempting there to go all in on the Slither Spear. But Gyu says, no, absolutely not. Because I know how important it is not to get frozen out of the game here and actually have something able to attack on the following turn. Really, really nice.
Oh, did get Innovate as well.
Did get
Not
Innovate,
obviously going to be needed now, but, you know, just in case there was like a Chalice maybe as well, it could have been quite powerful.
Oh, there's the resistance aura.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a nice turn. Can't quite... Wait. Is... Trying to do like, wait, is O Manager ever worth doing here? Can you do any shenanigans with this, with the coin? But I think it's a bit too much.
I think so too.
Yeah, especially when
it doesn't really
unlikely.
Get you anything else.
Exactly.
It doesn't get you to the resistance aura, right?
Yeah.
It still costs 1 mana to play the manager.
Yeah. And I
guess actually it would cost 0 mana to play the manager because it would discount the shanty by 1 and you'd get the coin, but that would mean you were still 1 mana short of playing the aura, which is the exact same position you were in.
Yeah, I think the Divine Shield spread, the threat spread, unlikely that Pocket's going to be able to clear the majority of this, which means Resistance Aura can do some work next turn, is the plan at least from Gyu.
File
do you want
does
to expound
give
on
you
this?
some possibilities. Yeah, File gives you some possibilities here. It does cheat a mana officially with 2 spell damage. So you could be looking at an Innovate line with the Oracle.
There's also all the options that will come from playing the Oracle and Spell Burst, right? Which we'll have to reevaluate.
The slightly frustrating part of this is you would actually quite like to use the File to ping a Divine Shield, but you can't do that because you actually need the File to deal the damage in order to refresh the mana.
Okay, well, Pocket being as defensive as he could be there, I think, drawing cards, removing some of this.
Oh no. I hope you didn't like playing cards.
I think you likes playing cards. The only slight worry, and it might not actually be a real concern with the way the game's going to play out, but this is Q all in, basically, right? Like, again, it depends on the top decks, but this is just, this board has to get there, because clicking hero power is not going to get there if this board gets cleaned up.
And it's actually not that much damage. It's not like it even sets up a guaranteed 2-turn lethal situation. Through
it's the lack of buffs
the double
on the Slither
resistance
Spear, right? It's like there's no actual buffs for the Slither Spear's base stats.
Yeah, no sunscreens have been landed this game either, so no maul just to push to 8, all that kind of stuff.
But it's got to be done, right? I don't think you has any. He can't really greed this hand of 2 cards right now. Not really going to help. Oh,
so
Swipe's
close.
pretty good.
Swipe is very good indeed.
Oh, is Pocket just slamming Incendious?
I think so. So Swipe is good, but it's 1 mana off, right? Because, like, sure, you can hero power, but then you're just taking 4 anyway. And it's a Slither Spear, so taking that 4 is really sketchy, because it's 4 that goes away next turn, right? It's not that situation of, well, if I don't hero power it down, I get hit by it anyway. Because
I was thinking of just spell damage,
turn.
swipe hero power, and just don't swing into it.
Sure, yeah, I mean, that works for sure.
But this is the payoff, right? If Pocket knows there's 1 coin and 1 card coming out from the deck, right? So as long as he doesn't just die, I imagine this is the huge plan. He can go into sleep, then go into spell damage swipe, has Incendious on the board. This is a slight risk for a big
He
payoff.
can't sleep. He still can't sleep next turn because the resistance aura.
Oh, sorry, the aura. Yeah, the auras. Yeah, apologies. He does still have spell damage swipe.
It really what it is just front loading this Incendious, and he'll do the spell damage swipe Chalice on the following turn. Oh, that's huge! That is enormous. Oh
my lord!
I hope you didn't want that board.
And now this is terrifying for Gu, because this is now where Paladin struggles, right? No minions on board, which means, like, outside of weapon, or weapons, should I say, there's no burst damage, right?
Reporting for duty.
And that's the aura's gone, and that looks like a hand of Adal. It is.
It's something.
That's not damage.
Okay, into
Something,
Aegis.
but it's not damage.
Could have drawn into the weapon, though, right? Could have drawn into Maul, which would have been huge.
What do you mean? That's 4
lethal.
from 2 draws
Yeah,
from an 18-card deck.
Natural draws as well, right? Not even forced.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Absolutely shut up.
Yeah. The fact that this isn't just triple armor shows how confident Pocket is right now, right? With those draws, absolutely insane.
Oaken
file
not
that. Is this just
hitting
lethal?
anything, right? No. Yeah, get there.
Yeah.
File found. File will do it.
Wow. What a game 1. Yeah, I was gonna say, just for a second, I was like, it is lethal, but yeah, he's got the mana for living roots as well, of course. But yeah, huge game 1 there for Pocket. That looked grim. With the second, with the resistance aura stack off the back of the sea shanty, and that's that's the push the Paladin wants to do, right? Build the board, have resistance aura, make the turns a headache, but just running a little bit dry towards the end. No weapon to help out. I'm sorry. The Linissa not having anything to actually really work with, right? It was just like, well, Linissa coin hero power or whatever, so it's a little bit rough there for Gu. He got so close, but then the Incendious proc straight off the bat, pulling Pocket out of the fire there.
And what that is really backbreaking for the strategy from Gu, because like, this lineup has good matchups all over the place, right? But one of the really key things it wants is for Druid to have a really hard time, because it means the full lineup. Warrior gets banned. Okay, DK Druid is a bit of a flip depending on Dirty Rat targets and that kind of thing when it comes down to the DK matchup. But Paladin and Rogue, of those 3 decks, I kind of group Rogue, Druid, Paladin together. It's 3 decks that a lot of people have brought coming into this tournament. Druid is bottom of the food chain between those three, right? Rogue beats Druid, Paladin beats Druid. So if you can have those decks and find something else that beats Druid as well, you create this dynamic where everyone's bringing Druid and you give Druid a really hard time with your lineup, which is what Q's done. And now Druid just picks up a win first attempt in a Conquest series. That's really, really bad news for your lineup.
In a bad matchup as well, right? Like you actually, you got a decent matchup against the Druid straight off the bat, or a good matchup, should I say, and it just slipped away. And again, this is doing nothing to help my Paladin sucks bias that I've gained over the past couple of days. So I feel like every match I cast has Paladin struggling, so it's just creeping in there and it's doing itself no favors. Super unfortunate for Q, but even though obviously this is going to be a bit more of an uphill climb now, there's still plenty of Hearthstone left to play, right? And both of these players I think are fantastic, so there's a lot that could still go right for Q. Just a little bit of an unfortunate one, but I do think Pocket making the good calls there. I think that was the opposite of what you were talking about earlier. I think it was with the Ryan definition matchup where Pocket removed the right amount of threats when he could, even though it wasn't perfect at times. He managed to push off enough of the early damage and then give himself the opportunity to recover if a couple of things went right. So I think that went all right for Pocket.
It does also demonstrate how difficult a game Hearthstone is sometimes, because I would say the play that was made in that Ryan series where Vista was slammed instead of just using the second clear, and in the Pocket series, the Pocket game just then, where Incendius was slammed instead of using the swipe to clear some of the damage, I'd say those are very similar plays, right? They're both justifiable in your head as, okay, I'm making the play to win, right? I'll tank this damage to set up the eventual win. But I personally think one of those plays was really good and the other one of those plays was really bad. And it's hard to explain the distinction between the two of them, which is what makes card games in general so complex quite a lot of the time.
Yeah. Game is hard, especially in this meta with these players. And we are going to jump straight into game number 2, of course. Q sticking to the Paladin and Pocket Train queuing this Rogue. Another deck that can be quite punishing. We've seen some fantastic displays over the course of this weekend and some less so. And I would say some sort of game-losing mistakes, I think, with this Rogue deck. A bit of a tricky one to play. Even though you know what you want to do with this Rogue deck, like what you do is fairly straightforward, but doing it is a bit of a different question sometimes.
Yeah. I don't think too many of the Rotten Rogue games have had this as their opener, though. That is the tutor for the Eat the Imp with the Living Flame. Draws a fire spell. The only fire spell in your deck is Eat the Imp, unless you have eruptions in your deck, and then it can draw an eruption. And then having the prep available for that as well means that this can go pretty turbo for Pocket Train in terms of card draw here if he gets 1 or 2 more good hits.
Q just starting off with a Divine Brew. This might seem a little bit pointless, but it's spending mana to get those holy spells played, right? And to get the spells done and start the reductions as early as possible, because it's likely that Coin Metal Detector is going to come down this turn. Oh, no. No? Okay. Gonna go for the card draw instead. This does activate the glow sticks that was just drawn, to be fair.
Yeah, I think we'll just see Divine Brew again, though. Yeah, we're just seeing the holy spells getting jammed. Makes sense.
Fair enough, isn't it?
So you have to ask
Shadow
yourself the
Stone.
weird question now as the rogue, which is, would I like to kill all of my own minions this turn? Is that the most productive Hearthstone play I can make?
Yes, because I like drawing cards. That's my answer.
Okay, Pocket turns it down. Gonna keep up the tempo, push a little bit of damage. Don't hate it. Obviously, the play being described there was backstab your own Living Flame, so you draw the Eat the Imp, and then you can prep eat your 2-1, and then just see what those 3 card draws do for the rest of your turn.
I think looking at the opening from Gyu, Pocket is just like, oh, I'm okay with nothing happening from you for a few turns, right? Like, I'll just take this a little bit slower. Now, though, with Gyu taking out the 2-1, we can see there's not actually a good target for Eat the Imp anymore with the backstab play, so good decision-making there from Gyu, not taking the 3-2 out, and then obviously drawing the Eat the Imp and making Pocket have a great turn guaranteed.
Yeah. Yeah, simple decision at this level, I think, but one that you absolutely have to get right. Default generic arena level Hearthstone, right, is just to kill the 3/2 because it's the bigger minion. But the difference between them drawing Eat the Imp and having a 2/1 on board to play it on, and then just having the singular 3/2 that even if they kill it themselves, they would then need another minion in order to use Eat the Imp on. Big difference.
And this is where the game is just tricky, right? Because I'm sure right now, Pocket might be thinking, if I could go back in time, I might have actually done that Eat the Imp turn, earlier. Because now it's, his hand's a bit stranded, just a touch. Now there's a resistance aura down. It's a little bit tough.
Must move quickly.
And there's Light Pot as well in hand for Gu, which is playable.
I think at the very least, you were probably supposed to consider backstabbing your own 3/2 after the attack, even if you're not doing the Eat the Imp stuff. Just to... Because, you gave a lot of options to your opponent there, right? Like, they could attack it if they wanted to with the weapon to get a coin. They could play Resistance Aura if they wanted to mess with your turn, make your new backstab cost 1, if they weren't also going to play a minion, right? There was several things that could have happened there. With disrupted turns, but in the end, you playing the light bot anyway, so there was no reason to leave the 3/2 up.
Yeah, really tricky, isn't it? It's just, I'm sure, I've spoken about this, but the players will no doubt be going over their games after every match, but there's also the plan of, well, Pocket could have drawn a bit better as well as a follow-up, right? And had a Wisp Eat the Imp target for all he knows. So,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, really difficult to make these decisions super early. Just gonna go Web Weaver Shadow Step. Okay.
Prep,
now that,
Phoenix, Eat the Imp. Yeah, okay. Finding a way to make it work through the Resistance Aura.
Yeah, navigated fairly well considering there's that frustrating extra cost to all these spells.
You can now still backstab the Phoenix again, play it one more time. Yeah, that's a lot of card draw, honestly, to be very fair. Through that pretty horrible condition of a turn.
Did
Definitely
get another
could have saved
Web
a little
Weaver.
bit of mana in advance, though. Yeah, another Web Weaver is a big deal.
And now this is where Gu needs to pile the pressure on, right? There's one more turn of Resistance Aura, I think. And
Yep.
yeah, so this is where put the foot down. You've already got the weapon swing, so you've got like that natural tempo you gain of just having a weapon ready to go. And just pile on as much pressure as possible. Get the big light bot down, then plan to have a turn 6 sea shanty, probably, and then go from there. Is there a way to get both this down this turn, actually? With the double coin? And could be triple coin? There is, right?
Must move quickly.
Yeah, because the giant will cost 0
Yeah.
by the time you're done anyway, right?
Yeah, this is actually way better. Yeah. I was getting ahead of myself there. But yeah, this is. I love this.
Coin,
Just
coin,
go
coin,
absolutely all in. Yeah.
You have a free sunscreen along the way as well. Yeah.
Because the problem with if let's say the turn ended right now, the fear is dubious, right? Because like there's a chance that
100%.
you just lose your 8/8 and then that wasn't really a push anymore. So yeah, the sea shanty massively helps this turn. So Gu piling on that pressure and putting Pocket in a very awkward spot.
I give up.
Yeah, really awkward as Pocket just says no thank you, I'm done. Can't defend against that push. And yeah, just like that, Gu evens it up and very quickly recovers from that first Paladin loss and getting the win done there. So I am sure now Pocket will be going back over those first couple of turns and thinking, if only, yeah. Because I know Sottle's doing it right now. But yeah, it's tough though, right? Because you can... And as you said, this is why the game's just so tricky right now. There's so much synergy and so many options, especially in Rogue, where you can have these crazy pop-off turns that, like, there's so many good reasons for Pocket to do what he did, but then there's so many reasons to go the other way as well, right? So it's so difficult to really just say one play is right and one play is wrong, which is what a lot of people I think, want to do with Hearthstone.
Yeah, so from a top-down perspective, I actually really liked the general patience from Pocket. I think we've seen a little bit this tournament. People have gone in, and perhaps we've evaluated a little too much in terms of, well, what were the odds of something good happening? They were quite good, so it's probably forgivable to go in. But you also have to think about, like, well, my opponent's not putting me under any pressure right now, so why not just pass my turn, and then next turn I have one more mana, and that's better, right? Like, then I'll be able to do more. But I think the crucial break point there for Pocket was that turn where he just left the 3/2 up into the weapon, because then not only does the backstab cost 1 mana more on the turn that he ends up playing it, but also that 3/2 was there to be swung into by the metal detector, which gave that additional coin, which is the only thing that then enabled that play in the end with the triple coin into the sea shanty, right? Otherwise, maybe the dubious purchase would have been enough to get through. So, yeah, things to look at for sure. Really tough deck, really tough matchup. Pocket Train, I'm sure will not be 100% happy. There were multiple different routes there. You could certainly see Pocket was thinking about something, not happy about something, beating himself up a little bit. Whichever one of the particular routes he thought he should have got down is for him to say. And well, the good news is all he's got to do is win 2 more games of Hearthstone, and then we can ask him about it, and then the mystery will be solved. But yeah, I think he would have felt he was in a better position than he ended up in there for sure.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, you are right. This is still just 1-1. Both players do need those 2 wins. We've got Death Knight and Rogue still left for Gu. And then we have Rogue and Paladin for Pocket Train. As we dive into the next one, we are going to see the Death Knight on the top, queued up next for Gu. And Pocket going to be sitting on the Rogue. Now, again, like, what is this matchup like? Because I feel like it's not one we've seen too much, because a lot of people are aiming bans in a way that we've just not seen tons of Death Knight versus Rogue, I don't think.
So it is around so the lineup that Pocket Train, Gabby, Fury Hunter, etc. have. Paladin gets the ban, so this is a matchup that can exist in the series.
I guess have we just not seen it that much, or maybe I
think we just haven't seen it that much.
Yeah,
no, I think you are right that it just hasn't quite panned out that way, but it's certainly been a possible matchup that we could have seen a few times. It's an awkward one. Like, Rogue doesn't have as much damage in the deck as Druid does. Druid doesn't really care about health gain. Druid can quite happily do 200 or 300 damage if given the time to do so, with Alonius, File, and Incendius all in the same turn. So DK really has to dirty rat stuff to be able to beat Druid, whereas Rogue they can just outlast through pure health gain and attrition. So the goal for Rogue is to go as fast as possible. If you can get that first giant turn to come down on 5 or even earlier, they then have to have the Pyro Poison or a big enough Corpse Explosion to be able to mitigate that. And yes, you're kind of expecting that to happen a lot of the time, but what that does is allocate a ton of mana over the course of the game to not gaining health, right? To not playing leeches, to not playing Vampiric Blood, to not playing crystals to gain extra armor. So then, hopefully after that, you can just go in and finish the job with the Asteroids and the Incendius if it gets that far. If you go slowly, the Death Knight's just going to go, cool. I play Vampiric Blood, I gain health, I play leeches, I'm already at 55. And then by the time your giants come down, well, I absolutely have the cards ready to clear them at that point. That's when it gets really troubled.
Yeah.
So it kind of all about speed for the Rogue. And if you're on Team Pocket Train, this is a depressingly slow start.
Yeah, this is not the best, and this is what we're talking about, right? I think we spoke about this on Friday as well. Of just if DK can just play starship pieces and just chill, then great. Sol cackles manically in the background.
So my plan is Rakara, because you can already see a little bit of intention from Gu to build a massive starship, right? Already has the Reborn on the pillar. And obviously Rakara with the Unstoppable Force, you can just crash minions into the opponent's face by attacking into them if you have the health to play with, which might just work out in your favor. But I think probably the amount of pressure that Pocket finds himself under right now
Yeah, this is not looking the best, is it?
No.
Yeah, whenever you can judge how well a rogue game's going with how many times they press their hero power in a game. And I think Pocket's on what, 3 now so far this game?
Kill Jaden with charge?
You thought this was for the late game. This is my aggro kill Jaden now.
This is my turn 7 play. War Golem could never.
And there is even just coin crystal, right? Like, is the coin is valuable for some of the bigger players for Gu, like later, but does there need to be a later if you just put out another crystal this turn?
I have but little time.
It does make me chuckle that there's just 2 wisps sitting in the hand for Pocket, because on the surface level Hearthstone it looks silly, doesn't it? It's like, oh, I'm showing these tempo wisps.
It's a tale of as
I was
old
going to
as
say
time,
this
though,
could be
isn't it?
insidious.
It has to be Incendious, yeah, but this is
Yeah,
just...
yeah.
It's just Rogue 101, is that... This is the cost of entry for Rogue. Like, Rogue has all these combo cards, which are absolutely absurd when they hit their effects, but sometimes you just draw them all with none of the payoffs, and that's basically been
Yeah.
every Rogue deck since the beginning of time.
There's Kill Jaden. Unfortunately, I believe he does not have charge.
No.
It wouldn't have been a bad pickup, though, would it? Looking at the way the game's going, Q just ships it all face and says, let's go. Pocket's not playing around that, is he? Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, like, big enough corpse explosion in hand to be able to deal with the Giants board when it comes down, right? You have 5 corpses plus the minions that you already have, so that's dealt with. You just start hitting them with some demons. Easy to say when you're sat here, though, isn't it?
Yeah, just chuckling away. It's our job. We can just sit and talk about the game. We don't have the pressure of a world spot on the line.
Yeah. You want to bet your world spot on Curve
I would,
Kill
Nino.
Jaden with charge?
And I think you can agree, I would definitely do it. If I was in this spot, I'd lock it in without even I'd see charge, let's go. And just not even think. And then I'd lose because of it and be sad. I see the coin there for the clear, just allows Q to push a bit more damage and of course put the starship. Oh, that's funny. The pyro actually removed some damage that Q could have done, right?
Yep. Ooh, so we might have a little...
Sorry, just on Pocket like...
No, never mind.
Oh.
Okay, we got...
Okay, yep, never mind, yep. Q took the win there regardless, but I did enjoy the moment where Pocket Train stroked his non-existent beard. As you said, ooh. So I think it was like some kind of team effort going on there. But yeah, Q just piling on the pressure, and it was what you were talking about. And we've discussed this at length, where Death Knight is an extremely late game deck, or can be, but also it can put on the pressure, especially with, like, we didn't really get to see too much of it, but that kind of starship turn, if they can drop the pieces early and then just launch the ship and go for a spell, yeah, suddenly you're looking pretty dead unless you've got a really great answer. And Pocket Train just never really got going with the rogue, right? 2 wisps and a dream for most of that game, and it just was not even near enough.
Yeah, if last game had a pretty good opener, which, you know, questionably maybe Pocket did not take the right line with, that game just had one of the most unplayable rogue hands that you will see all tournament. Just literally could not do anything. You saw the kind of maniacal, resigned laugh from Pocket Train as he finally drew the Incendious to add to the collection of the cards that did nothing in hand. And I think really the only out there, and it's perhaps something that you can think about. You will know from 10 years of history of doing this with me that I hate this point of analysis. But of course,
Which
there was
means
a
I like
Doomsayer out. There was a Doomsayer out there at one point, right? Which I think you saw Pocket Train praying for specifically as the Spire got traded, but maybe that's something that you could have thought about as Gyu of just, well, I'll leave this up because, you know, what other world do I ever lose this game in from this position? But such a minor point there that I think Pocket was never really coming back into that one.
And also as well, although completely valid, of course, with the Doomsayer call, Gyu wasn't really all in either on that play, right? It wasn't this works or I lose. It was he still had more, juice in the tank, right? So it was still in a good spot, even if the worst case happened. But we are going to quickly jump into our next game. It's going to be a Rogue Mirror, but not in Archetype. We've got Pirate Rogue on the top here for Gyu, and then Pocket Train, of course, queuing the Cycle Rogue again. In terms of this matchup, Subtle, do you think Pirate Rogue has the sort of constant aggression? Do you think that's enough on average to get through this?
I would take the Cycle Rogue most of the time, I think, in general. Certainly, I think the Pirate Rogue needs Cove, which Gyu actually has here. I think the problem with the deck when you don't draw Cove is it's so easily picked apart by not just asteroids being summoned, but also like Everburning Phoenix is such an annoying card for you because if you don't have Crystal Cove, it kind of one-for-ones most of your minions, and it's a card that they played for 0 and can keep playing for the entire game. Which is,
you need to basically hose
in
in everything, right, for it to be positive, which again is a bit of a tricky card to squeeze in as well as the other, but Crystal Cove is available for Gyu, which is huge. This is what you want just as much as you want a Madrasil as Druid. You want Crystal Cove as Rogue, and of course you get to run 2 of them in the deck, which is positive. Pocket Train doing pretty good with the beatdown here, but there is the Collector plus Buccaneer with Cove, and this is unfortunate for Pocket right now.
Yeah, no Lucky Comet, though, is the silver line.
True.
So it is only the 2 of them for now. Does have the own manager to be able to pick these apart a little bit.
Yeah, Backstab helping out too as well. Gonna be able to fully clear the board with a swing of the weapon.
Yep. And can actually replay them, right? Yeah.
Did he choose to? Yeah, I think he stopped. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on to 1 because you have Coin Maestro next turn as an emergency if you need to, I suppose. Let's get a 6/5 in play.
Yeah, Collector actually a pretty big pickup there from Gyu off the top because it allows this Raiding Party or the Hosen to be played as a follow-up, so it just makes the board that bit bigger. Because without that, like you really do want the weapon pickup, right? From this, like sometimes you do have to just draw the pirates, but the weapon is such like consistent pressure, especially with the Cove already down.
Let's put a smile on that.
And here we go.
Tamsin, okay.
Yeah, that's
snap
a pretty
pick
big deal.
Tamsin. Really,
Still got a turn to
great
wait
AoE.
though, because the coin obviously was used to get to the Maestra.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, moments like this are when you just, my respect for Phoenix just goes up and up, because it's like there's all the fancy stuff you can do, but just having stuff to play in these sort of scrappy situations is such a big deal.
It's the only thing keeping Pocket in this game so far.
Yeah.
The fact that he's just had 2/2s to play every single turn just to fight for board a little bit.
Cove into weapon swing, going to create that 5/5. Is it going to be aggro? Is it going to be one of mine, or is it going to be someone else's? Okay, someone else's little pirate there, because mine all go face.
Oh dear. Yeah, gonna have to be the doobie.
Yeah.
Alright, finds the Web Weaver. No location proc this turn, which means from Pocket's perspective, he's got a pretty good chance of Tamsin cleaning up what gets put down.
double hosing. It's not going to be because this is the turn you want to get the scoundrel miniature, right? Of course, but it would still be funny.
Specifically, a very good play into exactly this one random hand. But yeah.
Although, if it's scoundrel this turn, we're still in. Yeah, keep going for it.
Okay.
Yeah, with the weapon swing, this is another 3 damage from the extra minion, right? With the
It is, yeah.
I guess 2 extra damage, but you know what I mean, right?
You know nothing of death.
Tamsin rocking it. But this is a little bit spicy because there's still at least a reasonable amount of damage sticking to this board. And there's the location
the armor
proc.
is very nice though. As are these rifts because they offer the same function that the eruptions and asteroids do, where they double up on the card draw because it counts as 2 cards being drawn every time you hit one.
Oh, this
of
is
course
pretty
very
nice,
nice.
though. Depends where Q wants to go, but Dubious would be nice with the boat, or even with Comet, potentially. But this just saves Q having to trade into this 3/3, right? With the weapon. Just because I think after seeing 8,000 cards drawn, I don't think you're ever expecting the Dubious to do much more than it is going to do this turn, which is kill 1 annoying minion.
Yeah, agreed. Finds the Fire Act now as well, which is playable next turn. If you choose to hold on to the Scoundrel here, but you can equally just tempo it out for more stuff on board right now.
There's also the Ziliax option as well, right? Ooh. I'm gonna step it back.
The 1/1?
Yeah,
Stepping the 1/1 makes some sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I like it. Oh, Mauler burned! Absolutely needed that this turn. He's going to have to dig hard for the second one now, you would imagine.
Yeah, there's so
Otherwise
much
this board
pressure
is
on this
not
board.
getting cleared.
Yeah, for a second as well, I just kind of forgot that, oh yeah, it's a 7/7 coming out, right? Like, that is pretty significant.
Okay, there's the second Mauler.
Rifts, okay. Got backstab. Can at least reduce
Backstab,
some of this.
Thanos,
This
step
prep.
the Mauler, replay it. I'm not sure whether Mauler was supposed to go in a step earlier before the imp.
And then it's what? Prep Dubious? I mean, I'm just thinking about time as well. Pocket Train's waving and giving him the clap. I'm guessing that's not going to be good enough. And it looks like you might be the player who's not only moving on, but also booking that first World Championship spot.
Yeah, this doesn't work out because the cards will get drawn here before these asteroids get shuffled back in. So you'll draw this one more, which goes phase.
Yeah.
3 more will get shuffled in now, but the card draw has already happened, which means those 3 don't get to be drawn. We did have Ziliax and Fireac in hand alongside the Scoundrel on this turn anyway, which probably would have made it all a formality. But that means that Gyu has overcome one of the toughest possible tests in the tournament, taking out the world champion from 2 years ago. And the player now that has the lineup of the tournament, the player who as well has a pretty extensive history with Pocket Train. You mentioned earlier, very first match of our top 8 bracket. This could be a final anywhere in the world. It has been previously in a Masters Tour with Gyu defeating Pocket Train getting some revenge in the World Championships, I believe, but now Gyu writing another chapter in that storied rivalry by picking up another crucial victory. Again, largely on the strength of the lineup that he brought and also on the strength of a few A couple of bad draws from Pocket Train, but also just incredibly solid and consistent play from Gyu, which perhaps was not mirrored by Pocket Train on the other side, uncharacteristically. So a very, very strong performance from Gyu overall.
Yeah, I think honestly, as my long career of casting has gone on, I think the thing I respect the most and the thing I've seen from a lot of these players is just hyper consistent play, just being absolutely rock solid game after game, even as that pressure goes up. As we said, World Championship spot on the line, about as much pressure as you're going to get outside of Worlds itself, and Gyu just plugging away, right, just getting the turns done well, getting the game sorted, and has been rewarded for it. Being our first semi-finalist in this Masters Tour. So huge congratulations to Gyu. I think both of us are fans of him, of course, fans of Pocket Train as well. But I think a really great first semi-finalist here.
Yeah, just worth pointing out, I believe we are hoping to have interviews with each of the players that qualifies for the World Championship. Unfortunately, at the moment, we only have bandwidth for English interviews, which Gyu declined to do. We've given all players the opportunity to accept or refuse an interview in English, and I believe that Gyu is one of the players that did not take us up on that. So stay tuned, because I do think hearing from the players themselves is one of the things, and we are looking to do that as much as possible throughout the day today. But congratulations to Gyu nonetheless. I think really starting to look now like an odds-on favourite to make it through to the final, if not to win the whole thing. And now, I mean, because of the way it works, the favourite for the World Championship currently, because he's the only player in it. So he has to be, by default.
Yep, 100%. That was just our first match of the day, though. We have got plenty more Hearthstone coming right up for you lot. So make sure to stick around. We'll be right back with our second match of the day.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Championships. We're not messing around today. We're just going to start sending people to the Worlds and find out who they're going to be. Edelweiss, what did you make of that first one?
Well, always tough to say goodbye to Pocket. He is a favorite among the casters here, but sort of as predicted, we anticipated that Q had sort of the better lineup. Actually, Pocket mentioned sort of, oh, this is the lineup to fear, and then gets the bad luck of going up against him first in the quarterfinals. So, there's always a chance, right? It seemed like Pocket was well positioned after that first game, but sometimes this is just how it pans out.
Yeah, when he won the Worlds in 2023 and he took a bit of a hiatus in 24, he played 3 of these Masters Tours. There's only 2 this year. He went top 4, second place, first. And the second place, importantly, missed out by 1 slot. They were just, the winner went to Worlds, the others didn't that year. So once again, he started off with the closest he can be without going to Worlds. So hopefully for us, who enjoys watching Pocket Train play Hearthstone, he follows that pattern and has a good chance of winning the next Masters Tour. But obviously he'll be annoyed. He's going to have to go through the whole process again. And from where we're sat, when we see Pocket Train, we see Fury Hunter, we see Insane, we see Gyu coming back time and time again. We can sit here and just say, they'll be back for sure. And they'll be back for sure. But they've got to do the whole work that goes behind getting back here, and it's not as easy as we make it sound.
Yeah, of course. It'd be interesting to get a foil of that, right? Where, Q wins, then loses second in the next Masters Tour, and then wins Worlds. Could happen. But for now, we have Maxi versus Gaboom. Maxi starting off with that Warlock apparently did not put the fear in people enough for it to draw a ban. So I'm kind of excited we get to cast this deck again.
Yeah, it put the fear into me watching him play it last time. And I don't mind admitting that I was like, okay, well, I can see this plan doesn't work, and I can see this plan doesn't work, and I can see this plan is what he's trying to do, but I don't think it works. And then he just goes to plan Z or whatever it is instinctively and just finds a way to win. If you didn't see that match yesterday, it was absolutely incredible, the first one of the day. Against Gaboom, who I feel struggled on the Druid yesterday, personally. So it'll be interesting to see if Maxi can take advantage of that too. And I think, personally, that Maxi is a strong favourite for this one, even without taking lineup into consideration. He's just a very rounded player.
Yeah, absolutely, and was looking strong yesterday. Today, if he is able to pull through this match, he will go up against Gyu, which honestly I would rather they were on opposite sides of the bracket. That's not how it's done. But to me, if he makes it on and that ends up with that matchup, he could have sort of the best chance lineup-wise, because this Warlock is well positioned into the Gyu lineup, but has to make it past this a little more aggressive lineup of Gaboom's first that has the aggro priest.
Yeah, absolutely. This deck, this Mill Warlock, just to be clear, is the one that doesn't use the wheel. It's the same sort of base 20 so cards, but the rest is revolving around using the win condition of just mill your opponent to death. It's Maxi's deck. There's been players throughout Hearthstone history who've done this. George C on Freeze Mage, Pocket Train on Boar Priest, Tabika on Control Priest, Lorinda on Handbuff Hunter, and now we've got Maxibon on the Mill Warlock. Just classic players who you just refer to every time you need to know something about a deck.
And of course, this is
I think one of those might be wrong, but
Druid that we are sort of seeing everyone with. Very different kind of favorite deck here for Gaboom, the Keleseth Rogue. I think Maxi is making this his trademark, and he may get to demonstrate that expertise again. But last time we saw it against the Death Knight, which is much slower. Could be that Druid is able to run away with things too quickly. There are Dirty Rats in the Warlock, but I think if there's an Amir Drasil hand for Gaboom, then that may just be able to sort of run away with things before Maxi is able to get the engine going of Ancient of Yore, gaining all that armor. So I do feel like quite a bit of this matchup could come down to just some draw RNG in terms of very specific cards, right? Ancient of Yore for Maxi, Amir Drasil for Gaboom, and of course the Dollhouse is just as important as the Amir Drasil sometimes.
Your souls
And it may have been day one nerves, because Gaboom is a accomplished player in his own right. He's been around quite a long time. He had a top 4 at one of the Masters tours back in the old system, with sort of 300-400 players per tournament. But yesterday he did not look overly comfortable on the Druid, I don't think. So if it comes down to a tight one, and Maxi has got an Ancient of Yore and a Curse campaign in the opener, if it does come down to a tight one, Gaboom is going to have to be accurate today. He is going to have to, step it up to the level that he's almost certainly capable of.
I think that can be one of the tricky things with tournament play is sometimes, you hear about other people, that what's considered the best decks, and so you might feel this obligation, okay, I have to bring Druid, I have to bring Rogue, but maybe those aren't the decks you're as comfortable with. Maybe he is more comfortable with sort of the aggro priest style of gameplay. That certainly would be consistent with his favorite deck of the Kaliseth Rogue. But you can end up in these positions where you're like, well, but I have to try and learn and bring these other few decks because they are just, the best decks. And sometimes maybe you would have been better off bringing something that isn't considered as high a tier in terms of the quality of the deck, but that you are more comfortable playing.
Yeah, here's with the one go with the flow as well. And again, I can't attest. The French community is incredible, with amazing players and playtest groups. But the one go with the flow kind of got removed from a lot of the decks and turned into one burning, So he has got that base level Druid build, which is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with this deck at all, just to be clear. But it does maybe point towards what you said, that he's just felt he has to play this Druid deck because it had the reputation of being so good.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways in lineup building that you can sort of get in your own head, whether it is following the conventional wisdom when you're less comfortable on certain decks, or going too many levels deep, as we saw with a few of the lineups in groups.
Maxi's pumped because this is the turn 4, turn 3, but the coins innovates exist. Hasn't seen a location, nothing, no heights, no anything, and he's just ready to start playing some yours.
And you see how this warlock differs from many control warlocks that we've come to be familiar with. Maxi praying, sees hero power,
there we
no
go.
Yeah, but with the Ancient of Yore already in hand, there's no need to tap those first couple turns. All of his life is precious here in this matchup versus the Druid. And I mean, this is the engine of the deck, right? You get Ancient of Yours going, there's Curse campaigns already loaded up, Eternal Layover, which isn't needed as much as like a clear in this matchup. And so he's just jamming. I expect he's got some music on. But yeah, really well prepared to just draw a million cards and gain a ton of armor.
And we have in previous iterations of players like Maxi played Guess the Music, but I don't think I want to the way he's going to this. Probably pretty terrifying. Okay, so he's got everything going now.
Interesting. He is actually going to
overdraw.
burn here. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, maybe... I mean, I guess probability-wise, there's only one card that he really, really doesn't want to burn, and that is the...
Amalgam?
The Druid, the Archdruid.
Or the
right?
Druid, yeah.
Oh, I guess with Amalgam and Archdruid, it would be a very scuffed way to win, but you could prevent fatigue with Amalgam and just rely on Dirty Rats and sort of out-armoring the opponent to get you there. That could be another way to do it.
My hand is too full.
Yep, I think
That
Nidus
burn
Worm's
is
actually
totally
a
fine.
rough one as well, but it's okay. It does stop the health gain later on.
Well, so that's the draw spell, and he's got his draw sort of spoken for. Already got Ultralisk Cavern and Consume in hand, so that was probably the best burn in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, just not going to need a health gain, probably. But...
And yeah, the Archdruid is the kind of crux of this deck, right? You gain the Death Rattle of the Amalgam, which says keeps all enchantments and will shuffle into your deck. So that is how you sort of get this engine going that we saw yesterday, where you just keep gaining more and more death rattles on the Archdruid. It shuffles itself back in, and you can kind of build a win condition, whether it is with Prize Vendor, making both players draw, or with Nomelia, where you're doing 2 damage across the board that just becomes, 4 and then 8 over and over.
I'm feeling the need to kill this off. I get it, because it's going to, gain even more armor for you if it gets really dormanted, but I don't know. I think he should be new heighting here and trying to set up a win condition rather than doing Maxi's work for him or killing it.
Yeah.
I would rather play the new heights there, maybe get a Mr. Vista down, try for some stuff, or just set up for big sleep next turn. This deck lives and dies on its mana, and if you're not playing the new heights there with the refresh 3, I think you're struggling. You don't really need to worry too much about that ancient, right? You're just helping Maxi do his job.
He may be figuring that, okay, next turn he'll play Mista Vista and New Heights, right, to really go in on a ton of mana, although Ysera is in this game, so the max manas are already quite high. The other factor to consider is if you kill the Ancient of Yore on your turn, they get a tick towards Awakening at the start of turn, which means that each of them will only draw 1 card and gain 5 armor, instead of if they die on Maxi's turn, he gets sort of 2 activations.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand to some degree the thought process. I think I'd rather be getting on with my game plan here, because Maxi's had a good start. I think
Yep.
Gaboom needs to end it fast, otherwise he won't be able to.
Yeah, I mean,
But you can do a lot of damage with this deck. Like, with 3 spell damage he has got with the Go With The Flow that I've been saying that a lot of people don't play now. That allows you to do a lot more damage. If you can find the other Dollhouse, get an Incendious in there after doing all that, there's still plenty of damage available. 50 is by no means off the table. Nor is 60. When you start getting to sort of 70 and 80, then you have to start being super accurate, but it's doable even then.
Yeah, but I think getting these Ancients going so quickly has put Maxi in a relatively safe spot. Dirty Rat coming into hand. I think that's... We've talked about it. The main reason not to play Mista Vista, but there is winning the 50-50. Gets to use this combo here, right? Eternal Layover to reduce to 1 health, and then you can clean up with the Ultralisk Cavern.
Yeah, and everything I just said about you can do sort of 60 or 70, by being fairly accurate. Not without your 5 eruptions, you can't. You can probably do it, but 60 must be the top end before with anything. You're going to have to Dollhouse into Living Roots or something now to try and get some extra damage. And that's with loads of spell damage in hours, which, isn't set up yet. Gaboom's still got 11 cards to go. No Dollhouse, no Armor Dristle in sight. So, Maxi a massive favourite for this first game now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's still 1 Dirty Rat left, right? All that Maxi's missing in terms of the primary combo is the Archdruid. But there's always something to consider, which is that the Druid wants to draw a lot of cards, and if the Prize Vendor gets going, that's going to end up milling quite a bit of cards.
I know this is exactly the opposite of what I said 2 turns ago, but it is a different situation, in my opinion at least. I think I'd have dropped the Mr. Vista here. Because now he's got to do 60 damage with limited resources. I'd be Mr. Vistaing, maybe try and get an Oaken summoned in the Mr. Vista, which again he hasn't got in hand, but trust the gods are going to help you, so you can get a bit of spell damage from it in the Mr. Vista, that sort of thing. Because I don't think he's going to be comfortably doing 60 in most worlds here.
I think what he's trying to do with the Oracles is figure, okay, maybe well, there's the Aulonius.
Okay.
For a moment I thought that was getting burned, but yeah. Lucky they are feeling safe to have the Aulonius now. And with the double Oracle pick, it means you can maybe have spell damage on the turn you have to go off.
Yeah.
The max mana is so high in this game right now, but it gives you some extra Dirty Rat protection. The Dollhouse is a pretty big deal to have burned, though.
He can get +6 spell damage right now with double file with the Oracles in hand. He needs to do 70. If we say each spell does 10 for the sake of counting roughly correctly, he has 5 spells in hand, so that's about 50, just to be, you know, get our ballpark measured.
He really needs the second sleep, right, to be able to refresh mana crystals and use everything that he wants.
Yeah.
And now you're in a spot where you have to either sacrifice playing a minion, making yourself a little bit more vulnerable to Dirty Rat, or actually play some of these burn spells, which you sort of can't afford to do.
Swipe's the one that you sometimes dump. But with no sleep in there to play for you. This is the Mr. Vista, so he's going to just try and get this lot all in the Mr. Vista. Swiping Mr. Vista is really cool because quite often you can load up a chalice, it might clear the board first, you get the swipe into the face extra, it saves you 3 mana.
Mm-hmm.
The files in Mr. Vista are cool because it means you can just play your owl afterwards, but you know, you want them in your hand with the spell damage.
Well, here we go.
No sleep's going to make this so hard.
Dark Marrow can be quite helpful in this deck because you can kill off minions right away. And that means that I think Maxi is going to be able to burn Gaboom's entire rest of the deck here.
Looks that way.
Also means you keep board space, right, to be able to play all these. So prize vendors in there, as well as the amalgam, which the amalgam is the main one that you have to make sure you get in there from the start. But yeah, that is going to mill another
Almost out of cards.
and draw.
Almost out of time.
Yeah, Mr. Vista is just way too slow here. Again, a couple of turns ago, maybe you could have got it going.
Out of cards.
Maxi has done all this really rapidly as well. All right, well, just no need to count. You've got what you've got. Get it all fired at face and see how much it is. Because you haven't got any other play.
Yep, exactly. So you can go with the flow to make the file as, you know, discount as much as possible. I guess it's like file.
Swipe 1 route.
Yeah, that's all you can do. I was thinking if you can get an oracle in there somewhere, but no. And that's just nowhere near enough.
Again, yeah, even if you could play everything like 5 spells at roughly 10 each, I think it's more like 8 anyway, is 50, and there's no other damage in hand. Obviously, if it's really close, you have to count, but you could see that it wasn't. We have no other play, so you might as well do it and make sure you've counted correctly.
Yeah, and there's no way that even replaying them off Mr. Vista is going to be enough. So yeah, Maxi takes a quick victory there. And yeah, seeing how that sort of played out, obviously there are circumstances that could change it, different draws, but if you get that draw engine going with the Warlock, it seems fairly favored into the Druid.
I mean, yeah, even at the end there, if he doesn't get the mill part going, his board was massive anyway. That board needs taking care of, or you're going to die as the Druid anyway. And Maxi just showing us he managed to make the big board, he's managed to draw the cards, he's managed to do the mill finish, basically. He identified he didn't need to actually win with the mill, just get rid of Gaboom's deck because he's up to something, just get rid of it, you don't want to worry about that. And so clean he makes that deck look. And when I play that deck, honestly, there's cards under the sofa, they're behind the TV, I don't know where the cards end up, but they're not on my opponent's face.
Yeah, so quick 1-0 start from Maxi. You know, the great thing about this Warlock deck is that it may be control, but it doesn't go slow, right?
Right.
It's gonna get you in the end. Very proactive.
Yeah, and I think that's the point. That's why Maxi prefers it, because he can pilot it so well. The wheel version is very similar, except it wins with the wheel. But just sitting there, you have to set it up so you have no cards to get you have the right hand so you can get rid of the rest of your deck that doesn't matter, and then play your Kill Jaden and wheel. And that does work. That is super good win condition. But it's just that little bit slower and therefore a little bit more vulnerable. Whereas Maxi's version, especially when you're Maxi and you can afford to lose your prize vendor early on for no particular reason and still find a way to win it. Like, if you can streamline it down to play as well as Maxi can, with just one of each of the combo pieces and the rest of your deck just controlling the board and drawing cards, yeah, it's superb. But we've seen this before with Pocket Train and Board Priest. Like, nobody else can play it this well.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if you take a look at the stats for the deck, I think it's something like a 30, maybe 35% win rate deck on ladder, because it does have so many intricacies and little combos, and being able to come up with backup plans when sort of your plan A gets dirty ratted. So, yeah, one of those decks, as you say, where, you know, one player, maybe two, is able to make magic work, but you know, the rest of the population, unless you commit to investing many hours to get adjusted, is going to do, you know, fairly poorly.
And that's why the wheel lock does better in general, right? Is that picking up that deck and playing it, even, you know, a lower ranked player can roughly see how that's working. You do your thing, you make your wheel, you don't die, and your opponent explodes. Yeah, I get that. I can see that win condition.
Yeah, but
Okay.
to the standard decks now.
Yeah. Gaboom on the Paladin, very favoured into this Druid, and largely because of the enchantment, right? The Resistance Aura, I think.
I think Resistance Aura is kind of what gives the Paladin an edge in a lot of the matchups right now. The Druid wants to play a lot of spells, the Rogues want to play a lot of spells, and even the Mirror wants to play a lot of spells. And so when you can protect a pretty resilient board with Resistance Aura, I mean, it just makes things that much harder for the opponent.
Right, I want to know if I've been doing it right all this time, and I haven't. I love to play Living Roots on 1 against the Paladin. As the Druid, just to get the 1/1s down, Divine Shield proccers, that sort of thing, when I have nothing else to do. And Maxi just doesn't want to do that. He has got the Chalice in hand, so they're less, you know, important than usual. But yeah, I'll be pushing 2 here with my Living Roots every turn.
Yeah, I also like the turn 1 Living Roots. You know, maybe just a preference thing. It can help you with a little bit of chip. But yeah, Chalice Hero Power is enough to clean this one up.
I mean, Living Roots, you know, must remember, does represent sort of 8 to 10 damage later on in the game. So
True.
it has to either keep you alive to get an extra card or push 8 to 10 itself to be correct. But I still like to do it. Max is trying to work out if he can be greedy here with the draw, right, or wait until he's got the Oracle turn. Whether he wants to take this 3, sure.
Yeah, the really important thing is to make sure that minions don't stick, right? Because the bulk of the damage you're going to take is from getting hit with minions, not from burn.
Yeah.
But Gaboom is maybe set up to have an extremely explosive Linessa turn with the full manager in hand and coin.
See, I wouldn't have had anything to do this turn with my 1 mana, with my coin that I had to play with my Oracle to trigger it. But Maxi does have something to do with it. So he's not wasting mana like I would have done.
No visible way to clear the Oracle?
Yeah, and he knows about the Chalice. There's still 2 charges on the Chalice he knows about. So
Right.
this is really unpleasant with the Oracle in play.
Yeah, anything you give up here is just
My blood boils for war.
guaranteed going to be cleared. Interesting. Especially when you give up both Slither Spears. I guess this makes sense, right? You do still need to get the Chalices out of the hand. And there's only...
Yeah, otherwise you just... Yeah.
Yeah, there's only so much mana to be spent next turn. So this way it gets to preserve, go Sunsapper Linessa, coin. The coin doubles, you play O Manager, you get 2 more coins, that's 4 mana. Then you can, you know, Flash of Light, draw a couple cards, maybe double up on this Aegis.
But also, cool story. Because Maxi's got the other chalice, and now he's got double Dollhouse as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get enough of a discount on the sea shanty, we see like not that much has been done as yet, but with a big enough discount, you can maybe even double up on the sea shanty.
The sun shines for me.
Yeah, and this is the play that, you have to play here. Hope it sticks.
Yep.
All right. What can you get? Okay, that's nice.
You can get... Wow, not even that many holy spells have been played yet because the sunscreens have no spell school. So without Divine Brew, yeah, I guess you could make a couple of 1-drops, Hero Power, and Flickering Lightbot. Not too often that this Hero Power gets to be 3-cost dragons.
It's a good point, yeah. Obviously, Dollhouse swipe is nice and clean. Just taking a moment to see if there's anything even better for him. He would love, in the ideal world, to be able to play the New Heights, but I don't think he gets the time here.
Yeah, you pretty much always have to get rid of the Lanessa.
You would think so, but he did see some fairly mediocre spells played last time, so maybe he's got the read, but yeah, sure. Let's not just voluntarily take a load of damage and leave it for Lanessa.
Interesting. So valuing having 2 Dollhouses up next turn?
Yeah.
I guess expectation here of going, okay, I can at least clear an 8/8, which is what he knows is there. With like Mista Vista, location, play both chalices.
Yeah, also he could have a turn off and just get New Heights, whatever he draws, and try and win the turn after with triple chalice. Plenty of draw, etc. Depending what he draws. It's just a flexible turn, I think. Still no resistance or for Gaboom. So Maxi has been able to proceed how he wants to some degree.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, which do you like better here? Gaboom seems to be leaning towards the light pot, but, there's also the sea shanty to consider.
I think I'd have dropped the shanty, I think.
It
drop
is
the shanty and see what happens to it.
more stats and a swipe just seen. Like, there's chalices. Oh, well, I guess if you draw
Never
into
mind.
the other light bot, right, from... which actually was guaranteed, right, from the Libram.
Okay, so then this is correct, yeah. Yep, going with your play. No time to New Heights.
But yeah, Woodland Wonder is looking a little bit better here when the chalice isn't going to clear. These acorns, my goodness.
They're doing work. So Maxi has at least double spell damage, a sleep, and a chalice next turn. Well, is it 2 chalices or 3? I can't quite see. I think it's 2 in the chalice.
And there's the resistance aura, which is,
oh no!
as we've mentioned, very crucial for protecting your board, particularly going into Sleep Under the Stars turn.
Yeah, take away everything I just said. Maxi has nothing next turn to do now. It's such a crucial pickup for Gaboom. We saw it in the Pocket series as well, like getting double resistance aura at one point there.
quickly.
But
Gaboom spoiled the choice here.
even one is enough when you're going into, you know, an important turn, protecting a board like this. And the Divine Shields, you know, make swipe a lot less functional.
Yeah, it's
Then you've got to sort of
Looking really
roll on
good.
Chalice first.
it's a burn down.
Tree? I'm not sure you can do enough with Tree.
1623. You can't, no.
Yeah, gonna sort of try and ignore the 8/8s and take out as much as possible. Pretty fortunate it's there, actually. Taking out another 2-1.
2125. That's lethal. It's 1-all.
Yep.
Gaboom taking one down.
And we did say how this, you know, this is a bit Paladin favored, right? They have the tools to protect their minions. They have that resistance aura coming in at such a crucial moment. You know, you might think, oh, you know, you want the resistance aura early to disrupt them, but really, resistance aura is at its best, kind of like Observer of Mysteries, actually, when it is protecting the board that you've already established, right? And even more so when you can get it down going into a turn that you know is a crucial tipping point.
Yeah, those sleep turns, especially for Druid, like the Druid just about gets control on the condition it's allowed to play sleep, and then it's not allowed to play sleep and it loses. And that's, for me, that is the whole crux of why Paladin is so favoured in that matchup. Without it, Paladin would still be a nice deck against Druid because it can just kill you sometimes. But that turn, I think the sort of 15% edge or whatever it has against Druid comes from that exact play. We see it time and time again from the top players.
Yeah, but so Druid, you know, I think still seeming like a little bit of the sort of weak link of the established decks. Of course, you know, able to get wins, but it has consistently been hard for people to get over the finish line. And something about Gaboom's lineup that perhaps Maxi was not anticipating for this event is, you know, this Priest is another one that can have a pretty solid matchup against Druid. I think I did see...
You're going to see it, yeah.
there's a Rising Waves in Gaboom's list. I don't recall if there's a Rising Waves
There's not,
Maxi's.
and I personally believe you don't need the Rising Waves. We just double check I'm not lying.
Right, there's the
No,
burn down.
it's just literally the one burn down instead of the go with the flow. So I played quite a lot of Druid, you know, in the lead up to this event, and at one point I played quite a lot of Priest and thought that Priest was favoured. And the second that Druid put Chalices in, which is only like 10 days ago, it's not this thing that's been in all the Druids all the time, when that became the prevalent build, I stopped being favoured with Priest at that point. Although there is a neophyte and a mysteries here. So interesting to see how Gaboom chooses to curve this. Because that Chalice just wipes out your first board so often if you get a bit of spell damage to go with it. And if the first board goes down, suddenly your jugs become kind of less impactful. Your second board tends to be a little bit less powerful because you're relying on, you know, mediocre imbues just for quantity rather than quality. You get into your swipe zone, and so the Druid can absolutely beat the Priest now. That's not to say the Priest hasn't got a good chance here, because, you know, I've described a lot of things that have to happen for Maxi. Obviously, if you've got a Rising Waves, you've got double the chance. But I feel the best Druid build against a field doesn't have the Rising Waves, and you take your chance, you're going to just get Chalices and swipes and all the good stuff.
Yeah, interesting. Throwing away the 1-drop here. I guess maybe expecting to sort of go coin 2 into 2.
I know Pizza really likes the coin 2 into 2 lines. Obviously, you coin into this one into... I forget the name. The minion that makes your hero power be 0, the Angel. And then you just get a massive board super, super fast.
Sure.
Maybe he was looking for that. And obviously with a Neophyte to establish, if that doesn't get Chaliced, which it has done, spoilers, suddenly you go Neophyte on 2, Observer on 3, and your opponent just can't kill your things. But
I actually kind of question the Neophyte on 2 here. I guess...
agree.
the reason for this play would be, well, you avoid new heights coming down, right? But I think Maxi is sort of like, sure, I'll hero power, or not hero power, I'll chalice.
Yeah.
Your 3/2. Glad that's over.
Why this? I don't like this at all. Because if he has tree, he just plays tree and the observer ignores everything. This is for me, I'm not in this tournament, this is a card that defends your board. I'd have played Masseuse and Cat to try to get something going there. Because the Observer Mysteries is a 2/2 for 3 mana.
There's the tree. I mean, we've seen before that Gaboom really, really heavily values this Observer when I find it. Here makes a little bit more sense to me because you've got 2 tribes going into Jug turn, and that is going to pay off. Well, actually, unless... Oh my god! The spell damage! If this lands, does he see it, that he can play Woodland? I guess...
He missed it.
I'm not sure he missed it. I think he decided, you know what? It is so bad if I get the spell bounced.
Oh, the sequence up, yeah.
Right, that I'd rather, risk the Jug and still has the spell damage in Dollhouse next turn.
Absolutely, yeah. I forgot about the second mysteries. Yeah.
Well, and you almost, if you've got the swipe and file in hand, you almost want them to commit the Jug. When okay, there's just these 2 minions. One of them is going to trade into this 3/2 because they cannot leave up spell damage. And so now, with the Dollhouse there, and potentially Oracle, he can just swipe away most of this, or all of it if you use the file.
Yeah. Thinking heavily what he wants to do with this innovate, right? Because he's got the Ochre Summons to draw from the Oracle if he wants. Or he can just say, well, you know what, I can clear this board. It's all good.
There you go. Yep. Very clean.
And keep his innovate.
No damage wasted, right? Because that 6 still goes face.
Lovely.
Together in harmony.
And yeah, I mean, I think demonstrating what you described, that like when Chalice is at play, it takes away your early game so effectively.
Who needs healing? I have healing.
Yeah, you've got the spell damage, 3 damage deal, 3 mana deal 9 to minions, guaranteed minions, because it doesn't go face anymore.
Job's done.
Which, by the way, is a good job. That's not a criticism of the nerf. If it went face, this deck would be ridiculous now. But yeah.
Yeah, Max is sitting at 32. Was almost tempted to just, and still may, just innervate into Incendious. A Mirdrasil.
If he doesn't press here.
Yeah, it looks like maybe no press. I guess you get to hero power down the 3/1. Or that.
Sure. Oh yeah, or just have this happen. Sure.
Not usually what you want, but in this case and in this matchup, you're sort of fine with them being 1 damage.
Yeah, with double sleep in hand as well. You don't mind going for it on the second sleep with the owl in hand for later. Not that any of that matters, of course. Yeah, there's no board.
As if things were not looking up already, that is a Renewing Flames. That is the nature spell that came off of this randomly summoned 2-drop. The 0/4 end of turn, you get a random nature spell. Renewing Flames, a Paladin nature spell. 7 mana, deal 5 damage to the lowest health enemy twice with lifesteal.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, why not?
Maxi, I like to see that other humans have this problem, except Maxi will be on about 15 levels above me, like spoilt for really good choices in a game you know you're miles in front in. It's always been a talking point throughout all of Hearthstone, right? Like, what's the best play here? And the answer is, you could probably do anything and it wins. And it's hard because you want to turn your 99% into your 99.5% or whatever those numbers are.
Time waits for no one.
handle with Bear, a much less quality nature spell, but yeah. Not so sure it matters here. Sensory deprivation is active.
Yeah.
I think there's actually a world where maybe you don't want this to have Divine Shield. Because if it doesn't die, you don't gain the life. But it's just not gonna matter here.
No, absolutely not. The press 2 turns ago was the indication he was setting up to win on this turn, and that's what he has done. And Maxibon takes a 2-1 lead in this quarterfinal, which is also a World Championship qualifying match. Getting his Druid out of there, which is probably the thing he was most worried about going into this fairly favoured matchup, I think. Maybe the Druid wouldn't get it done, but now he's in a super spot with just the Rogue to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Rogue, I mean, similar to the Druid has tended to struggle a little bit more, but I think especially with Gaboom not having the DK, although Cycle Rogue can get sort of beat down by the Priest, that's certainly an option. I think there are worlds where it is just faster than the Druid, and of course having sort of 2 shots to get there with Cycle Rogue, which is, you know, very centered around can you execute your deck and how well can you do that. A little bit more, I think, than, you know, how much does your opponent do to respond. I probably puts Maxi in a pretty comfortable position.
We did see in the previous match with Pocket Train, sometimes the deck just doesn't draw much. Like,
Yes.
sometimes the Rogue is a handful of not a lot, and Beast really punishes you if you've got a handful of not a lot. In the early stages of testing, I think Priest looked like a possibly viable deck. I think that soon went away from most players. Hands up, I quite like Priest all the way through, but since I've seen it in this tournament, I disagree. I was wrong. Who knew? But yeah, I think the Priest will punish Maxi if Maxi gets a slow start, but the Rogue is built not to have slow starts on average.
Well, in particular, Maxi has opted for a build that has just 1 dig for treasure, but then 2 copies of Living Flame, which is the 2-mana 3/2 elemental death rattle draw a fire spell. Eat the Imp is just very important in the early game, and so having, you know, the extra guaranteed draw for it and the extra minion potentially if you've already got one in hand
Yes.
that you can use to eat, I think just makes it that much more consistent in terms of being able to pop off early.
No, I think that's a really valid point. I don't think anybody's made that point. Like, the extra eat the Imp, we all worked out, but look, yeah, but the fact it is just an extra minion in your deck for the other one to eat, in a deck that doesn't have many minions you really want to eat, is very relevant, I think. And anytime you get that double Living Flame draw, it's still probably better than the other draw you would have had. So, quite like it. It's also really unusual for Maxi to put extra minions into decks. His preferred style is to take minions out of decks until they're absolutely threadbare. So if he thinks that, then he's very sure he's doing it.
And you see, you know, keeping the Wisp with the Living Flame, because you expect Living Flame is just going to get coined out immediately to contest.
Yep.
This is a little bit awkward, right? You can go face and then, you know, get the buff, get this 3/3 out of range, or you can make the trade yourself to preserve your 2/3.
Yeah. I like this version personally, preserving the 2/3, because that's
Well, and with
slightly more important.
not really a great spell to, you know, activate to silence it. Imp that was saved.
What have we got here? So there's
Prep duties.
I have healing.
Hits the healer now for the 4-4. Yeah, Prep Dubious is looking good. This is where the second Living Flame looks a little bit clunky, by the way, just to point that out. Having said how good it looks when you have two of them.
Yeah, although, you know, it is still another minion you can play to get Web Weaver going. It's also just sort of fine, right? Like, what else would it be? It would be another Dig for Treasure. I'm not sure, like, how much better that is. I think the main issue is you've got to get the engine rolling, and if you don't, then, you know, sometimes you play Dig because you need a minion to sacrifice, and you pull up Playhouse Giant, you pull up Incendious, you pull up Maestra, and so this is just, you know, a little bit more consistent in the early game to make sure you hit the right minions. And I think here...
I was a little surprised to see Maxi go off here.
I am a bit too. I'm actually more surprised than seeing the starting to go off to see that Shadow Step get used on Phoenix and not on the Web Weaver.
Web Weaver, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's still got the eat in hand and everything, but yeah.
Relax your mind.
I'd rather hang on an extra turn there, but, you know, it's Maxi. But it felt slightly ambitious to me. I guess we'll see what he has in mind now for the... I think he drew about what you'd expect to draw before failing. I think that wasn't a low roll in his draws. So you must have a backup plan. Let's see what it is. Or it could just have been too early.
And we can see these secrets are Freezing Trap and the Barkin Bin. But
Yeah.
you still have to play like there is... Oh gosh, I can't recall the name. The other Freezing Trap, right? The Freezing Trap for spells.
Ice. Oh, you mean the other... The one that makes a 3/6?
No, the one that when your opponent plays a spell, you return it to their hand and it costs one more.
Yeah, Ice Trap, I think it's called. That's the free... I see what you mean now, yeah, okay. Having a moment too now.
Yeah, this gives information on one of them at least, and then this will give information on the second. You're sort of okay with Phoenix getting bounced in that way, because you can still discount it to 0, it just takes a little bit longer. But the hesitation in starting this turn means that this clock is ticking. Yeah, I think that's about the best Maxi can do, praying for no Menagerie Jug.
Yeah, and he hits it on 30, so things do change pretty quickly. I'm so curious about that pop-off on 3. Something I've advocated all the way through for sort of playing Rogue and Druid is you can do it on turn 4 or 5. The player's wait and Maxi not waiting is interesting to me.
I think it makes sense in this matchup, particularly with Gaboom having sort of the start that he did. For me, it's always surprising that, you know, when you've got a Shadow Step in hand, you use it for one more card rather than just stepping the Web Weaver, which is a little bit safer.
Yeah, I think when you make that play, you're invested on getting a Giant, right? You're hoping to get one more card and it to be a backstab, and you get one more card again, and you get to your Giant on turn 4, and then a Giant on turn 4 against Priest is going to kill a minion every turn for some time.
Getting the second Mauler down in hopes that we can draw some rocks here and maybe clean up a little bit more of this board.
Yeah, this turn is going deep now.
Yeah. Backstab is pretty big, means you can kill off the Phoenix.
Yeah,
Shadow
Phoenix,
Step as well for
backstab,
more
you've got
rocks.
Giants. Another Giant should turn up soon. There's only 9 cards left. Some of those are asteroids as well. Get another Giant, we'll get another card. This is basically through the deck. And then we have the subtle discussion to have.
What is that? Oh, about Insidious?
It's turn 5, Insidious is in our hand, our deck is empty. What's the Insidious doing?
Yeah, it's fair. Oh, And I believe animations are just catching up here. I don't know if Maxi is sort of holding his face because he's waiting for asteroids or because he knows he didn't get some actions in. He's looking pretty safe to me.
To the second giant hit, that's super important, obviously.
Okay.
Oh, did he draw too many?
Maybe. I mean, it does mean he's going to take some from fatigue. I guess your concern here is sort of multiple acupunctures for an immediate win. Or potentially, you know, Jug representing 6 damage here. That'd be, 6, 10, 13, 14, with an acupuncture is 18. He's going to fatigue for 1, so I think he's safe even from Jug. That's surprising. I expected, you know, getting the imbue and using that hero power. I guess it's to spend mana to guarantee that you're going to get just ones. But I don't even know if second acupuncture would be enough.
That's the thing, yeah. You usually make that play to get the second acupuncture, but I don't think it's enough, so...
And there's now no mana to play the one in hand.
Could he have hit the 4/7 lifesteal by using his hero power first to make sure he gets the buff, the 4/7 taunt lifesteal that you need to have used your hero power? No, because you've used it anyway, so you wouldn't need to.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe he's looking for that turn, and then he gets a bit of lifesteal in there. And some taunt.
No, I don't know. I mean, I maybe even would have wanted to imbue for a little bit higher cost to try and hit something like a Hot Coals.
Shadow Word Ruin.
But yeah, that is gonna...
Maxibon going back to the World Championship, and he knows it.
Yep.
As he celebrates and then does the traditional leaving of his chair. Maxi. Yeah, one of the favourites amongst people who regularly watch sort of the streams and the build up to this, and also the youngest competitor in the competition. So good, to see him going back. Gaboom will have to go back and try and qualify again, but Maxi's got the job done first time around, and that's such a relief for these players this time around as well.
Yeah, it seems it seems maybe a bit mean to say like, oh, sort of the expected outcome, but it is kind of the truth that when we see players very frequently and we know what they're capable of, we do sort of expect them to triumph over some of the lesser known names. And, perhaps Gaboom will one day become one of the recurring names, but so far he's still a little bit newer to us. And now I'm a little nervous now because Maxi could take down Gyu.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting semi-final later in the day. A little bit of pressure off them, but there's still a lot of money on the line for winning this tournament, and also a lot of pride. When these players clash into each other so often, like they do, 3 times, 4 times a year in these big tournaments now, they are building up records against each other and bragging rights as well. And a lot of them do talk to each other behind the scenes or even on streams and stuff. So there's a lot on the line. There's the money and also the pride, the ego, everything that goes with being a competitive anything. So yeah, they'll both want that. But Maxi getting through. And as you said about Gaboom, I think something we're seeing with the open system this year where anyone can qualify. And again, Gaboom's been to a Masters Tour top 4. He's regular top 100 on ladder. He's a super player. But we are getting to see a little bit of the difference between the Maxis, the Furies, the Pockets, the ones who've got to... not just the skill, but the experience of not being nervous at this level. And, some of the players who don't get here quite so often are the ones who haven't got the rounded edges because they're playing on the stream for the first time in Gaboom's case, 4 or 5 years in a big event. There's all these little things. And we do get to see, when Maxi clashes into Pocket, we get to see how great the match is and how well they're playing. But we don't get to see the difference between that and just a rank 50 player.
Yeah.
No, exactly what I mean. Like just one of the best 50 players in the world. We don't get to see that difference so often.
Well,
anyway, I think we're going to have Maxi.
Yeah, we get to ask the man himself why did he go with this deck with this lineup?
Yo, am I here?
Hey, Maxi. Can
Yo,
you
what's
hear
going
us?
on?
Hey, congratulations. You're going to
Thank you.
rest now for a few months? You must be so happy.
I'm vibing. Oh my god, bro. That was like
Awesome.
so stressful. This is like the hardest lineup I've brought so far in terms of like difficulty of playing the decks, I would say.
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
to
take
see
us back.
we got to
You go,
see you
guys.
playing that game against the Death Knight yesterday, which was quite a spectacle. What was your thought process behind bringing that deck, and were you expecting people to ban it because of your skill on it, or to leave it up and you get to kind of dunk on them?
Yeah, so it was either that or Death Knight. Like all the like Pocket and Fury and Gabby all brought DK and Insane. But my thinking is like Warlock is slightly worse than Death Knight against like aggro and combo, but it destroys Death Knight. Like you saw, that game, they had like every single piece on curve, and I still won. You know what I mean? Like as long as you know how to play the deck, it basically cannot lose to any control decks. And because I know Suni really likes Mage, I was like, oh, he's probably going to bring a control. So one person in my group is going to be a free matchup for Warlock. So I thought it made sense. I didn't think it was going to get banned. Because, I mean, first of all, you would not feel good banning Mill Warlock when it has like a 20% win rate on HS Guru. So like, that's one reason. And then also like, it's not great into like Druid and Rogue, which are two of the decks that I'm leaving up most of the time. So I didn't think it was going to get banned, but I was confident enough in the deck and the fact that it beats DK that I still thought it was a good bring. It was just really scary into Gaboom's lineup because there was no DK, and like the priest matchup is pretty close. So yeah, I'm lucky I got it through against the Druid.
So the next round against Gyu, how do you fancy your chances in that one?
Oh, I have not thought about it. It's basically the
I mean,
same.
it's a little bit less important in some ways, but yeah.
It's Gyu. I don't think Gyu's ever been unfavored against anyone with any of his lineups. I think I'm correct.
That's
I'm gonna be real. It's basically the same as Pocket, where instead of banning my DK, he bans my Warlock. Well, he might not, but I mean, he probably bans my Warlock because he brought Warrior. And then it's just the same 3 versus 3 as Pocket and Insane and Gabby. And like, his lineup's really smart for that specific 3 versus 3 because he got rid of Druid, which is the worst deck in the 3 versus 3, and brought Warrior, which is the deck that gets banned, which means it's the best deck. So like, he basically is like 70%, I would say. But whatever, I don't care. I'm top 4.
No, good luck. Yeah, we'll see you again at Worlds for sure, and we'll let you go now. We might see you again later in the day. We'll let you talk even more about Mill Warlock and your decisions. But good luck with that. Take care.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Great to get to hear from Maxi himself there. He loves that Warlock deck, and again, he made the point though. He didn't think he was going to get banned because of the 20% win rate on deck tracking sites, and I think you made that point earlier as well. And Maxi read the room incredibly well there, I think.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things that sort of almost speaks to the player's pride, right? Like, how does it look when you say that you had to ban the 20-30% deck, right? Like that doesn't look very good. So it makes a lot of sense, and if you are so comfortable with it, it can be a sort of wild card. But yeah, not having his own Death Knight and having the Druid, perhaps it does get banned, just because of how
Maybe.
it matches up with Hugh's lineup.
I do remember many years ago, Zetalot went to one random Dream hat just because it was local to him, and Feast was not the meta at all, and he brought Priest because he's Zetalot and has to, and it got banned every round, and he did okay. He didn't do, I think he may have cashed, but he wasn't in the top 8 or anything. And after the tournament, he's like, don't know what they were banning that for. It's absolute garbage. Like, I couldn't have won a game if they'd left it up. So, the opposite sort of fear bans back in 2015. But talking of Ungoro and the olden days, the Lost City of Ungoro pre-release is available now. The bundles are in the shop. And I was saying this yesterday, I think that the bundles and the mini sets are the 2 best things you can buy in Hearthstone if you invest money into it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Mega Bundle giving you a random signature as well as a random golden legendary, some tickets to participate in the newly refurbished arena, of course, and that Endbringer Umbra Warlock portrait and card back to go with the Endbringer Umbra that you can already claim in the client right now. If you haven't done so yet, people are already playing with that. There's some new aggro DKs taking advantage of Endbringer Umbra, of course. That and the other free card not available for this tournament because they came out sort of too close to when people were coming up with decks, so didn't want to disrupt that meta. But you can play with them at home right now.
Absolutely, and you can discover them in this tournament. I don't think it's happened yet, but it still is a thing that we might see. So you've got to stay tuned for that, as well as the fact in the next few minutes or hours we're going to find the other two people who are going to go from this event to the World Championships. So as always, I'll shut up for a little bit now and let you get on with setting up the next match, and we'll see you in 3.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to get into our third match of the day. We've already put 2 players to the World Championship and now we've got 2 more to go. Lorinda, I was going to say welcome, but you didn't really go anywhere, so I'll welcome myself back here. So how was that previous match for you? Yeah, thank you. How was the previous match?
Yeah, super excited to see that Warlock in action once again, doing the thing that it does more smoothly, like draw cards, get control of the game, then kill you. Nice to get to talk to Maxibon as well every time. The last 2 or 3 years, the interviews with all these players have been, hey, talk a bit, and they just tell us loads of stuff, and it's really, really cool. We don't have to actually ask them anything anymore. Superb.
Yeah, it turns out players who dedicate a lot of time to Hearthstone like talking about Hearthstone, so it's a bit of a bonus here as interviewers, of course. But we do have our next match coming right up as well. We do have Insane versus Tobica, and this one, from at least double checking here, looks like it's going to be as close to a mirror as we're really gonna get, with the lineups being very similar. But for you, Lorinda, who are you liking in this one? Because I know you are an Insane fan.
Yeah, I sure am. I think, yeah, you mentioned I'm an Insane fan. I think this year, Insane's been around for a long time, and he's been very good at Hearthstone and very popular part of the community for a long time. But this year, he's been streaming all of his progress. He's shown everybody what he can do. He's calmed down just a little. I've said about Fino once before, and he instantly did sort of massive concede. But he's calmed down just a little. He's willing to take advice from other people. He's putting in a lot of hours. We're seeing 7-8 hour streams from him most days of the week now. And for me, I would like to see him do well and be rewarded for that time, because he's showing us the stuff we can't show you, the qualification process on ladder. We can't stream 24/7 ladder for you, to show you his quality from the ladders. But Insane, Banterface, Maxi to some degree, they're all doing that for us. I'd like to see Insane get rewarded for that, for showing lots of Hearthstone esports, but the ladder side of it.
Yeah, well, as we've touched on as well, of course, these initial matches that we're getting out today, so the first 4 are basically those Worlds qualification spots, right? So a lot on the line. Insane, obviously a fantastic player, but Tobicat is also here with again, sort of the go-to / solid lineup, right? So this one's going to be a tricky one. A lot of the time we speak to players beforehand or afterwards, if we can get an interview, talking about, how your lineup's feeling, how is it going against this and that. But when it's a sort of mirrored lineup, it gets pretty difficult, right, to just form some kind of plan, because the plan is just be better than your opponent, right, and have a few things go your way. So it can be a little bit difficult, although I will say, we've talked about this before as well, but weirdly enough, the matchups that actually happen can be very impactful, as we're going to see the first one involving Toby's DK coming up here. But again, looking at this list, pretty standard. There is Suffocate in there, which isn't 100% common, but other than that, fairly straightforward list.
Yeah, nothing unusual, like you say, the Suffocate, take it or leave it card. He's got a couple of burn downs in his Druid, but I mean, while that was a talking point in the first round, Insane's got 1 burn down in his, so it's even closer to him. I mean, we can't even go with it. Oh, is it 2 burn downs or isn't it? Like, it's 2 versus 1. It's like you just described, it's just a real close mirror. And there is Insane's Druid with that 1 burn down. The one thing that is interesting here to me is going into the last couple of days of playtesting and maybe even the first day of the tournament. I think people generally thought that Druid, this was the deck that Druid could beat in the standard lineup, the one we're seeing here. And as time's gone on, I think people are finding it to be more and more 50-50 looking. Right. Because the Dirty Rats, because the Death Knights have learned how to play the matchup a little bit better. They know what the key turns are now, whereas for a few days on ladder, it was just like, oh yeah, Death Knight does nothing, I play my owl, they explode. And that's why you brought Druid. And over time, the reason you have to ban Paladin in this matchup is because Death Knight's the deck you want to beat. You want to ban the Death Knight, it's the best of the 4 decks. Right. Plugged together. But then the Druid has nothing to beat, so this is a really important game on.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because the Death Knights not only have the Dirty Rat abilities to sort not just end games, but it feels like it ends games, right, if it hits the certain cards, but also does have those sort of more aggressive turns that we've been seeing over the course of this weekend, mainly revolving around Starship. And getting that procced as early as we've seen turn 6 starships, right? Throughout this weekend, at least once or twice, that can be extremely aggressive and cause some issues for the Druids. Because again, just like we talk about, these are the best decks, or how strong they are, but we have seen Druid show its weaknesses as well, right? It's not just been the deck that, oh yeah, every game it just does 1 million damage and that's it, done. Yeah. We have had a pretty reasonable display of sort of both sides of the coin, right? Where we have seen the high damage output Druid decks do well, but we've also seen them when they get a bit struggling, whether it's not much card draw or the ramp's too slow, not getting hold of like early locations. All of these things can create openings for the opponents to get through. But we are ready to jump into that first game. Insane, of course, on that Druid. Tobika on the Death Knight, and that was a Ancient of Yore and Dirty Rat in the opening hand. At least, there we go. Not so bad at all.
Not so bad at all. I think you do want the Yore, but it's not so as important as it is in the Warlock. You like your Starship pieces, as you just described. Put the pressure on, stop the Druid from able to just draw through their deck and have no pressure at all to worry about. You want to give them some problems. And with the best one in the world, without the Starship pieces, you're not going to do any problems. But, Tobika's in a position where might be able to rip something with the dirty rat, might be able to get a load of armor, can add 10 health at some point. So the plan might be one of the lower level plans, which is get a little bit out of range and make sure the Druid has to do the whole full Owl Incendia's 50-60 damage.
Yeah, a little bit rough here that there's just nothing to play early, not even a leech. It does have double Dirty Rat though, so it's sort of feast and famine right now, where the options later in the game are quite good, but nothing to pile on that early pressure. None of the early Starship pieces. As I said, no leech procs or anything like that to just be a little bit annoying and start gaining that health. And the problem is this, I think it's still a bit too early to Dirty Rat, because we can see if you don't have the removal for stuff, then if you Dirty Rat into an Oracle that you can't kill, that is a disaster for Toby. So yeah, we are going to see another hero power pass as Insane starts with the card draw.
Yeah, hit the new heights last turn as well, so he's a little bit ahead. And this is the burn down that I was talking about earlier. Tobika has 2 when he gets to his Druid. This card has largely replaced Go with the Flow in most of these decks. I don't know the exact numbers, or at least in half of them, let's say. It's just, you give up a bit of spell damage in the Owl combo turns, and in general, for here's 3 cards that I might urgently need. And look at it in this exact hand at this exact moment. Look how good it is in this hand where you've got nothing else to do apart from draw 3 cards. The downside is you have to play them. Oh no, you're not making me play my cards.
How dare you? How dare you?
Yeah. Also, we should actually just keep an eye on counting damage, Raven. There's a lot of it right now.
Oh yeah. Or take my approach of if Insane starts casting a lot of spells, it's lethal. That's my go-to.
Yeah, absolutely.
It works every time.
The best cast it tricks every time.
But there is Oaken Summons now, and there is Bottomless as well. So there is ways to, obviously the cards were drawn then. There's ways to actually cherry pick some certain outcomes here for Insane. So not too bad at all for some pickups there.
Which is it?
You do maths, I'll talk.
6. Has he got the mana to do both? He's 1 mana short, right, to do both files. He could have gone both files for 4. The swipes for 3. That's 6. That's 20. There's a living result. It was a lot. I don't think it was quite lethal, and you don't want to not lethal them if you lose all of your stuff. But it was a lot of stuff.
Oh, toy chest into toy chest is hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, against Death Knight, your backup plan is always have a lot more stuff because you might need it.
Yeah. And there's still some breachy cards to hit that they can hit, right? So, not looking too bad at all.
Yeah, because he's had to make board space, I understand why he's done it, but when you living roots a Death Knight for 3, you better be sure, because that's 10 later. Like, you just cost yourself 7 damage on turn 10 or 11. You're saying you're going to win before that because you needed the hand space.
Well, that's it, isn't it? If it's that or burn, I think that's about as acceptable play you can get. But it does carry the risk, of course.
Okay, just got subtle fact-checking me. Appreciate it. Burn down is only 3 of the 11 druids. I did think it was more than that, so apologies for that.
Who's fact-checking the fact-checker?
No one fact-checks Sottle. He's always right. And even when he's wrong, it's fine. You fact-check him sometimes, and you see how that ends.
Yeah, but I just guess.
I have but little time.
Just guess. Yeah, you were wrong. What do you mean I was wrong?
Just are. It's simple. He's
Oh,
gonna
having to
have to
suffocate this.
Yeah. I respect it. It's a little bit annoying. Not really the craziest turn in the world here for Tobika, but it's you can't just leave the ethereal up, right? It's almost like a crime.
We're an hour away from a good time here, I think.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good, but also is going to require a little bit more hand dump again because sleep isn't really going to get it done this turn, of course. Wants to hold on to it a little bit longer.
Like, he wants to Oaken summon to chest, but then he draws like 4 trillion cards. Oh, this is so good. This is rat protection. As it happens, there's 2 rats, so it's not, but... You know, this is what you want in this matchup to protect against the rats if you have to hold a minion.
And weirdly enough, picking Incendious, I think because Insane's not really under any pressure, right, at the moment. And also, this play, there's even a chance that we're getting to the point where rats could come down. So even if the Incendious gets pulled out, it's not the end of the world.
So yeah, he uses the swipe here to get a card out of his hand. He is having a bit of hand size awkwardness, and swipe sometimes is not used in the kill, whereas the other cards are. So if you're going to dump a card, dump the 3 mana one, because sometimes 3 mana is quite a lot at the end of the game. Sometimes you'd rather have your Living Roots, you'd rather have all the other cards. So would like just to have a bit more space.
I think the problem here as well is that the guiding figure, it has the place on top of the deck, right? So it's not even going to be playable this turn.
That's unplayable, yeah. Curious to see. I've been talking about Insane's hand a lot. It's habit as the caster to look at the bottom hand, but Tobika has had a pretty rough start. He must know it's getting close on Insane. He doesn't have a way of killing the thing he dirty rats at the moment, particularly easily. So
They'd go for the Ancient of Yore. They're just going to get rid of the Pyromancer. Normally pretty okay, right? Like this Druid deck, not normally one that you drastically need to create a big AoE clear for a lot of the times. It still can be useful, of course, but it's not like when you're against Paladin or Rogue, right, where you need to clear the big boys.
yeah, I think his problem. You only need to clear them if you rip them out of the hand with a dirty rat, and as the poison wasn't forthcoming, he hasn't got that. His bigger problem is how is he going to win this game? He knows that Insane must have a lot of the expensive end game stuff because Insane's struggling to play cards. So that means he's gathered useful stuff that he doesn't want to play right now. So, he knows the end times are on the way.
Have no Melia. Do a decent chunk of damage to this board. And can clear these up.
Yeah. Really well timed for that.
Pretty decent eruption as well. Oh, okay. Hold. And there's the Owl Man.
Yeah. So he could double click, play Owl. That means the sleep would cost 1. Then he could get all of his mana back, play a file. The next sleep would cost 2. He can repeat that process, etc. So he could go for it now.
Lethal.
It's not lethal in hand. But it's lethal.
I'm just shouting lethal.
It is. It's not lethal in hand, but it is lethal functionally in the game because there's only 12 cards left. 3 of those are 8 damage eruptions, and there's damage in hand, and there's draw 1,000,000 cards. So it will be lethal when the turn has finished.
Yeah, just casual 8 damage eruption seemed pretty good to me. And that should
actually
be
missable.
more
There we
than
go.
enough.
Yeah, he's got it in hand now as well. With the other eruption and the swipe is another 16.
Yeah, and there's still card draw options, right? There's all sorts of stuff going on here, but yeah, Insane. Gonna take game number 1 on the Druid, and honestly, felt like the chillest Druid game we've seen all weekend. I think Insane just got to yeah, I'll just draw some cards, just get to it, do the thing, win, done. And it was just a bit unfortunate for Tobika that there was just none of that early game. Like, did he hero power every turn up until like turn 5 or something? So it's just hero power pass, hero power pass, hero power pass, pretty much. So it's really rough
and
start.
And then play Agent of Yore, which
is kind of a pass.
It's still passing again.
Yeah,
and
there was
a card next turn.
No starship pieces, like nothing to put any pressure on, nothing to really threaten Insane in any relevant way. There was the rat turn, of course, but with the Incendius one played and one in the hand and no Aulonius, then it almost made the game even easier, right? Because then it's like, okay, well, there's one rat out the way. As long as I can get to the Aulonius and do stuff in the same turn, then it's going to be, you don't have to deal with the second one, right? So, yeah, really, really solid game 1 for Insane. And it must be a great feeling to start the series like that, because that just felt like, ABC Druid.
Yeah, and the burn down was actually really tasty there. So the go with the flow in that situation at the end gives you an extra 2 spell damage, which means your files make your sleeps cost 0, which is all very nice. But actually, if they cost 1 and they cost 2 and they're refreshing for 9 mana, and the burn down gets you there because you didn't have a hand. Like, if that burn down had been go with the flow, and again, it's a 1-card choice. This isn't making a huge difference. Like, it's something to talk about. But that 1-card choice won him that game of Hearthstone. Otherwise, he may not have got there. Although with the start Tobika had, I think anybody would have got there. But,
right, everyone, tuck in. We're ready to go. Double Death Knight. Now, what are the circumstances
Here we go.
where this mirror goes fast? Does one player have to completely whiff and the other one go full starship? Is that how it works?
Someone gets an early Exeter can end it because they go for pieces and do it all again, and the other person just runs out of resources. So yeah, somebody gets a lot of starship and somebody doesn't, basically, is the starting point for the game actually not taking up our afternoon. It is the first time it's happened in this tournament. We've finally had it. We're the ones who drew the short straw.
Yeah, it's genuinely how I view the mirror, at least for the first, X amount of turns, is just who gets to play the most stuff, and is that stuff starship pieces? Because I feel like just having it available gives you so many options, and options for like pressure. Whilst if like, for example, Tobika had another game where it's hero power, hero power, hero power, Yore, it might be a little bit slow, but it does look like both players do have access to some early game, which is quite good.
Yeah, what is cool about this matchup, and honestly, I didn't want to cast this matchup 27 times this weekend, but casting it once and seeing it once, I think, is required. I think this tournament, this was a matchup that everybody had prepped in, the build-up to this tournament, whether they brought Death Knight or not. Everybody had to know how this went to have an opinion whether they wanted to do it or not. So I'm glad we're getting to see it. It's hard because sometimes you have 3 or 4 card draw cards in your hand and a Kill Jade, and you just go, you know what? I could just play this.
Yeah.
But you've got to be so accurate, because if you play the Kill Jade early and burn, the rest of your deck and don't have any card draw or removal anymore, you will lose. But just occasionally, if you're a good player and you know how this matchup with hands out, you can just jam it.
It's the problem of playing Kill Jaden gives you some kind of like cooldown on winning the game, right? You play Kill Jaden, and then it's going to be a fair few turns before the act of playing that card actually pays off in winning you the game. So you need to be able to really judge when that card's going to be relevant and when you want to actually just draw the deck instead. Because, again, because of starships, because of a few other things the Death Knight can do, it can really alter things, and that's without even mentioning dirty rat potential, because if Kildane gets dirty ratted, that can alter the flow of what the players want to try and achieve. There's some other nice targets as well, but yeah, this is going to be a tricky one for both players. This is quite nice for Tobika though, because the leeches beat the leeches, which is really what you want, right? Last leech standing.
Leech Wars.
Yeah, it's the format for 2026, actually. We're going to last leech standing format as opposed to Conquest.
My goodness. That's the most Raven comment ever, and I'm here for it. I'm happy.
And there's even more if he wants them. Pretty good with the trades as well, right? Trade, it summons the little minions, and then the leeches just scoop them up.
Yeah, I like it. And it's not like some old school old school control mirrors where you sit there, you pass for 20 turns and try and manipulate your hand size, and they go at it from the start. To the
Oh, you
finish.
do want to
It
do
takes a long
stuff.
time.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, they don't mess about. Like, this is doing some pretty scary stuff. Oh, look at that roll. Okay. Insane with a lot of starship pieces already with Exodar in hand. Excited to see how he sets up going for that Exodar.
Yeah, this is the tough bit, right? Because there's Arcanite Crystal, but you're just playing it into that board, which maybe doesn't feel great. But with the few starship pieces already in and the Exodar available, do you just say, I'll take maybe a rough turn or so and then recover?
Oh, something else has crossed my mind as well that happened to you in playtesting. Like, he's got the Yor in hand, which is a jam on turn 5 against anything ever for anybody. But that's going to fill his hand up. And if he's thinking of Exodaring to get starship pieces back, maybe you don't want those cards in your hand.
I was even looking at the starship piece on the far left and Moon, potentially this turn.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're the Moon for when you proc your starship, just to get all the... It is the cheap spell that procs the spell burst on it. But even so, like,
it's just by the time
things for sure.
Yeah. I guess I was more thinking by the time that happens, you've probably got the mana anyway to do a poison or something else. But obviously, it is the only easily playable cheap spell in hand. But
No,
I always
absolutely.
think, what if the starship could be bigger?
I mean, so does 99% of ladder, Raven. Like, one of the things I've learned from being lucky enough to talk to some of the very, very top players is people don't push the button early enough. They just want a massive starship. But here with Exodar in a mirror, my understanding is being as greedy as possible is worth it until it's not. And they're going to teach us when it's not.
And there's the
Is it?
Exodar. Oh, yeah, Insane took
That's so huge.
physical damage from that rat by the looks of things on the camera then. Brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. Got ratted in real life. Like, it's by no means the end of the game, like some rats are, but now he's gone from, I really fancy this game of Hearthstone to, no, now I've got to work and wrangle out a kill Jade and maybe rat my opponent's Exodar at some point and all this.
Yeah, it just makes the game just that level more difficult, right? It's the same thing with the Kill Jaden discussion we had earlier. Like, having your Kill Jaden taken away doesn't just lose you the game, but it removes an option, right? And now the Exodar being gone removes an option. Insane just going to clear and go a little bit aggressive, do what he can with what he's got. But yeah, it's definitely frustrating at best to see this Exodar gone.
Yeah, that was the cleanest Namilia ever, wasn't it? Just get rid of all those features. So now he can play the Yor because he isn't worried about filling his hand up with starship pieces. You also have to be aware that at any point he can just press the button and get... I think there's 4 pieces in there.
Yeah, I think... Wait.
I've
Has
been
Insane
taking
played the
notes,
stat
but
sheet?
also...
Hang on, I can just check. Give me a sec.
Cool. I've got it written down as a 2-2, a 2-3, and 2-4-5s, but also whenever I've taken notes trying to count anything, any Hearthstone match like this, I've always missed one.
No, there's 2 guided figures still in the deck.
Okay.
Which is not the biggest problem in the world, but you'd still rather wait, right?
Yeah. Probably generated one for some reason, but again, I trust you rather than me.
Oh, I wouldn't trust me at all. I'm just looking at the deck tracker, and I can just see that there's still 2 in the deck. Because he had 2 because he got the double proc, right? And then he's played a crystal. But yeah, anyway, we'll find out quickly enough.
Okay. It does have the clear, so in terms of the opposing massive board being a problem, Hyro poisoning the hand for Insane.
Okay, gonna go no melee.
And Amelia does not, does not like leeches at all, does she? Just the leech remover.
I have but little time.
Yeah, I was looking at Blood Boil this turn, but Blood Boil is. I did this in practice, didn't I? I just keep naming other Death Knight moves. Corpse Explosion. Yeah. I'm just my WoW brain is switched on sometimes.
Got the moves.
But I was looking at Corpse Explosion, but there was nothing to really pair it with, regardless. So yeah, I think no melee is fine.
Yeah, I think you do want to save it as well. Don't forget, this game could end up with bunches of 16 demons on both sides or something later. We're just here trading spaceships at the moment, but other things can happen later. I think being super greedy because you've both got big health totals and you're probably not killing them anytime soon is key.
Oh, next turn, there's double rat and a clear if needed, which is interesting.
Yeah, I can't think of a good indication as to when you should go off with your rats for the Exodite. You just sort of find a turn when you've got the mana to do it and do it
I think
before they play it.
Yeah, agreed. Because it's not like either of these players are struggling for cards in hand, right? So at worst, you're going to hit something.
Suffocating the mirror, not ideal because there's bits of starships everywhere. Yeah. Now we do the bit where we count and try not to overdraw.
Okay, it's dumping the pyro. Seems fine, honestly. I mean, with only 8 cards left, if this was me, I would probably just go rat. Or at least do the first rat, see what comes out, and go from there. But maybe Insane's going to wait even longer.
Yeah.
It just worries me that, like, the longer you wait, it's not like some of the cards you want to hit are cards that Tobika would play ASAP, right? It's like the point is the cards you do want to hold on to as long as possible. So it's not as likely as it's ever going to be, because that would mean there were 0 cards in the deck. But it's quite likely there's some good targets in the hand, right? From Insane's perspective.
No, absolutely. I think he might be, just looking at how he's playing it, because I agree with you. I can't have ratted by now as well. I think he's really trying hard just to get to kill Jaden. I think we're going to see the Xaviers to try and hit the kill Jaden. I think after he lost the Exodar, he wants to get on with the plan. There's the figure, that's the other card he's looking for, so at least he has one starship that does something. The fact he took it so quickly and absolute proof, I think, that I was wrong and he didn't generate one.
Yeah, it was the missing piece. There's the second one. Ooh, but there's an Exodar.
He's also going to overdraw, right? Insane, that is. Oh, yeah. And on 56 health under no pressure, and it's next to a moon.
But what's Toby taking? Like armor?
I know.
Like damage? I don't,
Well, is he taking this turn, or is he just going to dump every card in his hand that isn't, to make space for more? Or is he going to take damage? Because damage is tasty.
What's dumpable, though? You don't want to dump the poison. You don't want to dump Corpse Explosion. Ancient of your crystal, like, your just does the thing that counters the dump in the hand anyway. Okay, so crystal into suffocate, I guess. I think I would have just sent it, me. Honestly.
Oh, getting word that there's no fire in Toby's shit. So
Oh, right. Yeah. There's 2 Spires still in the deck.
My hand is full.
there we go. Wow. Oh, it's such a game of cat and mouse as well. This was the problem I had with the deck, except these people aren't having a problem with it. They're just figuring out the best way to do it. I could never get my cards.
Oh, finally.
I got to this point, and I was like, now what do I do?
That's
he
a
misses.
miss.
He's tried again.
Okay, not the
That's
best,
largely a
but
miss as well.
not the best, but
Yeah.
not the worst, because that also means that's all the pyros gone for Tobika. So not amazing in terms of hitting like Exodar or a Kill Jaden. However, he has just deleted a lot of removal, right? Because the Pyro
has,
Poison
yeah.
doesn't exist, the Ceaseless Expanse doesn't exist now.
Yeah,
So-
so because we could see that the Exodar was right there.
Oh yeah, I just think like you
But
look
yeah,
at
but I like
for
it, I
me,
like it.
you categorize the cards in 2 things, right? Which things are like game-winning threats, and then which things are
Yeah.
just clears for the end game scenario. And hit double clear there, which isn't bad at all.
The end game scenario, which by the way, neither players even had the option to enter.
Yeah.
Of course, both Kill Jaden's still in the deck. Which, again, from
And-
Insane's point of view, he would have liked to have hit, Kill Jaden's one of the cards he wouldn't mind hitting as well.
I think another
not the
good
worst, I would say.
target would have been if the rat hit a rat, right? Because it's also Tobika's last dirty rat. So that would have removed some worries for Insane as well, saying, okay, well, I can be greedier because I know these other things aren't going to get pulled out.
Here's
So
the
Spire
required
finally
Spire.
picked up. And I think that was the copy on the Spire, right? Oh, yeah, there's Dirty Rat and Ceaseless as well.
So he's going to use the Pyro. No, he's not. I thought he might be using the Pyro to just field start you and
No, I think it's
do
just
things,
this,
but
right?
That's
Just play
800
them out.
mana. This is so much better. Yeah, I had chat mana.
Okay, Kill Jaden this turn, looking at the remaining cards for Insane.
Okay, yeah, please do.
We have Infested Breath, Poison Breath, 1 Crystal, 1 Yaw. I
is
think
some
I'd
card draw.
lock it Kill Jaden.
The thing with Kill Jaden, and I'm not saying he shouldn't lock it in at all, but it's so bad when you're drawing 1 card a turn. It's so bad when you're drawing 1 card a turn. So personally, and again, I'm talking from a much lower rank than these players, I would try to hold it and try and dip out one of those 2 card draw cards first. Okay, I'm launching. We're mooning. Get mooned. Robot. I always used to like shouting robot every time it appeared. I think it's important in life. Take 11.
Yeah, that is a
Bang.
good amount of extra damage there. You're always happy to see the Dragon.
Dirty Rat's both gone. Kill Jaden's right. Oh, it's safe now. Okay, here I am.
And this is where it gets a little bit tricky because Corpse Explosion kind of clears, right? But then can't play Kill Jaden, can play Ancient of Yore, I guess, and then follow up with Kill Jaden.
Yeah, happy to use a poison breath on a lowly dude. And this is what you were talking about a few minutes ago, you know, the cards that have taken out the removal. Tabika is very low on stuff, apart from the fact he does have the Exodar and the spaceship ready to go.
There's definitely stuff happening.
Oh, things are exploding everywhere.
Wait, what's this going to get to? Because this doesn't die, right?
Actually, is it just the end of the game?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, how high does he get? Yeah. So Outer Corpse is now 21 damage.
Wait, how much? I was only got 10 health. I was saying, can we Corpse explode now and turn it into like 500? But no, it would die.
No.
That's a shame.
It doesn't have 8 million
Oh.
health. It seems like a very safe kill Jaden turn, though.
Rule is eternal.
It does the safest of safe kill Jaden turns, you're right.
And now there's Ancient of Yore to follow it up, right? Kill Jaden this turn, Ancient of Yore next turn.
It's a lot better with the Ancient in hand.
And there's
I'm pretty
still
sure he's
Corpse
tempted
Explosion for a disaster moment, right? Like next turn could
honestly,
be Corpse Explosion Yore.
You make a 7/7 as well. Like,
Yeah, I think like kill Jaden this turn, next turn you've got the two
Okay.
5s, and then go from there.
So what he's thinking maybe is that Tabika basically has to Exodar and do the thing next turn, right? You know the Exodar's next orbital moon because there's 4 cards in hand. Very, very likely to happen. So next turn you might have to Corpse Explosion yourself. And if you do that, you're blowing up your own kill Jaden.
Oh yeah, but who cares? You just follow with Yore, right?
I mean, I'm sort of with you on that, but... Jack 21.
Yeah. Just because now, this way round, you draw more cards from your core deck, but you slow the Kill Jaden progression, right? So you're only
do.
drawing 1 a turn again. Oh, well, that's some cards.
Yeah. Now Insane's going to get mooned.
This is going to be some stuff.
It's going to be so much stuff.
Okay, kind of nothing. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, reasonable.
Good cards are good.
Ooh, didn't hit the bombs.
Little time.
Did get the death rattle trigger on the Omen at least, though.
Yeah. Wouldn't really have mattered,
The
right? The
bombs would've
trade
been
still
so
had to
much better,
happen.
right?
Yeah, but the bombs would have
Yeah.
been 100 times better, yeah.
Insane's got over 100 active health, by the way. Effective health.
Well, there's Poison Breath. But now the clear has to happen, so Kill Jaden's delayed again.
Alright, bear with me. Yeah, it does have to happen. I just started taking... Can we just take 45 or whatever that number is up there? It's about
Kind
45.
of. You kind of could take 45,
Yeah.
to be fair.
It's something you can consider at least. Probably not for the best. I don't think I've ever said that on a Hearthstone broadcast before, in at least vague sincerity.
Oh. Oh.
Oh no.
Wait. Oh, it's not that many left, right?
7 now. State of what is going on here.
But here's a bit of a weird one, right? Because there's no Kill Jaden, these bombs, like, if they start chaining off the next turn, that's going to potentially give a chunk of damage done, right?
Yeah. Like, what, is there 6 bombs in there
there's
now?
one.
That's 30 damage.
There's
I think his deck
two.
is just 6 bombs. It might be
Oh,
5
I
bombs and
thought you had one card. Yeah, okay.
There's the breath, yeah, it's the breath, okay.
Yeah, now it's 4 bombs. Yeah. So taking, what, 20 damage extra next turn, minimum.
It's so weird because neither of them have got the Ceaseless left.
Ooh,
So neither of them just goes Ceaseless, kill Jaden.
is a, like, self kill on the bomber good here for Tobika? because it's guaranteed
Self-
damage. Because he could infested his own bomb guy, right? To like trade with the crystal and then hit it to kill it off, just to guarantee an extra 15.
It's a lot of damage.
Because you know there's Kill Jade in hand now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's not going to. Okay.
But he has managed to get his Kill Jaden down, and he knows this board in any real world needs to be cleared. He knows it will be, but you know. So he's going to be first to Kill Jaden stakes. And Insane actually. Remember when I said a few turns ago I wouldn't play it yet because I'll get some card draw? He's used the card draw, drawing bombs, not Kill Jaden card, because of how the game panned
And the
out.
problem is now there needs to be the clear, which again means there's no Kill Jaden, so that's going to be a little bit late. But there is the energy, the mana, sorry, for the Starship if he wants it.
Yeah. Might as well. Ah, look at it. Little 10-12 Starship. And now Topeka has got the setup for the card draw into the Kill Jaden portal, right? And it doesn't sound that important until you've done it a few times. But if you're drawing 2 a turn for a couple of turns, you just
it
get
accelerates a lot.
some options as well. Because every now and again, as you know from having watched you playtest, sometimes you just draw a card that you can't play.
You?
Like a knight or something that's going to hit you in your own head for 30 or something ridiculous. However, talking of ridiculous, this is just the end.
Wait, more
isn't it?
bombs again?
Yeah.
Oof.
And this is just Exodar versus no Exodar, right? This was win condition number 1 on the list at the start of the game. The rest has just been fluff. This is, I had an Exodar and I ratted your Exodar on the base level.
Yeah, and again, like
And this is why it's so important.
I know everyone's going to tell me I'm wrong for harping on about this, which is fine. But a huge amount of damage has been dealt by these bombs that wouldn't have happened if Kill Jaden came
It was
down
a lot.
earlier. Yeah, it was a lot. So it looks like Tobika gonna take the DK mirror. That was a nice lengthy game as we expected, but DK's won now, so it's done for this series, right? We're not gonna get another mirror, which is pretty good going forward here. But Tobika got over the line. Insane just struggled to make it happen. And of course, we talked about this before the game started, but the highlights of Kill Jaden not really having an impact the way the game played out, but also those dirty rats circling basically all around the starships, right? That starship gameplay is the thing that I think has changed the most with DK in terms of its aggressive options in certain matchups.
Yeah, and again, if the Exodar had been hit by Insane, then suddenly both players have enough clears to get rid of the one wave, and then it's down to you've got to kill Jade and card draw. But Insane was always up against it after the Exodar went off, so was really struggling there. But again, Tobika took the chance on sort of turn 8 or 9. Said I'm going to go for it now. Had a go, hit the Exodar, and that kind of ended things. But not for 20 minutes.
Yeah, really positive for Tobika, but that, of course, even though it may not feel like it, is just a 1-1 score now. So there's still plenty more games to be played out in this matchup. Again, just a reminder, the winner of this is going to get a World Championship spot. So a lot on the line for these players, definitely a lot of pressure. And it looks like we've got Druid and Rogue left for Tobika. And Insane, of course, still got that Death Knight and his own Rogue available as well. So a bit of a tricky one. I'd say this feels a little bit more tough for Insane. Obviously, the Death Knight is very strong, but I do think Tobika's in a pretty good spot, honestly, with this Druid and Rogue left over.
Yeah, it all depends how you evaluate the Druid versus the Death Knight. Again, I'm old-fashioned. I'm a person of 4 days ago where I think the Druid's probably still favoured. Yeah, back in the good old days of Tuesday, where Druid was favoured in that matchup.
Many moons ago.
But just back when I was just so much younger, 4 days younger than I am now.
But yeah, this
But
is
it looks
good.
like it's going to be the Rogue versus the DK, yeah?
I think so.
on the
Yeah,
road.
yeah, that's what they're telling us, right? So yeah, we've got the Rogue versus the DK. Insane looking to just stick on that Death Knight and get it over the line. But it's gonna be an interesting one, right? I think if the Death Knight loses this one, there's gonna be a lot of trouble because then Druid's got 2 goes, 1 against Death Knight. It could be a little bit tricky. But for now, let's jump into this one. Game number 3, Tobica on that Rogue and Insane on the Death Knight once again.
That looks like a hand.
Yeah.
Do we keep the hand?
Ooh.
What do you do with the Pyro Breath keep? Like, it's 2 wasted cards, but then in 3 turns' time, it's amazing. You have got the Infestation to draw 2 on turn 4. I just like this hand.
Yeah, was that kept or was that post Mulligan? I blinked.
Not sure, actually.
Not the best start for Tobica, but not the worst. It's like 1 card away from doing something, right? The second that Phoenix gets low, there's Eat the Imp, there's Shadow Steps, and so on. So there's a lot of the activators, but just nothing to really get going yet for Toby up top.
Yeah, not quite. Coin Manager, Coin, play Phoenix, Shadow Step it. I don't know. That don't do that. But, you know, there are options if you need to get something down to get eaten.
I'm a bit of a fan of just throwing out Breath here.
I am too. You do get an extra corpse if you're hero power.
There's obviously downsides, right? Like you can activate backstabs, but then again, if they backstab this, is that a positive? Because then they don't have backstab for like a Phoenix or something like that, right? Yeah, I just like putting the pressure on personally.
No, I'm just saying. If they backstab it, it does help activate their Phoenix for this turn if they need to play it to get it eaten, though. So that's a thing to watch out for. But yeah, I'm with you. I think it's the play, but I'd like to see people taking their time when there is actually a decision.
Oh yeah. We're leeching.
Are you happy now, yeah?
Yeah, there's another leech, and then next turn there's some more.
Yeah? The health gain is definitely relevant. Like in a world where your giants aren't going to kill Insane because Pyro and Poison, you are going to have to do the thing with Asteroids and Incendiuses. So if Insane could get a bit more health, make that a bit harder.
I think for me, the leech cards are like some of the most annoying but fair cards in the game right now. Because you hate seeing your health just you know, getting pulled away, but they're not like broken or anything, right? They're not anything to, you know, really complain about.
Yeah.
They're just pesky. They're like leeches. Pesky.
Pesky leeches. Yeah, it's one of those cards that whenever I have it played against me and I'm streaming or whatever, I just swear about it incessantly. Like, why is this leech allowed? It's a dumb card. But the second I've calmed down and think about it, I'm like, you know, it's just fair. It's okay. Nothing wrong with a poor leech. It's done nothing wrong.
But now, Toby with the Web Weaver, still got obviously that Phoenix from being bounced there. It's got a lot of options this turn.
Yeah.
Double Shadow Step as well. This is, I'm going to guess there's going to be some cards drawn. Oh,
Looks like it. He's going to have...
taking a turn off. Well, say... Oh, no. Okay, here we go.
No, we're going. We're in, Raven. We're all in, I think. Will he play the second one? 16 cards left in deck? He might. Do it.
I mean, there's like infinity card draw just with 1, right?
I know. But, you know, you are to win if you play both, I think. But I might have gone for both just to make sure I get this giant down. There's still a very good chance he does anyway, of course. So, you know, there's that.
So there's 1 chance though, right?
If he just hits a prep or something, that's the worst card he's
Yeah.
going to hit, obviously.
But
he gets to go again
the
next
reward
turn.
for... Yeah, exactly. The reward for sort of going halfway is that they can do this, right? And then next turn, they can try and get things going, even if it just starts with Wisp Eat the Imp, right?
Yeah, and again, he's going to have to win it with Incendius, probably. So winning on turn 4 is, you know, with 2 giants is not that likely. You'd like to give it a go. But you do know this might go to turn 8 and Incendious things.
It's the sort of thing you might just do on ladder, right? Just jam the full crazy turn and just say, let's go. Let's just see how it goes. But yeah, maybe a bit better
Yeah,
to
the
restrain
turn finishes,
yourself.
you've done what you think is 1 trillion damage, and your opponent's on 17, and you're like, oh.
Yeah. Insane gonna keep
what
it
went
simple.
wrong?
Drop the crystal down, keep leeching away. But here come the asteroids. Just 2, not bad at all, actually. I think Tobika's probably quite happy with that. I think just a couple coming out is better than, you know, obviously don't want all of them coming out quite yet.
Yeah, I'd like to have that Pharos in play. Kind of a turn off.
Does get the
chance he gets the giant
playable though.
Yeah. You needed 1 asteroid, right? So. Gets rid of the leech.
Yeah. You can swap a backstab for a card, right? Which I
Yeah.
like.
And now he has to do some maneuvers. He has to work out how he's going to win this game.
No, it's
We've
gonna
seen
keep
this
going,
part
okay.
of the game a million times. Yeah.
Taking advantage of the empty board, right? Anything's gonna go face.
Choose soon.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think there's just 1 asteroid left in the deck now.
Are we doing the right-hand Pyromancer or are we doing the left-hand Pyromancer? You're doing the right-hand one to get the Orbital Moon first, right?
Yeah, I think this is gonna be max heal turn, right?
Yeah. You're not getting a better one, are you?
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna. Well, if there's that board again, which I guess with 2 Phoenixes there can be, but you've still got Corpse Explosion, right?
It's turn 6. The
Yeah.
Rogue has drawn 24 cards this game and has done -6 damage.
Ah, I love Hearthstone.
What a day. Right, now what?
I'm almost out of cards.
It's tricky, right? Because the Incendious probably needs
Yeah,
both, so you can't exactly play it in rip straight away, but that's not really gonna happen.
Uh-huh.
I'm almost.
And this is why I wasn't sure about the mulligan at the start. I didn't see if Insane threw or kept full kept. It's hard to tell from here between the two. But that Pyro Poison Breath clear was so damaging, right? It's made that Tobika has to find so much else to do with his life.
Is actually has to hero power to clear, right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
So
yeah.
can't Vampiric Blood.
Yeah.
I guess could have if you went Pyro Poison Breath, but I think that's just as good a Blood Boil. I can't keep calling it Blood Boil. Corpse Explosion is about as good as it's going to get for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah.
Going off the
Yeah, you're gonna have
mess.
to take your time to. Yeah, because Insidious doesn't get there. Like it's only
Yeah.
going to be 15.
Oh, there's my good friend Rexar.
You missed him.
Yep, it's been a long time.
Can you remember any of the good zombies? I'm not sure I can. I cast him a lot.
Yes, some of them. Like Life Drinker was decent in some instances.
Oh yeah.
There was the I can't remember the name of it, but the raptor that gave an effect. I think that was in
Okay.
there as well, wasn't it?
I trust you. If you're wrong, I'm going down the ship with you. I'll back you up every inch of the way. But I haven't got a clue. Caesar's costing 6, by the way, because of what the Rogue's been doing.
Yeah.
It's turn 8. The Rogue's drawn so much that Caesar's just is nearly free.
Yeah, and honestly, this lines up quite well, right? Just go
Yeah.
Spire, Ceaseless, lines up perfect. Yeah, have your Phoenixes back.
And this fatigue's adding up as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
typically just no way out.
Yeah, it was just too. I think it was that the sort of disconnect between stacking a lot of the meteors, but then them going off without spell damage and not having the Incendious alongside. I feel like a lot of the time in these matchups, well, DK, where there's a lot of health, you want to squish all that together, right? Get Thanos down, and then start drawing as many as you can with like an Incendious proc as well, to be able to just pump out max damage, especially if you can get those Incendious out first to clear any board, and then, you know, get the meteors. But obviously, Tobica, whether people could discuss whether that was the correct way to go or not on a turn-by-turn basis, you can also only play with the cards you have access to, right? So he had the Shadow Steps early, had the card draw early, the Phoenixes, and the meteors. So it's or asteroids, sorry. So it's a bit of a tricky one, that one, but I find that matchup really difficult because DK is comfortable to just go, I'll just keep gaining more health. And we saw like that big leech opening made a difference, at least in my opinion anyway.
I think that the play looked okay from the other side, like make your giants, hope they don't die. If those giants hit for 8 or 16 or 24, game ends the other way, and we're going, whoa, what could the DK do? It didn't kill the giants, but if they're going to have double pyro, poison, and lifesteal on that, and a load of leeches, and a corpse explosion, they're going to beat you. Like, they're going to beat anything.
Yeah, like I said, I think the only way I see that outside of the giants just getting there is if it was literally like Incendious, then into the big turn with the asteroids of like putting them in the deck and drawing them, and then you try and just do it all at once with spell damage, and even then that might not get there depending on how many cards are left in the deck or what order the cards are in, right? So yeah, really tricky one. Insane is up at a lead though at 2-1, and now only has this rogue left, which is pretty much the same rogue that Tobica was playing, so it's going to be Insane on that rogue, and Tobica's jumped over to the druid for this one.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm just pausing while I wait to see his hand actually, but it's not forthcoming. What are we going to do with it? This is the double burn down druid, which when I first saw it, I wasn't so sure about, but the more as this tournament has gone on, the more I've started to like the burn down over the go with the flow. The go with the flow, it does have its use. It does occasionally sort of freeze an opposing massive minion or something. It does occasionally let your owl be played, and then you put it on the owl for 0 because you've drawn it at some point, and off you go. But the burn down just means you don't get any, or helps you to not get any terrible hands, I think.
Yeah, it's just such a good button to press, right? Of just, okay, hand's not great, burn down, I will almost certainly be able to get rid of all these cards and just have access to them, more importantly. There's just so many good hits, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, with the way the deck's built, it's not like some previous druids where like, oh, I've got, 4 10 drops in the deck or something silly, right? And you can hit, and things just get a little bit awkward. It's none of that. It's just very, very dumpable cards.
Yeah, just that extra little bit of card draw really helps, like you say, because you can't miss. I mean, you can miss. The druid does occasionally.
Yeah, it's just super rare, right? Yeah. Yeah, though Insane kicking it off with just a dagger. Okay, the hero power does have Web Weaver, does have Thanos, the Shadow Step to keep an eye on as well. But nothing. Oh, I was gonna say nothing really to get things really cooking. But speaking of cooking, Living Flames looking pretty good.
Yeah. What are we eating? We're eating Thanos. That's fine. How are we eating?
Is this?
When are we eating? What are we eating?
So bringing back my silly suggestions, could this ever just be dubious?
Yes.
Feels a bit weird because you want the Living Flame to do its thing, but it's just a turn just feels a bit meh.
You do regret it if they play Mr. Vista next turn.
That is very true.
And there's just a 5/5 sat there. But I think sometimes people don't play dubious. They think, oh gosh, I must combo it. No, you can just draw your cards and get all your game. Yeah, absolutely. But this is kind of clean, right? You get to play Blood Mage and eat the Imp next turn for 5 mana, and everything's okay. So I think he's okay with it. The bigger, just a whole handful of those cards. Excuse me, that you're not that keen about. Yeah, making 1/1s. Force your opponent to kill their own 3/2. And these 1/1s can do chip damage, you know? If you want to backstab your own 3/2, you can't trade into them with the 3/2 at least.
Yeah. I just wonder, I think with Dagger up, you're probably fine, right? Like, although they can do chip damage, it's super unlikely it's going to be that threatening.
Oh, they're going to do 3 or 2.
Yeah.
But
Ooh. It was dubious this turn. Insane, showing a great level of respect for those little guys.
yeah, take that.
That card can kill anything in the game, and chose to use it on a 1/1.
Amazing. You can't it just kills anything in the game. It's a good call. I never really thought of it that way. If you clear first, you could have dubious face. Is that how that works?
Yep, that's exactly how it works. It's just none of the players know.
Oh. Yeah, that's the problem.
Honestly,
Whole lot of
looking at the
mana.
board, the tree seems a long ways away. Oh, is this just Dollhouse Woodland?
I want to play the tree and the dollhouse. Yeah, take the dollhouse, but I would want to play the tree and then play the dollhouse and the tree. I
just
think.
Get it going. I wonder if he's just worried about
He's
getting
going to
punched.
go your way. Sure, yeah, he's on
Because
pretty free,
like,
actually. It's a good call.
yeah, it's a decent amount of damage. And then because of what's
Okay,
already
sure.
on board, there's a chance that a giant comes down this turn, and then that's, and then you got to mess around.
And also, yeah, you're saying about like defending, and I hadn't spotted 123 already, but also we can punch back.
Yeah.
We've got an empty some hand space out. Yeah, I was distracted by the tree.
The trees are pretty cool. It's fine. But yeah, I think for this, it's just the 5 health is just so big, right?
It really is. Those asteroids just don't take them down. But Insane has got this far through his deck without having to commit a Web Weaver. And he'd have liked to have the hand to commit it with, but next turn he's going to play Infinite Phoenixes and have lots of. He's still got Thalnos in hand and lots of 3 damage things.
I was looking at whether he's thinking about ever Shadow Stepping the Insectius, just because it's just something I always stare at. But yeah, he's just going to Shadow Step the 1-drop, have it available for next turn.
Against Death Knight, that is a way that just once in a while gets there. But I think against Druid, you need to do it quicker than that.
Yeah.
And next turn could be quick enough. But we'll see. So with the Shadow Step being played there, what happens? There's so much that good comes from that Shadow Step next turn. So you can play your Web Weaver, you play your Space Rock Collector again for 0, which draws you a card because you played one already. That also takes a mana off your Dubious purchase if you feel the need to play that. It also, those things I've just said, make your Phoenix get cheaper as well. So that Shadow Step has gained like 4 mana or something next turn.
Yeah. And they still eat the Imp, right? So obviously the Phoenix can be playable as well, but there's like,
That too.
Even more options going forward with the card draw too. Okay, well.
I think he draws his deck. This might be the last turn of the game because if he plays the Thalnos, he thinks it's the last turn of the game. He thinks he's doing it, yeah.
Well, there's a lot of stuff to do. I don't really blame him.
Yeah. The eruptions are doing 3. He can attack for 3 from hand. That's 18 before you start, so he's going to need two asteroids to hit face.
Yeah, got backstabs
when
now
those
as
eventually get in.
well. Another eruption, okay. Shadow Step being
I know he's
picked
got a
up.
Shadow Step.
Yeah.
So this is the lethal setup now. He will be able to play more than enough, almost certainly, to get
this is a
through the
million
entire
card
deck.
draw because there's draw off this step, Then there's Phoenix again. Then there's Backstab the Phoenix to draw again. Right? There's so much card draw here. This just has to be it, right? I can't see a world where this doesn't get it done.
Yeah.
There's like 2 more sets of draws now.
Yeah, there's prep dubious, there's all sorts of stuff. Just don't fill your hand up to make sure the eruptions and things actually go off.
I'm worried about the way Insane's reacting on camera because he'll be ahead of us.
Oh, if he fills his hand up. Oh, did he mess up the mana? What did he play for 1 mana? Oh, the Space Walk was the last 2.
Yeah. Was it just a calculated risk, and it was he was just unlucky?
I think so. I think so.
I mean, that's what's apparently left in the deck. So it's not. You know, there's only 4 asteroids left, and 1 eruption.
He was only 1 asteroid away from winning.
Yeah, or the eruption, right?
Or the eruption, yeah. I think it was just
a bit unlucky, I guess.
I think it was okay. I think he's trying to work out if he could have done it differently, but I think he was just unlucky.
Yeah, there's also the interesting part of if this Thanos dies this turn, right?
Oh no!
that can also cause some havoc.
Yeah.
And Tobika could just lose.
Cool. Yep.
Okay, well here's
we
the
go.
swipe.
Good luck, everybody, because if this hits an asteroid or an eruption, the game ends.
Oh!
Maybe.
He got it. Yeah, there we
Oh
go.
my goodness.
Insane. Going insane by the looks of things.
Get
One of the craziest.
asteroided.
Well, definitely a pop-off. And those are the actions of someone having been both extremely excited and I imagine extremely relieved at this point. Wow. What a moment.
What a way to get to the World Championships, Raven. I'm so glad we're getting to see this because he's put in a lot of work this year. He's put in a lot of work for a lot of years, but this is a career moment for Insane, I think.
100%, and you can just see
I'm
the
so
emotion.
pleased for him.
Because the thing to realise as well, a lot of people have been watching this tournament this weekend. Oh, this player's played 3-4 matches of Hearthstone, right? And maybe it can be easy to forget this is months of work. Never mind all of the time in previous years of, playing Hearthstone, becoming very good at the game and so on. But even just here, it's a lot of hard work, a million hours. Obviously Insane, as you've mentioned as well, streaming tons of their time playing Hearthstone as well. It's a lot. And for it to pay off is such a crazy feeling and in such a moment. So I'm really happy. Commiserations, of course, to Tobika taking the loss there, but a huge congratulations to Insane. You can just see what it means to him.
I mean, absolutely. I'm delighted to see that emotion as well because I was going on my gut instinct about how much it meant to. You can never read minds as a caster. You just get a feeling for it. That this could be his year to have a go at it. And I'm just looking through some of his old results now. He was 40th in the 2017 Europe Summer Championship 8 years ago. That's sort of when his career started having numbers that mattered.
I couldn't hear that was 8 years ago. I feel sick now.
You're as old as me now, Raven. You've caught up in that time.
Yeah, but it's just great to see, right? It's great to see because I think sometimes, especially when these players are on camera, obviously as we saw, they're hyper focused, doing everything they can to win. It's easy sometimes to just forget that it means a lot, right? Yeah, yes, that a lot of our players are quite stoic on camera, but it's super nice to see these responses. I do believe we have Insane ready for their interview, so we'll go to that. Let me just check. Insane, can you hear us?
Yo, yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you perfect. Congratulations. What a match, and I can only imagine how you're feeling. So just tell us, what's it like? Because that looked like it was a lot of relief and a lot of excitement on camera when you won that game.
Yeah, it certainly is. Thank you, guys. I mean, I've been competing in this game for like 8 years now, and this has been my dream since I ever started playing. So obviously it means a lot. I'm actually fucking crying, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh, no need
Don't
to
be sorry, mate.
apologise.
It's great to see it. It's so appreciated that you're showing it to us on what it means to you. It's fantastic. We've seen how hard you've worked this year. Like you said about your long career, but this year I feel like you've stepped it up another level. You've been streaming 1 million hours a day. You've managed to control your emotions a little bit better, I want to say, as you're having this moment now. I think that's helped you. You've taken advice from better players, I think, as well, or players on your level. Do you think all that has helped? And anything else you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I
really?
have definitely improved the last couple of years. Like I've been, as you said, I've been streaming a lot. I've been actually like playing the game a lot because like when I was competing without streaming, I like mostly was just prepping for tournaments. I wasn't like just jamming ladder, but like just playing the game actually helps you improve. Who would have thought? Yeah.
And that last turn in the rogue game, it was clean, right? There was nothing you could have done differently. It just didn't hit, or it looked on your face like
I don't
maybe
know. I
you
was
missed
hoping
a
I'd
mana
get
somewhere.
prep, and then I didn't get prep, and then I got 2 preps in the end, and I just didn't have board space to draw more cards, I guess. I still had like 4 asteroids and 2 eruptions in deck, so yeah, I mean, maybe I probably could have done something different and just killed him there, honestly, but that was enough. I knew I would probably, it's super unlikely to die there. Because he's not even playing Owl, he's just playing Chia Drakes, and he only had 1 location, so... Yeah, I mean, I knew I would probably win anyway, but when I saw that it wasn't lethal, when the button, the end turn was green, I got omega stressed. Because I thought it would be lethal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have Thalnos as the backup plan as well, though. There, I was saying it as well. It's like, well, if the Thalnos is cleared, which it kind of has to be, there's still a decent chance. But yeah, we will let you just have some time to mentally reset. Obviously, you've got some more games to play out for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
But again,
some good players still to
congratulations.
beat, so it's gonna be good.
Yeah,
thank you guys.
Yeah, you go take a break. Thanks a lot for talking to us, and we'll see you again soon.
You're welcome.
Yeah, great to hear from Insane there, and like you said, I'm glad he kind of repeated what I was saying going into this, just saying like the amount of effort and time that these players commit. It's great to see, because that is what it means to them, right? They put so many hours into this to practice, to get good, and even then it's hard to get this far. So it's great to see Insane there, and we'll see him again. There's going to be more matches later on, but that world ticket is secured. So that is going to be our 3rd match of the day. We do have more coming up, but before we do have a little bit of an additional announcement, and I'm not going to lie, it's a strange one. June 13th, make sure to tune in at 9:30 a.m. PST for Dinos versus Tortollans. And yeah, we've got seemingly Pangaea, Garth, Morph, and Valentina competing against Bones, Scooter, and Lenny, which I'm already feeling in one way or another is going to be a crowd favourite, to celebrate the lost city of Ungoro. So that's all I'm going to say about it. You see what I see. Make sure to tune in, because I'll tell you now, it's probably not going to be the stream you're expecting. And there will be...
If it's not Lenny,
I'm pretty
who is
sure
it?
there'll be drops as well.
Chat, who is it? Morph looks up for it, whatever it... I don't know what it is, but Morph's going.
But whatever it is, they're in.
They're in, yeah. Although, like, Dinos versus Tortollans and, King Plush has been really good recently. Yeah. Maybe it's the Dinos after all.
We'll have to see. I'll tell you something, I'm going to be tuning in, because whatever that is, I'm in. Regardless, though, as I said, we've still got 1 more quarterfinal, so 1 more place in the World Championship to find out who is going to take it. So we're going to go to a quick break while we set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to a thrilling conclusion of this Masters Tour. 3 out of 4 of these world spots have been booked up. We have one more to decide between our upcoming game. Fury Hunter versus Suni. Edelweiss, how have you been enjoying the day so far? It's hard to imagine it going any better than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, we've had some fantastic matches and, a couple of great interviews. It's always wonderful to get insights into what these players are thinking and to see some emotion on display. Insane, we know, has worked very, very hard, but I believe this is the first time he's ever qualified for the World Championship.
Yeah, that's right, and you saw what that meant. And sometimes it is nice to see kind of the bubble of irony with Hearthstone get punctured, right? There's a lot of people who, while they're streaming, they're kind of afraid to let the earnest feelings show, or talk about how much work goes into being this good at the game, or how much different skill discrepancy can have, and all of these kind of things. But when it comes down to it and you see the really big moments of what these people have been working for, you see how much it means and how hard the journey has been, and that's what we're here for. That's what competition is all about. And we have one more of those moments left to go with Worlds qualification on the line, plus $10,000 in cash and the title of Masters Tour Spring Champion left to play for. And it is, of course, my pick for the whole thing, Fury Hunter, going up against Suni. Fury Hunter did message me first thing this morning and say, congratulations on winning caster predictions already. So, I'm glad he knows where the priorities are in this one.
Yep.
But he is going to have a tough time, I think, going up against Suni, who has quite an unconventional lineup, but one that lines up relatively well into what Fury is doing.
Yes, this is the other warrior player, but also with the control mage as a slight divergence from the Gyu lineup we've been praising all event. And run me through why do you feel this is going to present a particular problem for Fury?
So, this lineup for Suni, it has good matchups against Death Knight, 2 good matches against Death Knight, 2 good matches against Paladin. Now, Fury does have both of those decks. Where Suni's lineup differs a little bit from, say, what Gyu is doing, is that I don't think Suni quite rounded out the experiment in the same way that Gyu did, because he has that mage, which then has a pretty bad matchup against some of the decks. Like Druid, for example, that you're otherwise targeting. So, but despite that, still, if you built the full 4x4 matchup grid, you're seeing more positive numbers on Suni's side than you are on Fury's overall. It's not a bad lineup. It's just, to me, it's 80% of the way there of what Gyu was trying to do, but it didn't quite get there over the final line. So Fury Hunter will have a rough time, but not as bad a time as he would going up against Gyu, for example, like we saw from the likes of Pocket Train, who had the same lineup earlier on in the tournament. Ban-wise, actually, Fury Hunter did say that to me this morning while we were talking that he was going to have to really work on what the ban was going to be. Because we've seen Warrior get banned all of the time, right? But Fury says, well, the difference is that Suni leaves up Death Knight. So if Suni is leaving up Death Knight, I don't have to ban the Warrior, because it doesn't just outright sweep my lineup if it does. So he has also chosen to go for the Death Knight ban, which is very, very interesting. A lot of metagaming going on here before we even get started.
Yeah, absolutely. And the mage matchup, while suffering against Druid, of course, Sleet Skater, I think, is a crucial defensive card the mage has access to. No matter how big the starship is or how big of minions the paladin makes, the fact that you can freeze something out while gaining just as much armor just buys so much time to be able to get to those big Colossus clear turns.
Yep, you can see now, starting to go through the player cards, 10 hours of Hearthstone per day for Suni, which is, I would still say, quite a lot, even by the standards of some of the degenerates that we do have in this tournament. That is actually quite a large amount. Kicking off with that mage, which, yes, is the big question mark into this one, because what is otherwise a very, very strong lineup against Druid kind of falls apart at this point with mage, because you just really are not capable of getting enough pressure down early to stop Druid just kind of auto-progressing through card draw and so on to get to their big combo win conditions, and their combo is a heck of a lot faster than your Colossus win condition when you have to play Colossus at least twice over the course of the game to get there against Druid most of the time. So this mage is going to be the big question for me. We'll see if Fury can exploit it. Otherwise, we just have the Paladin and the Death Knight coming out for Fury Hunter, and that is where the mage can perhaps sing, is if it can get one of those matchups against the other two. It's not going to be a torturous experience for the mage because it does have two solid matchups, but just that little gap against Druid just might give Fury Hunter a bit of hope.
Yeah, and I think, maybe Suni was hoping to kind of sneak it in here to try not to queue into this Druid. Certainly, if he is able to pull off a win, that will put him, very, very favored for the whole series because he's now won an unfavorable matchup. But Fury Hunter, he's got the tree.
Which is kind of overkill at this point. Like, again, we were talking about this a little bit this morning. I was like, well, you basically have two routes to get your Druid out of the series.
It's got turn
Queue it
tree.
against Mage, queue it against Mage, which is out of your control, and draw Tree, which is what all good players do. So I'm expecting you to do it. And he's chosen to do both at the same time. So
Yeah.
well done.
Why-
See, this is why I pick him.
Yep,
He just he knows
why
what
not
to do.
both?
Yeah.
Is it worth getting it out right now? Probably, right?
Yes. Yes. I am impressed that actually we did manage to find a turn in the previous series where basically no one liked playing Tree. That was exemplary, but yeah, they don't happen too often.
Oh, and we even get to spend the mana on a dollhouse. Perfect.
Imagine this is just a Tide Pools. Yes, it is.
Yep.
See if you click. He is going to hold. Little debate. Obviously, you can wait an extra turn. It allows you a bit more information as to what card you look at. But it does mean that if you don't click it and then you're not refreshing it the next turn, you can then potentially slow down it opening by a turn in the future if you don't click it. But normally, especially with a 0 mana spell in hand, probably just better to wait the one extra turn, get the little bit of extra information.
Yeah, I think with so many spells in the deck, it often just ends up being a little irrelevant. You have as many charges as you're willing to use in one turn as you want.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
even though he's likely to play Warp Gate next turn, I think it's just sort of fine.
Agreed. The double Warp Gate start does mean he's going to have some incredibly cheap Colossi over the course of the game. Does already have a Brewmaster. Double Warp Gate and a Brew does allow you to play two Colossuses extremely quickly around turn 7, turn 8 if you get the perfect draw to line up. But then you also have to have found enough Protoss spells to make that happen.
Right, and now that Chrono Boost is 5 mana, it's just a little bit harder to get those spells played. I sort of...
That's
oh,
right.
it looks
Yeah.
like Suni was mousing over the Warp Gate, though, so maybe that is the plan. Go ahead and start here. Hey, an extra Protoss spell.
Two extra Protoss spells.
Yeah, right? It gets you another one.
Now you just hit the blink because you're good at Hearthstone. Oh, wrong 0 mana spell. Okay.
I mean, that's fine.
It is fine, yeah.
Really, this one, the Construct Pylons and the Shield Battery are probably the ones you are most looking for, especially in this matchup, because they effectively are free. And as many Shield Batteries as you can get played to sort of protect yourself is great. And then it just sort of smooths everything out. Actually going to go ahead and get that Warp Gate out. I like it.
See if we see any kind of eyebrow raise to the second Warp Gate here. We do not. Fury Hunter is very nonchalant in the face of his mage opponent.
That is a very fast Incendious, right in time for the 3 mana refresh next turn. Photon Cannon is good.
Photon Cannon's great.
Resonance Coil is always sort of the hardest one to play against decks that just don't run too many minions. So, you know, having that 1/1 round as always a just in case to be able to Resonance Coil is nice, but of course, you know, Incendious has to get taken care of.
Oof.
Yeah, Triple Chalice.
Was not the one. Yeah, gonna have to be. Which means can't even fit in the Photon Cannon this turn, which is very unfortunate. 2 Chrono Boosts. Yes, they're gonna get you towards those Colossus, but they're very slow at this point. When Fury Hunter already has the Eruptions in deck with 3rd proc of Tree ready to go.
I think he's checking what's left and how much damage he has right now.
Witness true
Yeah,
arcane
I think just
How
taking it easy,
enigmatic.
filling up.
So can now refresh, draw 3, and would have File Swipe at the very least. Which would do another, what, 4, 10? Down to 19. Yeah, probably not getting there.
Yeah, I think you generally save the refresh.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I mean, I guess you can, what, Photon Cannon, the 2/3, and just do one of the Colossi now, if you really want to sort of force the issue.
Currently, what, 7 twice now? So you've got to do some counting as to... Because you can have both locations active again next turn. So you can start turn with the 2-mana Colossus next turn, click both the locations, play Brewmaster, play it again. It's just a matter of whether any other spells fit in there as well that might get you the extra damage for like an actual OTK, which would make it a turn faster. I don't think that breakpoint exists.
Yeah, there's 6 spells played, so yeah, 7 damage.
Okay, it's the same thing. Yeah, same logic as what I was talking about, but you can just click this turn and hold, which is the same thing, functionally. Absolutely fine.
Well, same thing except no large minion to be dealt with that's in play.
No, I was saying that you could just hold both location clicks for the next turn and also not play it this turn.
Right, gotcha. Yeah.
And then play the first one for 2, play the Brewmaster. It technically saves a mana because the first one is only costing 2 and then you get a location click.
Right.
But yeah, this is pretty much the same thing. We are shooting.
And I think with the Amir to still refresh, if that's coming down right now, I don't know, is Fury getting lethal here?
Thinning first and then refresh Toy Chest if all else fails. Yeah, fine.
Right, pulling the Eruptions. That sort of cheats some mana and then getting within swipe range. Oh no.
Ooh, 2 off. So now how much do we have for Suni?
So now, I guess here's the reason to have held. If you expect the Colossus to die every time, yeah, you get to play more spells first, so you can Chrono Boost. You ideally want to hit another battery because that's free.
To do.
I mean, I think there's just no way to play 2 Colossi, right? And there's no way you survive another turn.
Not anymore, no. Okay, 39 was the target. That was low health. Yeah, so even like if you have a 7 and an 8 that you're playing this turn, you're still not getting there. I do think this is correct. Like, there were worlds where maybe if you drew second Photon off the top and there were minions in play from Fury, like there was an Ethereal Oracle in play or something, then maybe there were worlds where you could put it all together to get like an 8 and a 9 to come down, which could have been lethal in the same turn. But yeah, I think Fury just fairly safe in the knowledge that he still had a couple of turns to get that one across the line. But clean game in the end. That Druid did have a win, and that is a big deal for the series. That Druid is the most important deck probably to get out of the series if you are Fury. Means that he doesn't have to have the nightmare hellscape of queuing it into the Warrior, which is no fun if you are a Druid player in any way. And it is just the Death Knight and the Paladin now, which has a much rosier spread of matchups generally across this board, although Death Knight can struggle at least a little bit.
Yeah, it could come down to now, like, just a little bit of queue order in terms of, does the Warrior hit the Paladin or the Death Knight? I guess Mage is maybe getting re-queued again here? If you're sort of thinking that Sleet Skater is good into both of these decks?
Yes, so I do like the Mage in both of the remaining matchups, so I think it's relatively safe wherever you want to put it in the equation. Like, there's just so much freeze to deal with Paladin. Sleet Skater in particular is just so destructive to Paladin in general, because really one of the most significant ways they push damage is just stacking up tons of Sunscreens and Divine Brews on individual large minions. Slither Spear's going crazy. Obviously, Sleet Skater shuts all of that down. Colossus is probably the bigger card against Death Knight, just because they don't really have enough odds with their rats to disrupt all of the Colossuses and Brewmasters and so on that you have. And you have the time, a lot of the time, to build them up to like 9-10 damage twice over the course of the game and can just piece that together. Of course, Death Knight can make crazy things happen with the amount of health that they can gain to outramp that as well. But Mage still has huge value engines in there on top of that as well with Exarch, and crazy things can happen with Bob as well, as we've seen in Maxibon's Warlock games as well. So
yep.
All sorts of things that they can make happen. So it's still a lot of game left in this series for sure. But I do think the Mage should be the most comfortable deck for Suni from here, and as you predicted, is going to be the immediate queue.
Yeah, I guess one of the ways that Fury could kind of mess up the Mage a little bit is still that Resistance Aura mages are primarily spell focused. And so, landing a Resistance Aura at just the right moment could still present a big problem for the Mage, at least in the first several turns, right? Around some of the mid-turns, there's things more like the Sleet Skater, like Bob, like Khadgar. But, in terms of if you can hit the ground running with, I believe Fury has the Slither Spears? No, he does not, actually. So maybe... I guess it comes down to quick Lightbot, or building up on one of these summoned random 1 cost.
Yeah, quite happily take an Aegis of Light there, I think. But yeah, I think you've nailed it. My experience in this matchup is if we can comfortably get past turn 5 to 6 as the Mage, then at that point, even Resistance Aura isn't that scary, because, you can set up to play around the Resistance Aura turns just by getting the mini Sleet Skater in your hand, for example, and then if they start Resistance Auraing you can just go mini, Youthful Brew the mini, replay the mini, like that kind of thing, just to lock out their board. If you get to Bob Brewmaster, the game basically ends, because you can just freeze their entire board for as long as you need until you can start playing their spells again. So yeah, it really is these first 3 to 4 turns which are extremely crucial for the Paladin to get the pressure going.
Another difference between Fury's list and many of the others brought here is that Shaladrasil, which has no way to corrupt it, but still represents quite a lot of damage, especially if you play it before Linessa.
Absolutely, yeah. And I do like it as a choice, because I think fairly often we do see Paladin in the position where, I think we've seen multiple times this tournament, where they've needed Ursine Maul to be the final push for damage, right? Because they just don't quite have enough damage on board. And Shaladrisil just providing that extra universal reach with your Sarah Awakens and the disgusting things that you can do with Nightmare and various Lanessa combos as well. Like, I do like just having the extra reach in the deck. It makes a lot of sense to me.
But looking
Wow,
at
Suni is so good at hitting Protoss spells off Tide Pools, by the way. I'm starting to realize why he's a true believer in the mage.
well, and most notably, you know, extra shield battery. So there's 3 now, right? That's where it starts to look like, oh yeah, I see how this mage is a control deck if you just gain 18 armor. Interesting pick, though. The Rising Waves is sort of good into what we see right now, and I guess maybe nice for at least whittling down a sea shanty board, but there was also a buy one, get one freeze on offer, which would have been, I think, my pick.
Okay.
And what do you think of that choice between those cards, right? Being able to deal a little bit more with the wide board versus, you know the Paladin makes big minions, being able to freeze one and get your own copy.
Yeah, buy one get one freeze always feels very appealing. But I do generally dislike the cadence of it, where generally your minion takes a whole extra turn cycle longer to do anything than theirs when they're both frozen. Freezing? That's not a word. When they're both frozen. So it can be a little slow in some situations. I have certainly taken it in testing against Paladin, playing against Raven, I believe. And I think actually ended up just trying to do some scammy stuff with Lanessa for free by just, copying the Lanessa and having my own one. So you can make some magic happen with it for sure, but I think in general, it can be a little bit too slow.
Well, Rising Wave's looking, pretty good here. Although, maybe we're going double coil, just to deal with the 8/8. Yeah. Able to get down a counter spell as well. Get Snooze, it's not barrier.
And that is actually quite disruptive. Because Fury Hunter kind of, A, wants all of these cards, but B, really wanted to be able to Lanessa Coin Manager next turn, potentially, to really have a destructive turn.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm just going to deal with it with probably the most expendable card in hand. In fact, almost certainly the most expendable card in hand.
Yeah, I think Fury's game plan here is to, get Lanessa out with double resistance aura to protect it, and then try and cast that Shaladrisil.
Mm-hmm.
Rising Wave's still looking fine. I don't know if he's hoping to save it for Sea Shanty board.
Yeah, without Bob, the Sea Shanty board is by far the hardest thing to interact with Mage. Without Bob and without Puzzle Master Khadgar already in play, where you just close your eyes and pray for Blizzard, it's for sure the hardest board to interact with. So I certainly don't mind holding on to the Rising Waves. Yeah, going to go double Flash of Light here. Wants to dig for the Sea Shanty if we can find it. If not, we'll just be ending on that Resistance Aura.
Yeah, Resistance Aura and getting to use a Divine Brew, which, getting that many extra drinks and very likely keeping the Lanessa alive. This is sort of the downside to the mage, is like, yeah, you can freeze a lot of big minions, but if you're not actually killing things, then the Paladin gets to keep doubling up on all these spells.
That's right. And with no guaranteed Colossus to work towards here, and not a Warp Gate been played yet to make it cheap enough to play even if it does get drawn. Like, sometimes you're like, okay, fine, you twirl around with your Lanessa as long as you want. I've got this freeze, I've then got another freeze with Bob, I've then got another freeze with Bob after that because I have Brewmaster. and then I can just nuke your board with this Colossus in a couple of turns' time. But Suni doesn't have that game plan. Doesn't exist in hand right now. He is just kind of pointlessly freezing, just stalling for time at the moment.
Yeah, going ahead and getting down the front end of the Sleet Skater, the hardest part to get played. If your spells are all more expensive, you may as well do something else. And, of course, popping the Divine Shield just to force Fury to reapply it. Was it possible to go for, Maul double Shanty?
It's an excellent question.
There is sort of the weirdness of you have sea shanty discounts on targeted spells, whereas the
Yes.
light bots discount on holy spells. Drink affects
Yes.
both, right? But
Yes.
it may well be that the sea shanty isn't actually discounted enough quite yet, although it will be after this turn.
I think what I will say, I don't have an answer for you, but you did see Fury doing some finger counting at the very start of the turn, which may have been that's exactly what he was looking into. Okay, well, step one, there is a Colossus.
It is
It does
11
cost
mana,
11, however. Yes.
which is
But,
doable. You can get to 11 mana because of Ysera.
yes, but we do also have a universal lockout for turn 8 and turn 9
Yeah. And
with Bob and Brewmaster, if we would see fit.
honestly, I mean, with the Slate Skater, you can, just freeze the biggest minion and feel kind of okay. And yeah, looking at the armor totals, right? You're sitting at 43. So
Suni, very much vibing.
actually, that construct pylons now lets you just play the Colossus next turn.
Yes, it does.
Fury is able to, give 3 of these Divine Shields, which in a lot of circumstances would make you feel much safer about the board. But one of the perhaps complaints about Colossus has been the fact that because it does its damage in 2 waves, you get to clear all those Divine Shields and then clear the minions themselves. So, in most circumstances of this matchup, when they do not have Shaladrasil, Sleepy Resident represents a guaranteed turn bot. That's why it's in the deck.
Yes.
It just, there's not a lot of transform, not a lot of silence in standard right now, and so it gives you that extra turn. But because of the threat of Shaladrasil, it is not actually good enough here because it can just get dreamed.
It looks like Suni, giving a lot of consideration to going to the Bob Brewmaster line. I think you can just about see in hand there the Colossus is on 9 damage, 18 damage total. So, actually not far from approaching the universe where he can be lethal with a single Colossus. From what I've seen from Suni's gameplay, all he needs is the other Tide Pools, and then that'll be 3 more Protoss spells, and he'll be fine.
I think there's also the fact that just like, if you can get more resources committed to these boards, in the form of the sunscreens that he knows are there, more shields, whatever, like you always have enough damage to clear the boards. So you may as well sort of...
Well,
wait it out.
You say that, but you can get a Divine Shield out of range with the amount of sunscreens that you have, right?
I guess if you do it on one minion, but if it's just one minion, then you freeze the one that lives.
Very true. Yep. Yep.
Move quickly.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Fury kind of spreading out the buffs here in recognition of Slate Skater. I imagine he knows that Colossus costs 11, but of course does not know that there's a Construct Pylons.
Exactly, yeah. From Fury's perspective, you're just not going to play around Colossus here, right? Because as far as all the information you have is telling you, it's a completely unplayable card at the moment.
Yep.
So he is about to receive a fairly nasty shock at some point in the not too distant future.
I guess it's possible that Suni could, you know, Bob plus the Sleepy Resident here.
Yeah.
What to do? What to do?
I gotta imagine he's feeling not great about the fact that there hasn't been a card draw hit,
One's out on me.
right? Still looking for Chrono Boost. Yeah, both of them are in the deck. Yeah, this protects you from the weapon swings. Wait. Oh, I guess we've gotten far enough that Resistance Aura alone isn't enough, right?
Yes, true.
Although, it is enough to prevent the Sleet Skater from coming down on the same turn. So you can go all in on one big minion, potentially.
Yeah, it's also enough to affect breakpoints so that potentially Suni couldn't play other Protoss spells alongside the Colossus as well, right? Which could change the amount of damage he can actually do through the Divine Shields.
Yep.
Which could end up being relevant.
Another card here that is not in all of the lists, this Vacation Planning. Go ahead and clearing this up. The sleep is kind of redundant with the freeze. And yeah, you know, Fury's still gonna split up here because he knows that there is the one-cost Sleet Skater mini in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess actually both of those are out of range of Colossus killing them, right?
They are, yeah, which is where the Resistance Aura potentially could have an impact, because they're not out of range if you can cast Construct Pylon first. Yeah, going to end up being a real big deal for Fury Hunter. I do think, like, obviously we have so much more information in this situation than Fury Hunter does. Yeah, exactly. So there you see the face of a man who has just found the information that we have had the entire time. His setup is so perfect against every card except for that one.
Yep.
And that just spells absolute disaster. I believe the phrase is, he lacked critical information.
I think maybe deciding here about whether you ping first, right? That lets you clear both of these minions, right? Bob can clean up the other one.
Yep. Yep.
Right. Oh, no, they're dealing 10.
They're 10, yeah.
Yeah, goodness. So I've just noticed that Fury is at 6, because that was 20 damage.
Yes. You see, about 12 seconds ago, he was at 26.
And you can't dream that Colossus. Which is normally one of the ways that you deal with a frustrating minion in play. I don't know what he was sort of hoping to get there, if there was a 2-cost dragon that he wanted to see, if he wanted to... Oh, right, looking for a holy glow stick.
As the glow sticks, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there's one glow stick remaining. Glow stick would have just absolutely given him a second chance because he can deal with the 9/4 on board.
Right.
Because, like, what are you going to do? Dream it? You know, that doesn't seem like a good plan.
Yeah, I guess the other option, maybe the safer option, although difficult to say, would have been to just start the turn. You've got your 11 mana. You go coin. You know, you play the sea shanty, and then you coin the Shaladrisil. Give yourself Divine Shield, and then play the Azera Awakens. Or I guess you want to do this shanty last in that instance. Yeah, but
yeah.
But yeah, I think going for the glow sticks is the right call, but just not technically alive at 1. Except that.
Yep.
Bob,
There's only one. Like, you were going to draw every card in your deck apart from one natural card. These remaining 2 cards are one of them is a portal and the other one is the glow sticks, right? So this is the only outcome with glow sticks bottom card where he doesn't get the glow sticks in hand this turn. So probably pretty reasonable to go about it.
Yep. Downside, of course, is that Bob totally locks him out here.
Yeah. Marginally better than dreaming the Colossus, but not a huge upgrade.
And yeah, with just 1 damage needed, right? You go ahead and freeze a 5/5 for armor. No Divine Brews remaining, and actually, I don't even know if there's real cards left. Oh, right, there's the glow sticks, exactly.
Yep.
You get to double up on damage on the copy, so that gains you the most life. You get to gain 8. You'll take 1 fatigue next turn. Yeah. Very, very, very close, and really comes down to the Druid Protoss Innervate that Sudi held on to for so long, keeping that information secret.
Yeah, you saw it for so long, right? It was multiple turns of setup. Fury Hunter working with the sunscreens on the 2 different minions, kind of setting them up. He knew, like, obviously you're allowed to run like third-party tracking tools which tell you how much your opponent's Colossus cost and all that kind of stuff. You don't necessarily have to. Anything that simulates things that you can just do with a pen and paper, fine. Like, we're down to allow it. So you can have all of that information, and then it's just up to you to strategize around that, which Fury was, because slowly over 2 or 3 turns, they crept up from being 7 health minions to 9 health minions to then 11 health minions, and they hit the 10 and 11 health breakpoint on the first turn that Fury thought the Colossus was playable, which was the 11 mana turn, because that's how much he thought he cost. Like, well, Can't Ping is out of range because it's only dealing 9. It's going to take all of my opponent's mana to play the Colossus that deals 9 twice. So if I have 2 minions with double-digit HP with Divine Shields, they stick. And I'm going to get to attack my opponent next turn. And that's fantastic news. Unfortunately, the randomly generated Construct Pylon not only is a 0 mana spell that can raise the damage of the Colossus, but also created that discount that could then throw in a ping as well, which just completely destroyed the whole board state. So yeah, I mean, very, very involved series so far. Feels like we've been in this one a long time to only be at 1-1. But I do think once the Druid had picked up a victory, we were probably going to see the Mage get a win somewhere. So probably not the biggest deal of a loss for Fury Hunter overall. But where do you think we stand in the remainder of the series now with these 4 decks that we have?
Well, so we can see on our little side panel there that it is Paladin versus the Warrior next, which I think is another one that can be a challenge, just because, you know, Warrior gains just considerable amount of armor, and basically if Tortola hits the field, it's kind of over so many times. That single card.
Well, so against most people's Paladin lists, yes, 100%. However, Fury Hunter does have access to that Dream, which could have a pretty significant impact on the game. No,
You're right.
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I had such hope. What an idiotic boob I was for mere seconds, where I thought we might be able to defeat the Wrath of the Warrior. But no, you're absolutely right. Cannot even be done. So yeah, it's Paladin. Paladin just not really a class that has any way of interacting with that at all, right?
Yeah, and not having the Slither Spears in the deck means that it really comes down to light bots and the rolled one-cost minions from your imbue, and that's pretty tough into a warrior that has Hostile Invader, that has the ability to ramp into that invader. If they do have the chemical spill into Tortola, or sometimes even just into the Ziliax, although Ziliax is not the premium hit that it once was for this Hydration Station deck.
Yeah.
Not having Reborn has been, a huge deal in terms of lowering the power level of that hit. But with Tortola to replace it as kind of the premier chemical spill target, I think it's still quite powerful.
Yeah, and I think the lack of Slither Spears is just such a loss in this matchup as well, because Slither Spear Divine Brew is at least a way you can start thinking about pushing, 10, 15, maybe more damage in the early game. When your push starts with Lightbot, you're already into like shield block, shield slam territory, right? You're already approaching hostile invader territory. There's just no real way to get under that removal and just start pushing early. So yeah, probably going to be a real tricky one for Fury Hunter, I would imagine.
Yeah, but he does keep his early drops, right? He's got Aegis, he's got Divine Brew. That's something of a start to get the discounts rolling on both the future Lightbot and actually Life-Saving Aura is pretty good as well. Still going to rely on some good top decks, but if you were to pick a hand for this matchup, I think this is just about what it would be.
Yep. Yeah, certainly from the choices available to Fury specifically. Okay.
That can attack. It just doesn't have any.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. You've got to collect all the rare attack sounds, right? You've got to buff every 0 attack minion in Hearthstone and hear them all.
Alright, saving coin. I was going to say, are we ever coining the Tortolan?
I'm not sure I've ever seen a Hearthstone player quite so literally rub their hands together with anticipation. I believe Suni is playing the double chemical spill list as well with only one demolition renovator, whereas Gyu is playing it the other way round, one spill, double renovator. So Suni has double the odds of cheating this turtle out.
Which in, the aggressive matchups is exactly what you want to do. There it is.
No!
Ramp into it. Could get delayed by a resistance aura for one turn, but I just don't think that's enough. Starting
the operation.
There's basically no hand Fury Hunter could have had that beats Chemical Spill Tortolan.
I don't think so, no.
Which is why there's two. The Rogue as well, right? I mean, the Rogue gets completely hosed by Tortolan.
Yes. Yeah, many decks do. This is kind of the story of this warrior, right? Like it was, like when this deck does the thing,
Quickly.
it beats most decks in the game. The problem is when it doesn't do the thing, it kind of loses to everything. But some people found this little niche in the meta that said, well, hang on. There are various decks that are going to be played extensively in this tournament that I don't actually have to beat them. I can just destroy all of their win conditions. And then they lose to themselves. So it doesn't really matter that my deck doesn't do anything else if it doesn't do the chemical spill Tortolan thing. And it's just worked out as such a nice little pocket for the deck. Yep.
Fury.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you,
happy.
Fury, but there it is.
Elusive means no even potential to double glow sticks, and even if you could, that is only 8 damage. You could start chipping away with the Earth Sign Maul, but honestly, I'd half a mind to just go next game at this point.
Oh, look, I like Fury Hunter. Fury Hunter's my friend. There are World Championship spots on the line here. Oh my goodness, that reaction was extremely funny. I'm sorry. Maybe that makes me a bad person. I'm okay with that. I'll accept it.
By the time you chip through this, I think, like at that point, it's 10 mana for the warrior, and there's potential for it to get stationed.
By the time you chip through this, I think we might be approaching the heat death of the universe.
Okay, Sea Shanty could actually just come down next turn,
Yeah, it's fair.
which I think basically you're saying, hey, you've got to have a brawl or a hostile invader, and even the hostile invader doesn't, clean it all up. It does give more attack to the Tortola, but you've got this nice taunt sort of protecting Tortola from attacking into your other 5/5s. Yeah, I like this. Totally safe with the Tortola, so just go ahead and get your most powerful card in play. Could shield yourself and then play Flash of Light, still play Sea Shanty, although maybe Fury's looking to save that draw for the Nessa turn.
Oh yeah, I'm not used to that happening. I'm not used to that dynamic with the Shalabsa and the Ursign Maul. My default assumption is, okay, we've got both Shanties, so we draw Light Bar off the Maul, because that's what happens in most of the lists. But Fury has that Shalabsa in there as well.
Which still could genuinely play a crucial role in this matchup, because we could get to the point where, okay, Tortola has been cleared, but there's no hydration station yet. And if Shaladrosel gets played, well, okay. Yep. There it goes.
Don't laugh. Retain professionalism.
And you can actually kill your own hostile invader to guarantee the 6 damage AoE.
Yeah, it's slightly awkward because of the buff on the Lanessa taking it to 7 health.
Right, yeah.
Which means something has to go into it as well. You can't just like invader, shield block, shield slam.
Okay, we're double attacking. That makes sense.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, I guess you don't really need to clear anything else.
No.
When you've got a wall of taunts. Does not know it, but that Dirty Rat is sort of the better hit for him. I guess Ham might have been the best, just because it's not really something Suni wants to play, but Ziliax would have been the worst.
Ziliax by far the worst, yeah.
We are looking for Divine Brew to try and keep our pirates alive, but no such luck. Just gonna have to sacrifice 2 of them to be able to clear this.
Yeah, Metal Detector at least a reasonable consolation prize. So now you hope against hope that you can play the rest of this game and somehow find lethal without your opponent ever hitting 10 mana or drawing Hydration Station. Because I don't think you have the gas to make your way through that again at this point.
Yeah, and there's basically no world where you beat a clear, so you kind of just say, you don't have it. I need to apply as much pressure as I can.
Yeah, I think probably if you're Fury, you might be able to beat 1 clear no hydration station this game, because you still have some reload with minions from Shaladrasil. You still have both light bots left in your deck that you can reload.
That's true. The light bots remaining. It's just you need sort of vacation planning to get into them.
Yeah, you're certainly not beating 2 clears, and you're certainly not beating hydration station if they get to 10. So those are still reasons to just force really hard right now, because you have to put them on the back foot and get the first clear out of hand. Oh no! Oh no!
All forms of life will be crushed. Planetary decimation.
But Saddle, he can't lose in fatigue. There's an amalgam. Can just buff up the amalgam.
I mean, Fury Hunter does get to experience the rare joy of hitting his opponent this turn.
Well, it is actually a problem.
Nice.
This would have been double light bot, and instead one of them is an amalgam.
True.
Well, that's a good one drop.
Nice one drop. Okay, yeah.
The issue is that the hostile invader will die. And take all of the 5/2s with it.
But honestly, attacking for 17 this turn has got to feel at least somewhat useful.
Until you get the news that there are 5 brawls in hand.
Look, shit, okay? We have to dream. We have to dream. We must hold out hope. I've just come to the crushing realization that although I've been very amused by Fury's okay, that is just objectively funny no matter who you are. But I have come to the realization that despite my glee at Fury's misfortune this game, I have picked Fury, both for Choose Your Champion and for packs. So I do need to be rooting for him to win this game somehow. So we must hold on to hope. It's important.
I don't know. You can root for him to win the next 2. It's okay.
Okay, fine. Fine. All right. I suppose on the basis of keeping some grounding in reality, I will have to take that deal, especially now. Yeah, Fury deciding he's had quite enough of that absolutely torturous game of Hearthstone. A very gentle pounding of the desk on the way out there, as we saw on Fury's webcam, all things considered. Honestly, I think that's pretty commendable. I think he could have hit his desk quite a lot harder than that, based on that current circumstance. So it is now down to the rogue from Sunni, and we have a Death Knight and a Paladin coming back the other way. This is, I believe, as I've lost Sunni's deck list from my screen, this is the Pirate Rogue from Sunni, right? And not the Psycho Rogue. Yes, it is.
Right,
which does have a surprisingly good matchup against Death Knight. One that I was alerted to me in testing, because I assumed that it would be the other way with the amount of clearing potential that Death Knight has available, but did really struggle as the Death Knight when we queued it up in testing after being alerted that it was a very good matchup for the Pirate Rogue. So yeah, Sunni in very nice position now, you would say, overall.
Yeah, it's definitely a situation where if it were the Cycle Rogue, you'd be looking and saying, okay, well that's gone terribly for the Rogue into the Death Knight every time. And thinking, oh, Pirate Rogue, that can't be any better. But it just has this ability to sort of measure its threats, right? And if you do sort of lucky into Bargain Bin Buccaneer with the location out, it is very dependent on the location, but you can just create these boards of 5/5s one after another, sometimes, well before Death Knight can respond. So yeah, Fury Hunter actually going for the Paladin first here, which I'm actually not as sure about sort of who's favored in this particular matchup.
I think it's closer than the Death Knight matchup,
Yeah.
for sure. I think Paladin has a lot more game. Just in terms of... Rogue doesn't really want to be answering boards at any point, so any deck that can actually put out explosive stuff, especially... Like, okay, sure, sometimes Aggro Priest will just have 2/3/3s on a 2/4, right? And you go location into Comet, into Buccaneer, and you just take the trades, but generally... Paladins can use Divine Shields and whatever else to engineer situations where your Buccaneer doesn't really clear up very effectively. And outside of that, that's kind of your game when it comes to reacting to boards on the other side, right? So it becomes a little bit difficult to fight the tempo battles with Rogue in this matchup sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the best start for Fury, but he does have this Metal Detector to clean up that high-risk, high-reward play from Sunni of just throwing out the Toy Boat. I think, he would have been looking to just rep Buccaneer on this turn, or now with Space Rock Collector, and draw a couple cards, but... Yeah, no location. These are much less scary.
Yes, they are. Yeah, the great news if you're a Fury fan is that these 3/2s are 3/2s and not 5/5s.
And same thing with the weapon. I mean, we talk a lot about the Buccaneer with Crystal Cove because obviously you get multiple 5/5s. Water Cannon is just as powerful in that you get a 5/5 that attacks right now.
Yes. Yep, just ripping that, likely to activate the glow sticks. Yep, taking a couple of coins, a couple of early coins with Lanessa lined up as well. Looking like a pretty strong start here for Fury overall.
Yep.
Sunni just a little bit gassed out already.
Yeah. Go ahead and load up the Water Cannon. Get some 1/1s to deal with those pesky Divine Shields.
Ooh, okay.
This could be quite a Lanessa turn if you want to just sort of hold out for it.
It looks extremely clean from here to me.
You do hope to pick up like one other draw spell, right? Like a Hand of Adal or Flash of Light.
Yeah, ideally, yes. But I think the size of the board that is coming out will be pretty unrecoverable from Rogue regardless.
Yeah, Rogue can deal with a few threats at a time, but without anything in play yet, and probably having to just spend this dubious purchase right here.
Yep. Fury Hunter literally patting himself on the shoulder for being a good boy this game.
and not playing the 3/3. Yeah.
For not playing the 3/3, exactly, yeah. It doesn't... I don't know if you've noticed. I don't know how much you've interacted with Fury. It is quite difficult to shake Fury's overwhelming confidence in how good he is at Hearthstone. It doesn't take very long for him to recover after the last 2 games that he's had and just feel comfortable and back in position.
And this is actually kind of perfect that he has rolled the Aegis of Light, getting to use the hero power. Yes, the 1/1 minions are nice, but ultimately it is about getting effectively 4 draws here.
Mm-hmm.
What pretty petals!
Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff.
Yep. Get a Flash of Light for 8 health back.
which is perfect because I think really the only way you're going to be under significant threat here is some kind of burst damage scam setup, right? With 5/5s going face, maybe with Wind Fury, like Scoundrel into Shaladrasil, into Ysera Awakens, that kind of thing.
Though without 5-cost Scoundrel having been played yet, that's not really on the table.
Yes, you are correct.
Oh yeah, and glow sticks at the end for good measure.
Oh yeah. Oh, that'll do. Pat yourself on the back again. Go on. Just for a treat.
This treasure ain't fit for our pirates.
I mean, this is kind of the best Sunni can muster. No location open is always when you're most vulnerable. So it, maybe not even worth doing the coin sandbox into bargain bin here. I think maybe you're just sort of hoping that you don't die and then try and go for some kind of swing back the other turn, but that's not very likely with Linessa on the field.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see living, but like you say, trading into the only 2 minions you can trade into just really kind of solves some board space problems for Fury, if anything. Like, yeah, sure, you can trade them off into the 4/3 here anyway. Is that enough, just with the managers? I'm assuming it is.
I mean, if not, Sunni gets to not play spells for the rest of the game. So,
Yeah, very true, yeah.
but I think it is, with that's 8 damage represented from the 2-0 managers.
Only 7 more showing on board. Oh no, 3/3 hadn't attacked, so okay, my bad. 3/3 had attacked already. Now he's going to be squaring the series up 2 games to 2. So now we do have that Rogue versus Death Knight matchup that I am now very pleased that I was alerted and actually put the time in to test that this was a good matchup for the Pirate Rogue, because yeah, it really does not feel like it should be on paper, but to me, the card that I found to be absolutely crucial, yes, location, obviously location, right? But outside of that, Toy Boat. Because if you can play Toy Boat, every time you make your board, you play Toy Boat and you summon 3 or 4 5/5s or whatever for your turn of pressure. Even if they have the Corpse Explosion for that, every threat you've generated has replaced itself in your hand, so you already have the gas to just reload another board straight afterwards. And then they have to go Pyro Poison, they have to hit that as well. And then you've got second Toy Boat, you play the second Toy Boat, you play more Pirates, they have to have the clear for that as well. But you've still replaced all of the resources in your hand because you played Toy Boat. Maybe you Shadow Step the Toy Boat that turn as well, so you can keep going again. Now you've drawn the Shaladrasil that was at the bottom of your deck that you wouldn't have got to otherwise, so now you have the lethal burst damage. It's you may have noticed, but I have some repressed trauma as to how much Toy Boat was beating me up in testing as Rogue. It was a real problem, and I don't want to talk about it anymore.
What was Raven playing the Rogue? Is that what happened?
Yes. How did you know? How did you know?
Oh, because I suspect he lucky commented into Bargain Bin Buccaneer every time.
Yes, that's correct. Because, as previously mentioned, Raven believed it was guaranteed until we corrected him in testing. That's how lucky he was.
Of course, the other thing, when you are actually playing a pirate deck, Dig for Treasure is pretty likely to give you a coin.
Sure is.
I think with
No
Hosen...
location, no boat so far, though, which is at least something.
True. There is a Dubious, which helps. But, I mean, with Hosen, I'm half inclined to go, prep Lucky, try and hit the Buccaneer. If you get it, you get a clear and 2 minions in play. You get both of them into stick. You can, Hosen for 8 damage and start buffing your board, so it has to be dealt with. Interesting.
Straight to
Okay.
cannon. Okay.
Yeah, it does
This
guarantee...
reads to Fury very much like location on curve next turn, which is kind of interesting.
I suppose it
not
could, yeah. Like location or, as is the case, Hosen.
Yeah, please don't have it, please. I am fully neglecting my job of having to say words and just waiting for Fury's reaction. Yep, there you go. Ooh, okay, second prize.
Yeah, and the Sanguine Infestation would only kill one of these. It honestly is probably a little tempting to use the Pyro Poison. That is sort of the nuclear option. But, you know, there's potential here that any rush, right, gets to rush into your 0-2s and get buffed. I guess if you can try and bait out more, that's probably what you want.
Exactly. Yeah, I think so. Obviously, you heal for 2, you gain 2 max health, and also your opponent does have to respect these leeches to some amount, right? So they probably tank some amount of damage as well.
Yep.
So you just, exactly this. You suck a bit of damage out anyway. Okay, cool, they got the rush minions, so it doesn't actually tank any damage to the face. But you do just get a few extra resources out of your opponent's hand. You can now sweep up in the clear.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see like a hold of the weapon swing, just to have sort of something going on next turn. But you know, there's merit to just saying, hey, if you don't have it, you're toast.
I think you do also have to ask yourself the question, which before I even start, the answer is emphatically no. But you always have to ask yourself the question: have I underplayed so much that my opponent can just play Ancient of Yore on this turn? Is there any world where they just play Ancient of Yore on this turn with what I've done?
Right.
The answer is absolutely no in this scenario, but you have to check it.
Yeah, I mean, the threat of Sailboat Captain, I think, looms very large. It's one of the crucial cards in this matchup. If you get to just have anything stick, then you can, you know, Sailboat Captain. Later on, you can do that with the Nightmare from Shaladrisil, and that's how you get those, you know, huge burst damage wins against the Death Knight.
I think he wants to play Crystal.
It does have the double guiding in there, right? So...
Okay. There was a lot of counting. There was a lot of counting of lethal outs that turn. But I think, in the end, made the sensible choice. Especially with no location, right? I feel like if my opponent has no location, which is not something I've ever experienced testing, by the way, that you can be a little more liberal with your clears, right? Because they're going to have weaker refills because of the lack of location. So you'll have this little turn in the middle where, okay, now I can just play my cards, which is what I'm interested in doing.
Now, this is interesting. You know, you've seen no Scoundrel, and already gotten rid of a lot of stuff. Yeah, I was wondering if you just go double Soulbound Spire here. Right, next turn you have Arcanite plus Vampiric Blood, and you expect to just be able to go for the launch, basically win the game, right? Rogue cannot deal with a Starship this stacked. I mean, I think basically everything is in there, except one Arcanite. Actually, he doesn't even need to play Arcanite.
Ooh. 3-1 pretty big.
Subtle, I think Fury just wins.
You just click and Vampiric Blood next turn, right?
Yeah. You don't need the taunt if you've just got tons and tons of 10 drops. I think it's 4.
Wait, are they 10s? How many?
Double Guiding Light.
So
right?
what else has gone in there? Oh, double went in? Okay.
Yeah, it was turn 2 Guiding Light, turn 3 Guiding Light. Now,
got it. Okay.
So, I mean, that is just enough to get them to 10s. You know, you are relying a little bit on the rolls, but the only bad 10 is Dungar. And you're gaining 10.
Oh! or now? Now we have some choices.
Well, it's not going to get reborn, right?
No, but crucially, your 10-8 doesn't have natural taunt because of the lack of
right.
defense
It still
crystal.
gives taunt. Yeah.
It still gets taunt and lifesteal.
I do.
Tortolan! Oh, Tortolan!
They were looking very, very grim before that point, but now I think Fury is saying, "Oh, how the tables have turned! You may have gotten me with your Tortola. Here, have it back."
You get one, I get one. Tortolan giveth, Tortolan taketh away. What now, lil bro? I might be slightly biased. I don't know if anyone's picking up on this.
All right, so let's see. You've got the sailboat captain. You've got Hosen out. I don't think you have the mana for water cannon, so you're looking for other Buccaneer? Nope, that's not gonna do it.
Well,
There's no reason to play Cove because you're not doing any new minions. Yeah, Suni knows. I mean, there's no world where he gets through this and doesn't die, so. Yeah.
And Fury riding on the back of a giant turtle all of the way to the World Championships. What an unbelievable series. You see what it means. He's a man who wears his heart on his sleeve while he plays Hearthstone. You experience the highs and the lows with him. After making it all the way to the final last year, at the first point of asking, he's made his way back for 2025. What a series, Edelweiss.
Yeah, and you could see his face as they were being summoned. 4 chances is a lot of chances at getting a taunt, but if you're only getting 1, and it isn't something as powerful as Tortola, I think there were other taunts that maybe there would be a shot for Suni of getting through. Of course, the reborn.
You also
would
have
not be great,
you also have the end of turn effect minions, right, which can take some of the damage off the board as well, and you're gaining 10 from the vampiric blood. So we didn't really have enough time to break it down, but that's why I was kind of having that debate about, well, you can give your minion taunt and lifesteal just to guarantee that one natural taunt, but gaining 10 kind of does a lot of that work for you anyway, and you're just so favored to hit stuff that interacts favorably with the board in some way. But yeah, I mean, we've known for years, Edelweiss, that Hearthstone has the best scriptwriters in the business, and you can see it right there, right? Like, this was, episode 4 of the top 8. The Turtle Files. That's what this was named in the script. I saw it in the draft. We knew this was happening. It's just, it's too good. It's too good to be happening by random. Everything is just far too thematic. I've got my full tinfoil hat on. This is what Hearthstone is all about. People backstage pulling the levers and making the most interesting thing happen that we can possibly imagine. What an absolute heartbreaker for Suni. We do have Fury standing by for an interview. So let's see if we can get some words from the man himself, Fury Hunter. How do you feel? General opinion on turtles after that whole series? I think that's the best place to start.
Turtles are amazing. After that first time, they were the worst thing ever, and now they are the best thing ever, basically. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So obviously we had a little discussion this morning about the lineup for Suni. Like you said you still had a little bit of work to do in deciding what the ban was. Like, talk us through a little bit what you did for those last few hours of preparing for this series.
Yeah, so I played some Death Knight against Warrior, and that matchup was pretty much just free. So I decided I couldn't ban the Warrior because he was always banning Rogue in the past, and I figured he would ban Rogue again. And basically, after testing that matchup, I decided that I was not going to ban Warrior, so then I needed some games against Warrior with all my decks that weren't Rogue. So I just played a bit of those matchups, and that was my prep.
Yeah, can you tell us about kind of just what was going through your head in that Protoss game where, you were just keeping everything at this health, and there was that moment where the construct pylons got played.
Yeah, I mean, I often have like big reactions, right? And it's actually because if I don't do them and I just keep them in, I just get tilted, and it will affect my play then. But if I just get it all out in like 5 seconds, then I'm good again. Then I can think again. So I just thought like, this guy's so lucky. What's going on? I'm the only one supposed to be lucky here. No, just kidding. I do kind of feel like that sometimes, right? Because I want to win, so yeah. But yeah, I mean, just a lot of stuff happened, and when my what's it called, glow sticks was bottom card, I was like, what's going on? Come on, give it to me.
Yeah, it was a painful one to watch, because you know when you can like see a crash happening, but it's still like 500 meters away, and like we're watching you for 3 turns like stack up the health perfectly on these 2 minions, and we're like, oh, he's playing so perfectly into every single hand apart from the one that we can see is actually on the other side. Final question though, there was a moment I believe in the next game, I think it was your Paladin game, that you ended up winning. Where you actually took time out to pat yourself on the back halfway through a turn? Like, what was that about?
I mean, it was just because I didn't play like my 8/8, and just decided to play the weapon instead. Right. I mean, it was probably pretty obvious, but I was just like, he played a dubious purchase, and I didn't play a minion. I don't know. I felt like that was. I just gave myself a pat on the back. Don't mind me. I don't know.
It's fine. Never change, Fury. Like, honestly, the reason we love to see you is just we don't watch your Hearthstone play, we just watch the webcam. That's all we do during all of your series. So,
yeah,
so
I
never
mean, my
change.
friends and family,
do you have any final shout?
Like my reactions.
Oh, go on.
Because then they know how I'm doing, right? If I'm like, oh no, then I'm doing poorly, and if I'm like, oh yes, then I'm doing well. So.
True. Well, in case we don't get to talk to you again, and I'm sure we will, by the way. We only are going to interview the winner of the tournament from here, but I'm sure we will get to talk to you again anyway. But in case we don't, do you have any final words, shout-outs, thank yous, anything like that before we let you go?
The main shout-out has to go to Pocket Train and Gabby, who were my main practice partners for this tournament, but also Asuna and Requiem, and a Danish player called Samux helped me prepare a little bit for this match. So, yeah, shout-out to those.
Right. Thanks, Fury.
And also
Go back to Worlds.
To my 2 biggest fanboys. You know who you are.
Me?
Alexander and Busk. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. Well played, Fury. I'm sure we will be talking to you again very, very soon. Some final words, I guess, for Suni as well. We have to offer commiserations to the players that are just so narrowly missing out on these World Championship spots. I certainly have my questions around Suni's lineup, but I can't argue with, despite being confused by the lineup, I kept being in situations where I do the matchup breakdown and think, well, he's favored in the series. And if he keeps being favored in series, then the lineup can't be that bad, right? And I think, in general, he played pretty well as well. Like, would you agree with that assessment? Have any final words for Suni?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the rogue there, as you said, it can be favored against the Death Knight. It just was a matter of, no location. There was the early clear, right, with the Pyro Poison for that first big board, because that's another way. Is like sometimes all the starships were there. That doesn't always mean that there is also a clear. And it just so happened that Fury was able to just chain these early turns of starship pieces into a quick recognition of, hey, Soulbound Spire is 10. That's the magic number you need to hit on the starship. And, it's not usually the way you expect things to go as the rogue, because you think, okay, the Death Knight is going to have all these defensive tools I need to play around. But sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Sometimes it is, yeah. But of course, final congratulations once again to Fury Hunter after coming so close last year. Losing in the final to the eventual winner Yang Ming, coming second place, probably still picking up the biggest paycheck of his career in Hearthstone up until that point, but hoping he can go one better this time around, and he's got his job done in terms of qualifying for Worlds nice and early. We do have our 4 Worlds players now locked in. As you can see, on my left-hand side there. But we do still have to play out the semi-finals and the finals to see who is taking home the lion's share of this prize pool and who is walking away with the title of Masters Tour Spring Champion. So do not go anywhere. We got 2 semis and a final coming right up you after this break.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are getting ready to get into our first semi-final of the day. Of course, we've got 3 more matches left in total, but we have now got our 4 players who are making it to the World Championship, at least in this stage anyway. So congratulations to all 4 of those players, of course, but now they're going to duke it out for that crown, for the victory overall, because of course the players did, this was goal 1, right? Get 2 worlds, but no player wants to call this a day, right? They want to actually win the whole thing, with there only being the 2 Masters Tours, of course. Lorinda, we're back again. I feel like this was a weird layout where we both went away and then both came back at the same time, but we'll be taking you guys through the first semi-final, which is Gu versus Maxibon, and I think just both these semi-finals are just amazingly stacked right now, so I think now with some of the pressure off for the players, we could see some maybe a little bit more relaxed games, but also maybe even some more exciting games because of the pressure being removed.
Yeah, I mean, these players are all trying to build legacies as well as win matches and win money. Like, they're all crashing into each other 3 or 4 years straight now on ladder, in tournaments, especially with the way the system was the last 2 or 3 years. Some of these players have played each other a lot, and they are going to be so up for that. There's a lot of money still on the line. There's $10,000 to the winner. Yeah, there's a lot of money. But I will say, I'm exhausted after that round of quarterfinals because there's so much adrenaline. I could do with a Jericho match right about now. But we're going straight into a really important semi-final, and they have had quite those two. The last two quarterfinals were quite slow, so these two have had some time to recover. But hopefully they'll get their focus back into this, because again, there's a lot of money on the line and a lot of pride on the line.
Yeah, and just to give you a bit of a reminder of what the players have here, Maxibon, the highlight for their lineup is the Warlock, which is actually banned out. So we have pretty standard sort of Druid, Paladin, and Rogue. And then we do have Gu on the Warrior, the Paladin, the DK, and the... I just nearly read Warrior twice, and the Rogue as well. So, you know, both players bring in something a little bit different, and we talked about this way back on Friday, where, yes, there was the sort of, let's say, straightforward good decks lineup, but we've seen multiple players make it to this top 4 that are doing different things, right? We can see, you know, the likes of the Warlock, likes of even different Rogues, for example, with Q bringing the Pirate Rogue.
Yeah, and Maxi did point out that in some ways these lineups have the same idea, where you know, they've gone with the DK replacement, with the Warrior and the Warlock for the target of the DK, but yeah, they did it in different ways. I do think that Gu has the best of everything in this tournament. I think this might be his biggest challenge, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it matches up because of that Rogue for me. The cycle Rogue is a known quantity. We've obviously seen a lot of the Pirates as well, but it's something that I think we all have a slightly less of a handle on how that matches up with things compared to the known quantity of the cycle Rogue. So let's see how it works out. And again, no Warlock, so Raven, we get to actually cast things that humans can understand.
Yeah, the Warlock decks, it's super fun to watch, but it's one of those ones where you can lose track of it very quickly, right? It can just, I feel like it's one of those decks where you blink and then everything's happened and you go, oh yeah, it's game, like out of nowhere. But first up, we are going to see, of course, this Death Knight going up against the Paladin as we get into game number 1. Again, this is I would say, the extremely standard matchup, right? Again, this is one you're probably going to run into a lot on ladder if you're playing one of these two decks, right? You'll probably see the other one quite often. So a bit of a known quantity here. But what are the highlights here? Is there a surefire way for Maxibon to get through this, or does he have to just hope everything lines up well and the DK can't keep up?
Yeah, the more I see of this DK deck, the more I just want to say it wins every game it has never been defeated. After the weekend's gone on, it's just getting harder and harder to say that the DK loses to anything. But yeah, hit them hard, hit them early, get 2 boards, maybe get a Lanessa down and turn 1 minion into a 3rd board somehow, and hope they whiff. Like, sometimes the DK just draws a whole bunch of nothing and you can get on with your show. And draw Divine Brew, which he's managed to do just about in time.
Yeah, some interesting options here. There is the early resistance aura. Weirdly, just to play it is an option. There's not tons of things you need to lock out for DK, right? There's not like specific like big payoff turns. It's not like we're playing against Mage or you know, Spell Druid and things like that are heavily reliant on combinations of spells, or Rogue, for example, as well, that can affect. So it does look like Maxibon's going to pivot just to the Flash of Light, though. Just get it played, draw a card. Again, DK, not really a deck right now from Gu that's like going to rush Maxibon down most of the time. It's got the ability to be aggressive, but I don't think losing the Flash of Light is going to be such a big deal.
No, absolutely. Maxibon is going to get the coin here. This is sort of the other thing that we don't talk about quite enough on the Death Knight. I think it's just sometimes you just go minion, starship, look at me, get through this, like on curve or whatever. Right. And with Maxi not having developed a minion and not having anything in hand, like, to get a minion, he's going to maybe have to rely on an early shanty from this weapon, which means he might be tempted to start just Divine Brewing face.
He does have Libram on the far left, though, so we'll be able to fish the minions. Yeah. He will be able to get something. Obviously, we'll have to see exactly what's going to be the draw, because there's been 0 minions drawn so far. We're going to see the Lanissa and a Slither Spear. Okay.
He's a double Slither Spear gamer, so which most people are, but I had to double check because there's one or two that aren't.
Was it Ryan yesterday that was one of from?
I think he was Ryan that was one of
serving me. Yeah.
Serving is all Raven.
Yeah. I do like the Slither Spear hold this turn, though. This could have been like Slither Spear into, maybe coin Divine Shield on it, but the second you have Lanissa in hand and you're even remotely close to playing it and you have things like coins, you do not really want to use them without playing the Lanissa, right? Because it's just so powerful.
Yeah, we saw that in Fury, one of the Fury Hunter games in the last series. Like, just turn 5 Vanessa, do a bunch of everything, and suddenly, this.
Yeah, weapon as well to gain an extra coin. So that's basically 4 mana gained just from these 2 coins from the weapon swing.
I think in this Paladin deck, there are a lot of nuances to do with using the Imbue, to do with using the Lanessa, that don't just make the best players a bit better than the just lower tier players. They make them so much better. Watching the top players talk about Paladin, they talk about it like it's this incredible, amazing deck, and then people of, even my level, which isn't that bad these days, sort of play this deck, and it's like, it feels a bit meh.
Yeah, I think.
This.
Yeah, there's some small things you can do that end up having big impact. And also, I think a lot of this deck is resisting temptation to just try and go all in all the time, right?
Yeah.
I think that is like, especially for me who likes to just, play Hunter and press hero power every turn, it's definitely something you have to keep reminding yourself of, that like, you don't have to just go every single turn. You just have to do the good turns and make them even stronger, right? As opposed to doing, 10 push turns. You just want to do 3, but they're extremely strong. Get the resistance auras up, get all the buffs on. Like right now, Lanissa is fairly safe, or let's be honest, as safe as you can probably make it. Obviously no Divine Brew on there, which would have been nice, but I think overall it's about as good a turn as Maxibon's going to get.
Yeah, and I think what you just said there is the theme for the whole meta. When you, even playing Rogue, sometimes it's best just to do nothing for 2 or 3 turns. Sometimes it isn't best to do that as well. Certainly with a Druid, you have a couple of turns of setup. Sometimes you do nothing on turns 2 and 3 at all, especially depending on your hand. Have to resist temptation to, waste a swipe just for the sake of spending it, or...
This is nice. Oh, manager with Lanissa out, all the coins as well.
It's so much, actually. I should be paying more attention to this turn because it's so much stuff.
Yeah, that pickup from the Hand of Adal is so big. Just it feels like you get to play Druid for a minute or so, isn't it? With Lanissa and the coins from Paladin.
Yeah,
it's an absurd amount of damage.
Feels like playing Rogue.
How much
even
is this? Because there's still weapon in hand for next turn as well, right?
My goodness.
Yeah, because the 1-drop as well stacking. Like, how much is 20?
Well, just 30, I think.
Is this lethal?
It's lethal.
I think it is,
Maxi,
right?
what are you doing?
Oh my lord. Well, game 1 goes to Maxibon. If you're going to do a turn like that, then why not? And that was off the back of some of these summons, right? The 1-drop, of course, stacking with the attack. I can't remember the name, the other 1-drop, which gave Slither Spear Reborn. Not that it ended up mattering, but just knowing that they'd have to clear it twice. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. That was a game of Hearthstone. For once, I get to see Paladin winning a game. It's great.
Yeah. Getting the aura set up, knowing that the Lanessa was going to stick the turn before was the catalyst for that. I mean, when he started that next turn, I'm like, this is a lot. This is like 18 or 20 damage, but I didn't think it was lethal until halfway through that turn. It's like, what is even happening with this Slither Spear getting... Every spell you cast, it's getting 4 times because you're buffing it once. It's getting a natural buff, getting another one because of Lanessa. But even
it's stacking onto the 1-drop as well, right? The other one, because it's equal to attack. So yeah, it's pretty nuts. Game number 1. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting it, but again, that's the sort of thing that can happen. And I do think though that, as you mentioned, the aura being really strong because it protected the Lanissa because it was already behind a taunt, and it protected it from there couldn't be Pyro Plague. Right, because it would have been 6 mana, and it would have actually been a bit of a problem because it was only the 5 mana turn. So really good timing there for Maxibon with the combination of the resistance auras and the push with the Lanissa. So that's like exactly what you want to do with that Paladin. We saw an extremely powerful version of that because of the the cards that were generated, but still that's what you want to do. You want to get Lanissa to stick, get some other minions to stick, and then the damage can potentially just run away. So Maxibon off to a fantastic start, just getting Paladin done very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so nice for Maxi. I don't think you could have seen that coming, but the Lanissa turns on 5 are super powerful. It's just you've got to pick your exact moments to know exactly when to do it. Otherwise, your Lanissa gets blown up and you've got a 1/1 or something. Like, you have to be planning those turns ahead on 5, and he did it beautifully.
Yeah, I think
and leaves him with just.
Yeah, I think with Q there, I think. Again, I wasn't really expecting the lethal that turn, so maybe I wasn't paying enough attention to Q's build-up, but I'm pretty sure there was just nothing he could do about that, right? He was against Resistance Order, he ended up going Yor to get down, obviously, with some armor and stuff, but like, I don't really think there was anything that was possible. Hopefully for Q, it was just, you just roll your eyes and then just say, well, whatever, move on next game, because when that happens, right, you're not gonna hopefully just dwell on it too long. Still plenty more Hearthstone in this match.
Yeah. So all I can say is, yeah. Oh my goodness. Pet DB. One of the nice starting combos with Mauler in hand as well. And Shadow Step. This is a hand for Maxi, actually.
Hey, Goose not
Needs
looking
to get
Living Flame, that's good. Goose not looking too bad either, though, because there is Guiding Figure, there is the Infested as well, along with even more leeches. I think a turn that can be pretty nice is when you go like leech into leech into leech style, right? And you just start pushing them and causing a few issues for the rogue sometimes. Get some of that early health stacked as well.
I'm not entirely happy with the Death Knight hands until I see a way, and there's loads of them, but until I see a way to kill an 8/8. If there's no way to kill an 8/8 in their hand, as long as that's a thing, I'm still Team Rogue. But yeah, they will come. There's plenty of card draw in the deck. That will happen.
I think you're just working out whether you want to figure or just do the Infested Breath. I like the Breath. I like just setting this up. It's just annoying to deal with. Yes, it's going to get the Imp ready for Maxi, but Maxi still needs something to do, right? It's not like, oh, if they draw Eat the Imp, they just draw the whole deck, right? They still need the combination pieces with that.
Oh my goodness, Maxi, will you behave yourself? Okay, how do you do this, though? You've got everything there. Do you want to take a turn to set things up with a Shadow Step? Or do you want to just start launching stuff? I think you play this as Step It and then... Okay.
Just going to go for the max draw.
Yeah, fine. Sure. Wasting my Shadow Steps, clearly.
It's tricky, right? Because you could play it and hit Shadow Step, but then there's not the draw that Maxi clearly wants. And the problem is if you Shadow Step it, I don't think stacking them this early against DK is probably good enough a lot of the time without a very, very solid follow-up plan. And I guess Maxi might have just really wanted to prioritize just max drawing and then going off with maybe the second one. There's Incendious as well and so on. Or maybe just getting to Giants quick and hoping.
Yeah, he's getting Giants here. Just look at Gu's hand, see if there's any way to kill the Giants, and there's not currently a way there. There's like almost zero chance of this missing all the way.
Yeah.
We are going to be in the weird Incendious spot where you just twiddle your fingers for a couple of turns if this doesn't actually kill them.
Yeah, but double Giant looking good. I wonder if the second one goes down. I'm a enjoyer of just put everything on. If they have the clear, they have it, and it is what it is.
Sure, but, I think you're right.
I can definitely understand maybe holding one, but yeah, I like this for Maxi. Just dump it all down, max draw all the cards, and go.
Yeah, have it. I don't think
also
you
it's the whole turn.
Cards in Mulligan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Raven also, and it almost never matters. I think I've seen it matter once. I've watched a lot of this matchup. He does have Insidious Shadow Step later. If the game somehow goes long, he's kept that in the bank as well.
The only tricky thing with that is there won't be enough cards for that to pay off, right? Because it's very close to getting to the point where if you Incendious and you probably have to Shadow Step it so it doesn't die, then all of them will be drawn and it'll just... You won't be able to stack them, I mean, right, with the effect. You do get to put more in the decks, obviously, but you'll instantly draw them every turn.
Right, so it's just a bunch of asteroids then, most likely.
The good thing with going...
You just killed him with his turn, yeah.
Yeah, the good thing going with this early is if there's a Pyro clear, unless it's perfect with like Pyro heal clear and so on, that's like the whole turn is just Pyro clear, right? Which means there's very likely to be nothing left on the board, which then further powers up the potential burst from the asteroids.
I mean, we were talking about that, from the what-if point of view. It isn't there. Maxi is about to just win the game.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And that's if they have it, right? Exactly, yeah. And if they don't have it, well, fantastic. for Maxi, of course.
He's just planning how he wants to make space on his board for Thalnos and for the asteroids. He's checking that he will draw all of the asteroids. He's got double Shadow Step available, which will put, 9 asteroids in the deck? And
it's probably just working out whether he needed or wanted to trade one of the spiders away.
Exactly,
right?
yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. Just not to, like, really mess up and start burning asteroids, which is not what you want to do, of course. So, yeah, going to get rid of these now. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. He's got 27 points worth of asteroid damage here, forgetting the board, and then the board's another 20 or whatever it is. He's trading the 2/2s into the 2s as well, because the asteroids do 3, so he wants to maximize it.
And this is the nice payoff with holding the Shadow Steps, right? And this is, I think we talked about this in the previous series we cast earlier on, where doing all of this together when you need it is the way you really want to go. And you can't do that in every rogue game, of course, but being able to squish all this into effectively 2 turns is exactly what you want to do to just, like, completely maximize damage.
Massive misplay, Raven, honestly. I think he should have put the 2 1/3s into the 0/2 here. Because one of the asteroids hit it and it cost him a point of damage.
Well, disaster.
I think that's a misplay. I think that's the first misplay I've ever called on Maxi in like 3 years or something. And it's probably wrong. There's probably a good reason why he did it.
It also, it's going to sound really silly, but because it effectively doesn't matter. He's probably not bothered about playing perfect. But yeah, that's just going to be Maxi doing a pretty straightforward couple of... Well, I'll say straightforward. The Paladin game came out of nowhere. But yeah, Maxi rocking the 2 quick wins in a row. Again, Rogue... It's difficult to say, like, Masterclass sounds a bit much. I mean, Maxi obviously plays well, but that's just basically Rogue 101, I guess, right? That's what you want to do with Rogue. Draw a ton of cards, not get mowed down early, get the Giants down, and then back it up with the big burst after drawing your whole deck on turn, 5 or 6 or whatever it was. So yeah, pretty nice there from Maxibon. And Lorinda, this could be a very, very fast series.
It could be, but it also could be quite a slow one still. There's a Warrior and a Death Knight on the other side, so, let's see how this turns out. Yeah, there's still decisions in that Rogue game. He chose to put the 2 Giants into play. Definitely didn't have to do that. Certainly... There's definitely games of Hearthstone where I put 1 Giant down and go, yeah, I've got to reload next turn if I want it. And those sort of things against another deck. Yeah, exactly. But against another deck where maybe they don't have as many clears, but so if they have a clear, your second Giant will stick. And they don't have infinite health gains. So if the Giant does stick, it does 16, that wins the game. There's different situations, but there are still decisions being made on top of the skill being displayed on the pure mechanics. So... Because Maxi makes them so quickly, sometimes these decks look so easy. You guarantee tomorrow Lad will be full of people copying Maxi's decks going, this deck's rubbish, I'm not as lucky as that guy, and cards on the floor time.
I think as well, because of how, at least for me, like I feel like the meta's pretty hard right now in terms of the decks that are good. Like executing those decks is pretty hard, and then, but sometimes because of the power level of the decks, it looks easy, right? Like I mean, take Druid, right? Max is on Druid now. If you get Tree and some ramp, and you can draw a couple of cards. Yeah, you're probably going to blow your opponent up, right? Because that's kind of what the deck does. But a lot of it is, one, executing those strategies when they do go well, and also what to do when that doesn't happen, right? And you have to pull something out of the bag. As I say this, we are getting into, of course, game number 3. Maxi just has this Druid left to win with. Gyu decided to take a break off the DK and jump over to the Warrior with one of the rare Warrior appearances.
This is it. This is the matchup that we've been talking about and haven't seen, I don't believe, even once all weekend. The reason that Gyu's lineup is regarded as the best lineup is this Warrior deck, surprisingly, is favoured against Druid. We believe, we've been told, we've worked it out, we've tested it, it's probably favoured. Because it has plenty of chances to just get rid of your Insidiouses and your Owls with its Dirty Rats, and it's ham. But we haven't actually, we've talked about it, we've play tested it, we haven't actually had a chance to show it in action yet. So prepare for Maxi's Insidiouses and Owls just to do a little dance and miss everything all game, murder the Warrior in like 7 turns, and everyone go, well, what was that all about?
Yeah, there's also this little creature that's quite good as well, the Demolition Renovator that I was on the receiving end because I was testing this for a little bit the other day with Sottle, and Sottle was on the Warrior, and was just blowing up all of my locations all of the time, and it was very annoying.
You see this? Turn 4, massive turtle. How can you pick dinos against these?
Well played. Both players just having a bit of a chuckle.
How can you?
Yeah, Minion's pretty good if you play on turn 4, isn't it?
It's okay. So, okay, that doesn't necessarily mean the game is over like it would against, say, Paladin. A lot of the damage does just get pointed at the face if you're the Druid, but also you're about to lose your one location. I think you do this. He'll know better than me. Oh no, you do it next turn. He'll know better than me.
Yeah.
You have to do this turn.
I think you hold off because if you like, what's the problem with the spell damage for this turn, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like because the turtle's untargetable for a start, so it's not going to get anything aimed at that anyway. So it's probably not going to make enough of an impact. So I like holding off for at least a turn.
Yeah, where I was going is you don't wait for the tree. You just blow this location up.
Oh, sure, yeah. Basically, any turn in which there's mana available, you do it. But I just think the yaw was way too good last time.
Of course,
yeah.
I spotted it in hand halfway through. But blowing up the less powerful location. Yeah, Maxi doesn't want to see any more of that rubbish. Yeah, he's done.
I will be honest as well, because we've talked a lot about the world spots on the line. They're done now. They're locked up. We've got these 4 players are making it to Worlds, and this has happened, previously as well in other tournaments where this is kind of the case. But it's also nice that when these things happen, because that Worlds pressure is off a little bit. Obviously, the players still want to win. They still want to do well. But when the turtle came down, both players chuckled, right? Whereas if this was a match for 4 Worlds or for a World spot, one of them maybe would have not looked as having as good a time. So it's kind of just nice to see the more sort of slightly more laid back approach in some of these matches now that the players are slightly less stressed, I imagine. So Maxi just saying, you know what, you got me. Move on to the next game. Again, he does still have Druid to go 2 more times to get 1 win with to move on to the finals. So Maxi's still feeling pretty good about this series, no doubt.
So you're not subtle then, who will pick somebody to win a tournament and then enjoy watching them go through intense pain when they have bad things happen to them. You're different to that.
Yeah, well, look, you know me, Lauren. I just like it when everyone's having a good time, okay?
yeah, absolutely.
We are going to jump over to Gyu on the Rogue now. Yeah, and this is quite a nice hand for Maxibon. Oh, Okay, I didn't know if he was going to keep the ramp or not, but Dollhouse in hand is looking pretty good. Gyu also choosing not to keep Kami. Again, Gyu no doubt much better at Pirate Rogue than I am, but did end up getting Crystal Cove in the opening, which is much, much better, so fair enough.
Yeah. And again, not sure how about the comments go, but Cove is so important.
Yeah, Cove is the card you just want every single game over anything else. Yes, obviously you need good follow-ups. You want like Buccaneer with the Cove perfectly, but generally speaking, like the Buccaneers by themselves aren't that great. The other pirates by themselves aren't super great, but the Cove plus anything feels way better. Like a Cove weapon, for example, is also fantastic.
It's also quite interesting, right? Because Maxi kept the Chalice, obviously, because he's got the spell damage that does a heck of a lot of damage. Nothing wrong with that. And Gyu with the same thing, knowing that Maxi might keep a Chalice, he said, well, I don't need 3/2, so my opponent can deal with them a lot of the time. I need bigger than that, so I'm going to keep the Cove and see what happens.
Yeah, a lot of this is make 3 5/5s and then keep making big stuff after that, and just keep going face and then try and overwhelm your opponent, because this Pirate Rogue is quite good at creating just wave after wave after wave of minions and damage and threats, and that's really the strength of this list versus you look at like Paladin or even to an extent Cycle Rogue, where you make a few waves of threats or you make like one wave of threats and then build up to a combo. This is just go, 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 go.
Yeah, and that's something when I was testing the deck in particular, I didn't really realise at first. I was looking for one big term, and you can just put things on the board because you get more things to put on the board really rapidly over and over again.
Also, as well, important to note that the list is running, as we can see, Shaladrisil. So there is options in the sort of later game, or maybe even with prep, maybe even with some of the pirate discounts from Sandbox, to have extra like damage pushes, right? Whether it's damage from the 5 AoE, whether it's from Nightmare. There's also the Wind Fury giving Pirate in the deck as well. So there's a lot of extra burst damage if you end up needing it with Shaladrisil.
Is Maxi going to have to play Living Roots here for minions to stop this relentless like smacking from the 5/5s from the location? He's got plenty of spell damage, he's got plenty of chalices, he's going to have all sorts of removal when the Mr. Vista procs. But he's going to take 5 a few too many times for my liking if he doesn't make some 1/1s, I think.
Yeah, there is no weapon yet, though, right? I think if there was a weapon, then I could get behind it. But because one hasn't been played yet, you could just preemptively do it. But if there was a weapon, 100%. But you could still see it setting up. Maybe you could even do it twice and just put 4 on the board.
Hey, Raven, he's thinking about it. He's not sure either way. We're both right.
The problem is, it's just more damage later, right? If you hold on to it.
No, there we go.
Yeah. So just being as defensive.
They do
as
also
possible.
challenge board a little bit, right? Like fundamental Hearthstone, put things on board.
Yeah, and it also helps out with like evening up chalice numbers maybe and things like that, and so on. So
Is this another card in your Mr. Vista as well? Which quite often you don't want it in your Mr. Vista because it makes 2 1/1s and you can't play the card that wins you the game, like the Incendius or the Owl. But in this situation, I don't think that would be a particular problem.
I could see this even being prep dubious this turn, just to get drawing, because there's still a lot of good draws off that. Or it's like Ship and Sandbox and then Hope. I guess you've got Shadow Step as well, but that doesn't feel great if you don't draw exactly a pirate.
I guess he wants to work out if he can get his Shaladrisil played, but yeah, it looks like he's going to do with your play.
Okay, he's going to
he's
do it
the
without
for
the
this
prep,
yeah,
which is fun. This onto weapon, I imagine, and then press the Cove, push damage and go. Next turn, there's Sandbox into Firek.
Yeah, there it is. Also, like, clear the 1/1s is still going to get the 5 damage if he wants it.
Oh, didn't
But
press
he's saving it.
Cove this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, saving it for next turn.
Alright, here we go.
Oh, I guess this is
You're
probably why, right? Because all the chalices
Of course,
just kill
yeah.
the 5/5 anyway. Yeah, this is just smart. Yeah, it's just it slows down how quickly you can use the Cove completely, right? But you would just deal 5 and then lose the 5/5. So I think this is smart overall.
Let's see how it balances this. Gonna draw some cards for sure. Yeah. Oaken Summons is really powerful here.
If this was me, a Fyrak would already be on the board. I always just lock it in.
So a number that's thrown about is that Fyrak, this is Tangent, who did some work on it in a regular viewer on Twitch. Sort of Fyrak's worth about 7 and a bit damage on average, but there's such a wide fluctuation on that, and also the other outcomes.
If you slam this with confidence, it actually goes up to 12 damage average, I think.
Really?
That's how it works.
I
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
trust you when it comes to that sort of thing. Let's see.
Okay, Flame Strike, not the best. EDM, not the worst, but not the best.
Didn't blow itself up.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness.
See, and here's the downside, right? You took too long to play it. The confidence wasn't there. If that was
Didn't
snap
slam it with
played, that
confidence.
was fireball in face, left, right, and center.
He's trying to process what just happened to him. How is it done 2? Look, why is this my
Yeah,
life
and, and
now,
no
this
shadow step
semi-final?
on the 1/1, right? Which would have been decent follow up, actually, because he could have coved. Here comes Oaken for the Oracle.
How enigmatic.
Second Woodland picked up as well.
Quick stop to count, see if he needs to press the button or not.
I mean, this is a decent chunk of damage. It's not enough damage for any kind of lethal on 27, of course, with Q, but it's worth looking. It's always worth looking.
Yeah.
When you're adding, like, what, 3 spell damage?
I think he may have... It's fine. I was thinking he might end up being a mana away from where he wanted to be, but it's okay.
Job done.
Yeah.
Yep, Chalice clears this
Nice
up.
clear. Shadowzil is active, but no hand space and no prep anymore, so Q's probably going to want that active. Don't have to work out how he's going to get his hand empty enough to A, get that active, and B, you know, he's facing a lot of damage and probably expects to lose in the next turn or 2 if he's not careful.
It's rough as well because this whole turn, it was just unfortunate the 1/1 went down, but for example, the Buccaneers, because the location's not available, like the Buccaneers can't actually clear the 2/5s, which is frustrating as well.
Right. I think this turn is do something, don't die, get Ziliax down. Ugh, even Ziliax is too slow, yeah. And like you say, the Buccaneers
There is still a
look
prep
so...
left in the deck. So if Prep's picked
Okay.
up, I did wonder whether they were going to go ship and then do pirate things to just keep drawing through the deck, just to get the Shaladrisil playable along with the AoE.
This turn looks so unpleasing to the
unfun.
eye, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very...
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good hit, though. Yeah, very, very unfun.
Oh. There's only 9 cards in deck, so it'll be a really good chance of just getting one.
Yeah, Swipe's going to be very nice here to help out with this. Because Maxi does have to be at least a tiny bit worried just because Shaladrisil is a card that exists and there is still a prep left.
I thought he might take a look there, actually.
Well, with the
it-
swipe, it
Yeah, it's
probably
fine.
was just better to wait.
Yeah, it probably was. It just, yeah. It's so hard not to do. Like, normally Ziliax is great, but, you know, you're probably going to just die next turn. You don't know what the card in hand is, of course. If that's asleep, you just can concede.
I mean, there's still sandbox, Schladrasil things that can
Yeah.
be done. Can shuffle the Incendius back in, right?
Paladin is only on 16.
Yeah, and if you stick something, well, there's location. There's also the Nightmare, and there's still the Wind Fury in the deck as well.
Yeah, if you play really quickly with a weapon, press the button. When the minion comes out to attack, just pop the Nightmare on it quick.
They're going for the slightly, I'll say the word safer route, but you know what I mean, right? The
light game,
non-fancy
right? Yeah.
option, I guess, of just playing the Ziliax.
Pressing all the
It's going to have
buttons.
to be pretty good.
Pressing all the buttons.
Max is smirking. Oh,
Oh,
I can see.
and he's
not
lost.
good. Yeah, I was going to say that is not the draw. The Aulonius not going to get it done, not hitting any of those spells, not hitting any of that AoE. And just like that, Q's evened up the match here. Druid is struggling just a little bit for Maxi as we go to 2-2. And yeah, that was a bit of a tough one. And it looks like we're going to go all the way back to this Death Knight, Lorinda.
Druid versus Death Knight, the one that I've talked about quite a lot this weekend, I feel, where literally a few days ago, Druid just beats Death Knight. It's easy, you know, blah, blah, blah. And the Death Knights have got better at the deck or worked out what they need to do, or it was misjudged in the first place or something, because the top players are sort of calling this basically a 50-50 now, I think. And that's sort of, I haven't checked the stats, but that feels like that's borne out. I feel like the Death Knights have been doing okay against the Druid in this tournament.
Yeah, and it is funny as well how certain things work out where some of the most popular decks, even though, let's just say they're the best decks, because so many players are expecting them on deck submission, they have a plan for it, right? Like, it's not catching anyone off guard. Whereas, for example, the Warrior from Gu was something that players had to, I would guess, like adapt to a little bit more with their game plan. Whereas it's like, well, yeah, Death Knight, I've got a plan if I'm leaving it up. Druid, yep, no problem, got a plan. Paladin, got a plan. So yeah, it's just funny that we're coming down to like two of the most popular decks to decide who is going to book that first spot in the finals of the Masters Tour Spring Championship. It's all going to come down to this game. Gu on that Death Knight once again, and Maxi kicking it off on the Druid.
Yeah, and even going back a week, I've enjoyed going back a week. I've followed this whole meta develop. It's only been like a 2-week meta that they've had to, you know, to get ready for this tournament in. Going back to, I don't know, let's say 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, the Druids weren't all playing Owl at that point. There was the Cheerdrake version, which we've seen one of in this tournament, but that was like the prevalent version for a time. And they couldn't beat Death Knight. And then people said, well, just put Owl in the Druid and you always beat Death Knight. And then that's sort of the starting point of what I've been saying this weekend, where people thought the Druid beat Death Knight. But before that, the Druid wasn't beating the Death Knight at all. So even the build we have of Druid now is a reaction to how things were at the start of the meta. I love watching it all unfold. It's so interesting.
Also, just a quick reminder for people as well. The Death Knight is rocking one of the Demolition Renovators. So again, just a very relevant card in this matchup specifically, right? And there is a one-off in this list for Q. So just something to keep an eye out for.
Absolutely. Yeah, in playtesting, every time my locations got blown up, it was very, very unpleasing indeed.
Maxi getting off to a fairly aggressive start, though.
They're going to do 12. They're just going to do so much damage.
I have but little time.
These negate a lot of the stuff the Death Knight does with the health gain and the leeches and stuff, right? They're just going to really hurt you here, and
They do,
Maxi's going
but
to get to draw cards as well.
Yu has a decent piece here, right? Because this is going to death rattle into another minion to chip more damage away and so on. So it's not great, don't get me wrong. You don't really want to see your opponent just woodland so early, but at least there's something on board to help deal with, and maybe these leeches can finish off the rest. But this chalice and the ethereal is just...
Does only kill one of them. It's guaranteed to kill one of them and not kill the other.
I think it's worth saving the health on the 5, maybe.
Well,
like do the value trade.
Yeah. If you do the value trade, then you don't have to push the button to guarantee killing one. But if you want to guarantee killing one, and you want to go face, you have to push the button. Oh, we've got the oracle, so it's guaranteed. Yeah,
I was going to say it was either clear with the location or don't clear without, right?
Can't count
so it's just a choice of whether the location wants to be pressed or not.
The burn down, the very late tech into the deck from a few, or from 3 players apparently.
Good targets in here as well. The leech will knock out, get rid of that ethereal.
I think Maxi is in a really great spot, Raven. He's got a lot of things going his way here.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad. The bottomless being picked up as well with the spell damage as the Oaken summons again. And the woodland again.
Yeah, she's up to 19 and Maxi hasn't had to do any druid things yet.
Yeah, although there is... Oof, it's a turn away, but there is Nomelia and Moon. But it's 1 turn away, right?
My favourite bar. But yeah, it is a turn away.
And like you said, this damage is chipping away from the beetles. Very frustrating for you, no doubt.
Count, Maxi, count. Count faster. Dollhouse, swipe. Sparkling file next turn. How much damage you got to do? How much have you got?
Yeah, I feel like Dollhouse looks good, right? Double Dollhouse this turn and just press everything.
Yeah, double Dollhouse this turn. See what happens next turn. Press everything. Go the turn after. Yeah. He's just positioned around the thing.
Suffocate.
Yeah.
This might be the corpse explosion. It's not going to feel great, but okay, going for blood suffocate, I guess.
I think Banksy gave that little shrug there because he's positioning around suffocate, but also if suffocate's being played, he knows he's in an okay spot. There's so much here. Right. At some point in his turn as well, he can gain a lot of mana with file into sleep as well, if he even needs that. He's 31 damage. No owl in hand. So the swipes do, what, 7? That's 14, and the living roots do 5 each, so that's 24. The file does 5, so 29?
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit short.
But also you file into sleep, right? And then that costs nothing almost, and off you go. Or I could just count just refresh. And he's just find anything that does something here.
Alonius is a card.
It is, it costs 7.
Yeah, it's not a cheap card, but it's
found a file. He's found a file.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, and I think that's going to do it. The Alonius there for just moral support more than anything.
Yeah.
And that is going to get it done. Maxibon is going to move on to the finals of the Masters Tour Spring Championship. Huge congratulations making it there. And just again, it's really difficult because I feel like we say it all the time for a lot of these players, but Maxi just extremely solid play again, just time and time again, proving why he's in the top 2 for this tournament now. A bit of a shame for Gu. I think Gu provided some not only great entertainment and great games, but also a great approach to this tournament. I think all of us have enjoyed watching Gu play, and looking forward to seeing him more in the future. But yeah, Maxi just looked a little bit dicey. Looked like the series was going to be over pretty fast, but recovered eventually with the Druid.
You hear it time and time again. You ask somebody, are you favourites Gu? They go, no, not only because he's got a better lineup than me, but because he's Gu. Like Maxi said it in the interview earlier, all of these top players who have played with Gu for the last sort of 3 or 4 years just say he's absolutely one of the very, very best players. And luckily for us, he's one of the players we'll see in the World Championships, despite being knocked out there. But Maxi in the final with Mill Warlock in his lineup, a chance to become the champion. But he'll be against Sable Fury Hunter over.
Yeah, again, just a great job for Maxi. Super fun player to watch. I'm already looking forward because I'm not casting the finals, so I'm looking forward to just sitting back and just watching it in all its glory. But we are going to be going to a break while we set up the next semi-final to see who's going to face Maxibon. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. I am still here, but I've swapped Lorinda out for Sottle to bring you the second semi-final of the day. We've got Insane versus Fury Hunter coming up, and we've had some great reactions from both of these players so far today, Sottle, and rightly so. So no doubt it's going to be a fun one, so make sure to stick around. But this is going to be a nice semi-final, I think, to round out to see who's going to face Maxibon in that finals. It's going to be pretty sick. I'm hyped.
Yeah, I think with the top four that we ended up with, Gu, Maxi, Insane, and Fury, basically any connotation of final there was going to be pretty sick, right? Like there was no outcome that I was not fully on board with. Like obviously, you know, I like Fury a lot. He's my pick for this tournament. He's also winning me packs, so you know this is I'm obviously all aboard. I'm all aboard the Fury train, but there was not really any particular outcome that I was going to be overly upset by, especially when I wrapped up the most prestigious award of the tournament, the Caster Prediction Trophy, back all the way back on like day 2. It's just wrapped up, job done. Didn't have to do anything more after that. So it was looking pretty good either way, but. It's nice to get back into some good old rogue druid paladin death knight lineups as well, Raven, as we do have on both sides here from these two players.
Yeah, the old classics, but I will say it's an interesting one, and this is just honest opinion. But even though these decks have been sort of cemented, we have seen some players, for example, Maxibon, who's in the finals, bring in other things. But I will say these matchups are actually exciting, right? Like, yes, we're seeing a lot of the similar decks, but what they do is cool, and how they get to those points is interesting, and there are different routes. I mean, we saw it way back earlier today when Pocket had about 20 different decisions to make in the first 2 turns of a rogue game, right? And then that was like game defining potentially. So it's not like we've seen a lot of these decks that are also popular on ladder. It's like, no, I'm a bit bored of these. It's like, no, they're actually exciting to watch. And then you slap on top, these are some of the best players in the world piloting them, and I am down. Yeah, keep it coming for me.
Yeah, this is kind of my particular bias. Like everyone, of course, has their own way of like how they want Hearthstone to be and what style of decks they want, right? And some people like want tons of aggro to be in the game. Some people really like combo decks. Some people like just like board battles. Some people want to go hyper late game all the time and have really long games. I don't really have a preference. I just want the decks to do really cool things all the time. Like You can attest, like, through testing, I am very happy sitting there playing Warlock all day, because Warlock does really cool things despite being a control deck, right? Like, you put Curse Campaign on an Ancient of Yore and then cast Layover and click Location. The thing that you just did is really cool. It doesn't matter if the rest of the game, like, takes another 20 minutes from there. And, like, likewise, I'm just as happy playing Cycle Rogue and playing 25 cards in one turn, because that's really cool. Like, that's just generally what I want decks to be doing. And right now, I think there's a wide variety of different decks in different styles that all kind of have those big power fantasy pop-off turns, which I think is a really great place for the meta to be overall. But anyway, we've kind of been doing a very general, top-down overview of whatever on earth we wanted to talk about, Raven. But there is actually a series in front of us, which we should
we've seen these decks.
maybe a little bit, right? Like, we can talk about it, maybe a tiny bit before we go back to our podcast.
Yeah, that was insane on screen. This is Fury Hunter. So anyway, going back to what we were saying.
Yeah,
I've done my job. There we go. But yeah, we are going to see some of the classic decks right now. But again, a lot of heavy decision making coming out here. And like I said earlier, we even saw it in the previous series. I said it before we got into that series, and I'll say it again. It's we might see a little bit more of the players being just a touch more relaxed, right? Like less insane pressure on them, and having a bit more of a light-hearted approach. So that's always nice to see after, no doubt, a very stressful weekend for these players.
Yeah, it's unavoidable, right? There's going to be a massive adrenaline dump because we saw it from Insane. You know, we saw the massive outpouring of emotion that came out from Insane, literally to the point of tears. Fury Hunter obviously went all the way to as close as it is possible to get to a world championship, coming runner-up last year to Yang Ming, and then finds his way back again. So obviously that adrenaline dump is then going to occur when you get across the world's qualification line. But that does not mean that these players aren't interested in, doubling or quadrupling their prize money with a couple of wins back to back. It doesn't mean that, adding Masters Tour Spring Champion to their resume, right? Next time they're filling in that Google sheet to populate the graphics for the next tournament, their biggest achievement in Hearthstone just leveled up one step because they've got an actual trophy to their name.
It's going to look good on their application with the job to the business factory. Always good to have that Masters Tour winner on there. Right, let's talk about some actual Hearthstone. Insane on the top on the Rogue, going up against Fury Hunter on this Druid. And just in the previous series, we saw the power of an early Woodlands against some of... Obviously, it was a different deck, it was Pirate Rogue, but just in general, if Fury can get out an early Woodland here, it has quite the impact on some of these decks that kind of struggle to get through 5 health.
Yeah, no Dollhouse on 1 though, which means we'll almost certainly just be seeing new heights into the tree here.
I will say, we've not seen Tree that often this weekend, or again, maybe this is my own bias if I've just not seen it. I've seen it in a few Druid games, but not as common as I feel like it is on Ladder when all of my opponents have it all of the time.
Yeah, not on Curve. I think you're right. I think we've been running below average for Trees on Curve, for sure, especially considering how aggressively it is mulligan forward in every single matchup. Wow! Nice free 2-2 as well. Lovely. Juicy. That's what we like to see. Saving the 3. Preventing the trade. I like it.
Yeah, that's
in
nice.
fact, you're not saving 3, because this is never going face anyway, right? This is trading into a 2-2 to get the...
You're saving the trade, right? For
much
the
scarier.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Just a hard cast to Dubious. Oh, okay. Well,
Double Spider, but currently nothing to do with it, which is slightly
there is Prep
worrying.
Dubious again, though, which is pretty nice for next turn. Worst case scenario,
should be
right?
pretty good. Ooh. Summons coin, summons Vape Beetles. Now available, need be. Got to imagine. That's the order of business for the day.
Yep, and if that does survive, these bottomless toy chests are looking quite fancy.
Prep Eat the Imp now looking wonderful.
Yeah, I'll be honest, a little bit confused when the Web Weaver was hovered initially. Didn't know if it was just going to be go for it first, but wants to draw from Web Weaver number 2. Okay.
You can hit, I was going to say, you can hit almost exactly Wisp, which then becomes a better Eat the Imp target than anything else that you have on the board. So yeah, I do think this actually makes sense. The rare outcome of like kind of a very low out sequencing optimization that a player thinks of and actually hits the exact thing they were going for. Lovely stuff.
And this is going back to what I mentioned just before we got into the game of like, this stuff is hard, right? Because like I said, I was like, double spider this early. Like there's other options. Like Insane could have taken this a bit slower, but no, choosing to go in and getting rewarded for it. And now there's just giants as far as the eye can see.
Double giant, yeah. This is what happens when you hit. Like we've talked about this a lot. There's been several occasions throughout the tournament where people have gone double spider early, and it just hasn't quite hit the right stuff, and we've gone, oh, well, probably should have waited then, shouldn't you? But in reality, like, this is what happened.
We just bend with whatever happens and say, well, should have done the other thing. We have become chat. Why didn't you just know this outcome was going to happen, you noob? Double swipe, though. Is available if required. Oof,
Wait,
throwback.
Undercity Huckster is in the game?
I was going to say, yeah. I honestly, my brain just went back in time. My God. I was like, oh.
It's going to swipe and replay taunts. Yeah, okay. You could technically go digging there with Arcanite to try and find some kind of full clear, but I think this is pretty low risk.
Yeah, but if he went digging and missed Sol, we'd just say he was wrong and he should have done the other
That's
thing.
true. Yeah, no, you're right.
Fury Hunter's just protected himself now.
It's like the old, when you queue into a streamer on ladder, you're actually supposed to full mull no matter what your hand is, because if you full mull, then the streamer can't criticize which cards you've kept.
Right. That is big brain plays, that, isn't it? I like it.
Yeah.
I've just got to get to the point where I queue into streamers on ladder.
I'm sure there are some streamers at Gold 3. Right?
True.
Don't worry about
True.
it. Yeah.
Hey, don't out me like that on stream, man. I'll be playing friendly matches to practice, okay? Jeez. Well, savagery.
Number 802, welcome to the collection.
Okay, I'm just going to be able to clear up the spell damage. Obviously, the number one threat on the board right now. But these taunts do fantastic work just being annoying. No, okay. Just gonna see Incendious Slam here from Fury. Fury has a lot of digging opportunities with the toy chest and the Arcanite, of course, but if you can just safely land Incendious, it's just a why not kind of scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
I match your Incendious with my own Incendious.
Yeah, only one of you gets to draw 3, gain 3 mana for free this turn, though, sadly, so might be a little bit of a mismatch. We'll see.
Yeah. Thanos still in the deck for Insane as well. Not quite going to have access to that spell damage right now.
Insta double eruption. File's great. Probably refreshing 6. Oh no, actually going to keep drawing. Okay. I guess really wants to dig for spell damage before you do the tree activation, which does make a lot of sense.
One more draw.
Still 2 dollhouses left remaining.
Yeah.
Actually just struggling to get cards out of hand right now for the tree prop.
Yeah.
Alright. Shoot everything face, run out of time, click some location,
Press buttons.
see what we draw. Get a free Rager. Wow, still no dollhouse.
Yeah, 1 Mr. Vista, 1 Alonius, 2 Dollhouse, and 2 Eruptions left in.
For those of you who are visual. We have the technology. Okay, well the good news for Fury is that all of those eruptions got drawn immediately, followed by the Blood Mage. And then looking at the other way around, so there are now 2 eruptions, 1 asteroid left in the deck. But we do, of course, have 9 more asteroids to shuffle in. So that's 9 asteroids at 3 damage each is 27. Plus 2 eruptions at 3 each is 33. Plus 1 more asteroid is 36. So if you dubious purchase the 2/4 before any cards are drawn, that should be lethal, if I have counted all of that correctly.
One way to find out.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, well, Insane's locking it in, so I'm going to do my patented always lethal. Oh.
Really? I think it's 2 over. I think it's last card 2 over. Oh no, of course, because the sequencing.
The order.
I forgot this could happen. Yeah. It can still hit the dead minion. So
Yeah,
I believe now. Oh wait, I think if you O manager face, maybe now it's exact. So you've gone from 2 over to 4 under. So I think you're 1 off. I think you're 1 off with O manager face if I've counted everything correctly. I'm just playing a fun mini game with myself now. I don't know if you know it. It's just
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Raven, I nailed it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, but not unfortunately for Fury Hunter as he takes game number 1. And yeah, a bit of a tricky one there. It really coming down to the wire though. Insane was close enough to being there without being there, right? Just an unfortunate sort of mechanical interaction with the way the cards work and the draw works and so on, so on, so on. Tricky one, but yeah, Fury Hunter managed to prey on that, and Fury Hunter's basically a turn away from clearing as well, so both players very, very close, but yeah, Fury being the one that takes the lead, getting the Druid out the way as well, which I don't know if you still agree with or agreed with in the first place by now as we move towards the end of this tournament, but Druid has been one of the decks that's felt a little bit dicey, one of the ones you really want to clear and get out the way in your lineup, in these, especially these similar lineups, right? So I think Fury getting that Druid gone is pretty nice for him.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, Druid has been my ladder deck, like, right up to the day before the tournament, and during the first day, I played a little bit in between matches as well. I still think on ladder, it's just an absolute god deck, but when you get to this level, the Death Knights play better against you, the Paladins understand the out so much better, like any aggro priest that you run into is actually going to be played by a super high level player, not just someone playing cards while watching Netflix, there's a huge difference between those two things.
The rogues can pull off those turns.
Exactly,
as well, right?
Yeah. Oh, the amount of free wins I have Druid. I play Druid, queue into Rogue, and I'm just like, oh god, okay, I got the bad matchup. Because either way, like, it's going to be a bad, whether it's Pirates or Cycle, you've got a pretty bad matchup.
It's tough, yeah.
And then they just screw up the Cycle turn. And this is like high 2 digits, low 3 digits level, right? Like, this is at a pretty high level of ladder. And it's still, you just get free wins against Cycle Rogues, just absolutely punting on the Cycle turn. So, but yeah, when you get to this kind of level where everyone is super locked in, Druid is actually one of the worst decks in the tournament. Which is not to call it a mistake of a bring, because I think one of the worst decks in the tournament that still remains, right? Because the Bear Hunters and the Aggro Priests and all those other decks, they're still not in the tournament anymore. That's kind of the point. But I do think in terms of what remains, it is the weakest deck overall.
And also as well, has to be a weakest deck in any tournament.
Exactly.
Right, of the popular one, you have to bring something, right? So we talk about it a lot, right? The 4th deck scenario. So yeah, it turns out Druid may just well be that one for this one. But Insane going to be on the Druid now on the top. Fury locking in the Rogue. So flipped matchup now.
Oh,
and there's a tree.
Oh, OFC.
Moonkin Cinnamon.
Real debate here. This is a tough call. Like, 3 is a large number. It's one of the bigger numbers that you don't want to be taking to the face. But at the same time, just gifting your opponent a free Eat the Imp is a tough call, for sure.
Yeah, because also it doesn't trade with your minion either, does it? Right? Because it's a 1/1.
Exactly.
So it's not like, oh, well, if there's a minion there anyway, you can just clear it and say fine. But because it's a 1/1, yeah, it was a bit of a trickier decision there. Insane did choose to clear it up, though.
So if you dig exactly Wisp, you're in business.
Honestly, I like that regardless, because I think doing some kind of Moonstone, Shadow Step, or even Moonstone Coin Imp is just overdoing it. Maybe that's just me. Your opponent does have the tree down, though, so you do have to be a little bit worried, but I think just start with Dig and see where it goes.
Interesting. See, I was going to say, I think you Dig, and then if it whiffs entirely, you can just Moonstone, probably step the Moonstone and hold it in hand. But now that you've drawn Phoenix,
it's like Dagger.
Potentially do all that and backstab the 1/1 just to get a Phoenix down for a little bit of chip damage. That's probably not worth using a backstab on. I can see all levels of play here involving stopping here all the way up to Shadow Step and Backstab and replaying Phoenix.
Yeah. Game's hard.
Yeah. And any of the stops in between those two plays, to be clear.
Yes,
Like, I can see the arguments for all of them.
So I'm going to pick up the swipe. I think Chalice is the easy go-to here, right?
Yeah, looks that way.
Don't really want to leave the Moonstone on board, so...
Nope. I think if you had Dollhouse maybe in play already, that kind of thing, then you could argue just use the hero power, because with Dollhouse, Swipe, and a whole bunch of Chalices and a tree, you can clear the double giant turn when it happens. You can just clear that up and carry on with all of the mana and all of the Chalices. But you just, without spell damage, that's not really going to happen no matter how much mana you have. So
Right.
let's kind of get on with it.
Just a hard cast Dubious. Not really the best here.
How have we been playing this long with double Eat the Imp in our hand, and we have yet to cast the card Eat the Imp?
Yeah, no minions. Was possible earlier, of course, but I do think again it's this might have been a case for Rogue in Rogue's entire existence, but Shadow Step usage I feel varies from player to player as well, right, in this tournament. I feel like we've seen every variation of how quickly players want to use up their Shadow Steps.
Sure.
How enigmatic.
Again, the classic here. Get the Ethereal
Are we going
out.
to see
Guard
just back-to-back Druid beating Rogue? Is that going to be the opening to this series? Because that is a bizarre outcome, if that's the case.
Possibly, but then again, Rogue kind of won the last game, right? In a sort of scenario. It's close enough.
All right,
do you
Webweaver finally.
think this is heavily Rogue favored?
Yeah. Pretty heavily.
Okay.
Like not 60, but approaching 60. Like pretty darn favored.
Yeah. Beyond fancy your chances, right?
Yeah.
Like-
yeah. I mean, the fact that both players drew tree might have something to do with it.
True.
If we're going to investigate really deep down. It's a tough solve, I know, but... Still just lacking in spell damage is insane, so... Yeah, like debating the Vista. There was a Slam Vista play available last turn, and Insane turned it down just in terms of doing something more aggressive with the spell damage and the draw from the tree, which I really like. I think I probably play Vista the least out of anyone who's played a whole bunch of games with this deck. Really just don't have a whole lot of respect for the card overall. But I think Insane kind of found himself in a position there where there just wasn't really any other play that left you with any kind of feeling of self-respect, so it's had to do it.
I was looking at the other Woodland, just hardcast. Just get, it's basically, the same thing apart from it's not Vista. But I'm not saying it's good, but that's just something I was looking at in terms of having more minions and more health on board.
Yeah, they do tank. They do tank very heavily against Rogue. That is for sure.
But not like the play was standing out as something fantastic, obviously.
No.
Now location is available to be clicked once again from Insane, so the world opens up at this point.
And if Insane had any spell damage here, you could just be going, ow, click, file, play your deck, and sleep. Yeah, exactly. It's not exactly tricky when you only need to do 15 total, but there is just literally no spell damage to be found. How much is it? 7... What have we got? 7, 11, 13, 15... No other damage? Yeah. Wait, can you get there actually? So if you do owl click, then your sparklings do 4. So that's 4, 8, 14, 19, 21. Is it one off? It's one off. It's actually one off again. For the second game in a row. It's one off. So hang on, sleep outs.
Are the draws that get you there though?
Yeah. So no, because you don't have. There's no more way to make mana. Is the problem?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
So that's like. So I mean, yes. It depends. Yeah. So there's 2 living roots left. So if you drew exactly 2 roots to play instead of one of the swipes, that would have been lethal. But that is really low percentage.
Yeah, hyper specific. Yeah. Bit of a wince there from Insane, knowing they're not the best turn in the world. There's a living root burnt. Yeah, super tricky one there.
Alright, time to go.
Fury Hunter ends up 1 off and he can't dagger. That freeze could be clutch.
I mean, 1 off is the theme of the series so far.
Exactly.
Fury, we have to cook.
Well, I'm just going to say the deck's going to get drawn.
Yeah, had to use a step on a Blood Mage to save maximum mana, though, which is -3 asteroids for the endgame state. So only 6 total going in. So that's 6 asteroids times 3, 18. 2 eruptions times 3 is 6, which is 24 total. I actually don't think it's enough.
There's
because
the
he had to use that step.
as well.
So 27.
I'm not going to lie, so a large part of me hopes Fury's 1 off.
Fury is not 1 off, no.
Point.
Fury is further than 1 off, sadly.
Would have been funny though.
It would have been funny, you're not wrong.
So weird to see a druid board with no locations on it. What is this?
So I think Fury may have over-prioritized mana efficiency there by using the step on the Blood Mage to try and get the Phoenixes down to 0 before he started playing them. Because I think if he just well, no, because the step drew a card on the Blood Mage anyway, as it would if he'd have stepped the Mauler. So he would still be in the same position as far as card draw is concerned. So he may still not have had lethal even if he'd have done it that way around.
Yeah.
Alright, tough one.
Tough one for Insane as well. I think the rope's about to start picking up and there's just not a lot of great options still. Just 2 Dollhouse in the deck, which is horrific.
Just a little bit of hot gain 15 action. Oh,
oh yeah.
Oh,
Sign
come
me up.
on. Just gonna hero power the Blood Mage, tank the remaining 4 asteroids. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, minimizes
So,
minimizes the damage because the spell damage, of course, being gone.
That's right. So then 10, 12, 14 showing. So needs the board to stick another turn or find some Maestra juice. Oh! Yes.
I mean, pick your poison here.
Yeah, Kurtrus, the absolute mega nuts if you actually stick a board, but if the board sticks, you're winning anyway. So probably just the burst from Uther? The immediate burst from the weapon, I would imagine. Although there is a Woodlands left. There's a Beetles left. And you don't interact with Beetles if they come down.
True.
If you take the Uther. So maybe the Kurtrus for the Rush Demons. I don't know how many times Fury attacked, if at all. But Fury will.
What? At least.
yeah.
We all can count to one. Welcome to Hearthstone casting. If you can count to one, you've got the job.
But yeah, I think that's actually smart. I think a lot of people would have just snap picked the Uther there, probably myself included, but you keep in mind that there's another Woodland still remaining.
Yeah.
You're probably never going to get that
Also
weapon
as well,
swing through the face.
just to give it the nod, the Malfurion on poison doesn't do anything because it's probably getting cleared by literally any spell ever, right?
Yeah.
So like they although Malfurion in isolation looks like a good hero, oh, you can attack, you generate a board, it doesn't actually quite do the job you want it to do.
Okay, so the file did go off. There's still no spell damage. Like, this is resembling trolling at this point. Just double Dollhouse still in the deck with 6 cards remaining.
Yeah.
So the cheap owl file doesn't even really do anything in this spot.
Yeah, is this going to be just fish for... It's not 15 armor, is it?
It's just hot game 15 action. Yeah,
okay.
This is what it is. Oh.
I was gonna say, I didn't know whether it was go for Dollhouse to just try and get stuff in the way. There's enough Chalcis to like clear some stuff up, right?
I tell you a card I'd really like right now is Go with the Flow. It just gains 8.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, Go with the Flow probably would have been lethal on several turns
with
the
spell
owl
damage.
before
Yeah,
now,
true.
yeah.
And Fury's like, you know what card I'd really like right now? Fireball.
Waits for no one.
Let's clear it up though.
Giant dies.
Oh, Kurtrus' time to shine.
They are 2/4s, okay. So you can get the other attack in.
What a world we're living in when this rogue is about to end a game decked out without playing Eat the Imp. And there's just the Eat the Imp just chilling.
Yeah, true.
Problem now is Fury is gonna just know that there has to be the locations soon, right? There just isn't that many cards left in the deck.
Alright, keeps the 2/4s.
Yeah, wants the extra damage now.
Yeah, plays all the cards out in the correct order to not draw any additional cards, and then just has to hope that some of these minions stick. So yeah, took smaller minions in order to push 2 more immediately with the hero power, which I think makes sense, because if those minions stick around to attack, then you're getting the buff on the hero power anyway.
Yeah. But there's some dollhouses.
I'm out of cards.
Freaking finally. Jeez.
What a weird game.
A really strange game of Hearthstone.
Yeah. Yeah, and because of the mana regens like gone, this isn't even just lethal, right?
No. I mean, it is.
Okay,
it
kind of is, but you know what I mean. It's funny that with the spell damage now appearing, it's still not actually just lethal on board. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit too slow here for Fury, I think.
Job's done.
Even just Incendious at this point, right, is just good enough.
Alfile is just lethal, right? With the
either way, I was just saying, even worst case scenario, the Incendious probably just gets it done next turn regardless. So yeah, Insane gonna get a victory with the Druid as well. Really strange game there. I think that's just one of those ways where, because one player doesn't get what they need, it makes them play in a very different way, right? Which then makes the other player have to adapt. When we saw like the armor gain that you don't actually see that often from Druid in these matchups, because the damage is normally always there. So yeah, a bit of a strange one to continue this series with, but now both players have Druid over the line. So we're back to sort of a mirrored style matchups again, where there's Death Knights and Rogues.
Yeah, I don't know who had both druids beating both rogues to open the series on their bingo card, but it wasn't
You
me.
won.
That was not my prediction. Yeah, well done. Really good odds, actually. Big payout, now that you mention it. But yeah, we are now back to mirrored matchups, as you just mentioned. Cycle Rogue matchup can, of course, be a bit of a flip. Very, very draw dependent. Death Knight mirrors, I think we've only seen one during the whole tournament. Can be extremely long, extremely grindy. Can also be a bit of a blowout sometimes. It can happen. But yeah, I would rather have the variation of the decks crashing into the non-mirror partner on the other side than playing out 2 mirror matches. Let's put it that way. I think that would probably be the more interesting way to round out the series. But we will wait and see.
I've already cast a DK mirror today. Okay, I think I've paid my dues at this point. So let's just avoid this. And yeah, let's see what happens. And yes, we are going to get DK versus Rogue. Yes.
What?
You're not out of the woods yet. Now you have to root for the DK to win.
Insane. I'm your biggest fan. You got this. But since it's maybe been a little bit of a while, depending on when our viewers have tuned in, what's this matchup like? Because we know what DK generally wants to do, but is this just a race for the Rogue to just pop off and go and hope the DK doesn't have the response?
Yeah, so now this is a matchup that's very contentious, and that I probably have my most contentious opinions of the tournament in, because this matchup is kind of one of the biggest reasons why the alternate version of this deck that doesn't play Insidious and just plays like double prize vendor and is a little more turbo in terms of draw, but with less late game potential without the Insidious. Part of the reason why you kind of can't play that is because you don't really have many outs against Death Knight with that version, because they can just pull out of range of your asteroid damage if you don't have Insidious in there at all. However, from what we've seen so far, you don't win this matchup anyway unless your giants stick and get to attack, right? So I almost present the argument that playing the like turbo draw version of the deck might just still be better, because you can also more consistently like get turn 4, turn 5 giants down than you can with the other version. But in general, yes, you need to go really, really, really fast to giants and land them before your opponent can get corpses in place for corpse explosion, so that really their only out is to have Pyromancer poison immediately. There was a bit of a debate that I think you and Lorinda had in one of the previous series where you're talking about both giants or hold one. It's always play both, right? Because if you just play one, they only need the poison.
Exactly.
Then they can just hero power poison kill the giant.
Yeah.
So if you play both, they have to have the full clear, and it's the only out they have if you go fast enough to dodge corpse explosion. If you don't do that, or if they do then have the clear for that giant board, you have to find some miracle way of hoping that 30 to 40 damage is enough from your maxed out like Insidious turn, or find some miracle outcome with Maestra, which like Hagatha from Shaman, which gives you spells every time you play a minion. That can make some madness happen sometimes. There's a few other specific outs you can get. Rexar Builder Beast, for example, can start giving you infinite value in the late game. Like, there are weird ways, but we're taking a very long roundabout way of saying this is a pretty good matchup for the Death Knight. That's that's the one sentence version.
Oh wow, the dirty
Double
rat with trigger twice.
dirty rat.
Yeah. Oof.
Let's go. Oh, 2/2 copy Pyromancer actually as well, with double orbital moon in hand. Pretty solid.
Yeah, I think with the leeches as well, and I was saying this to Lorinda earlier as well, but like the leeches do such a great job in things like this, right? Where they're just there, they just exist, they're annoying, and they do make a difference.
They certainly do.
Okay. I was wondering where we were going with that coin for a second there.
Gotta make some hand space.
Yeah, I was just ready with Slam Maestro, honestly. I'll just say let's go. I'm preparing for the worst.
Maestra step, just try and find that Builder Beast on curve. Just
Rexar,
play a completely
yes.
different game
Oh.
on Hearthstone. Yeah.
Bring Rexar back. Look, if we get in another Ungoro expansion, surely we can get Knights of the Throne 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Okay. Is it 2? The hand is very full and has expensive cards in it already, so you might be hitting overdraw problems here if you go double. Yeah, okay.
And is Fury now just hunting for the second giant here?
Yes. Yeah.
Does have our manager as well, to just gain a little bit of coins.
Yeah, coin prep, manager phase.
Now I go Incendious.
Job's done. Just coin Incendious Phoenix. Yeah, the Incendious coming off the top there just opened up the alternate route. Just try and get the Incendious to stick. This is sometimes, all of my Incendious hatred aside, a really good way of like cheesing the matchup a little bit, because the DK will be quite scared of leaving Incendious up. So sometimes, if Pyro Poison is the only clear that they have in hand, sometimes this gets the poison, right? They just hero power poison the Incendious because they're that scared of leaving it up, and then your big cycle turn can land the Giants and you get away with it.
Yeah, all possible with the Web Weaver, the Dubious. There's one giant already available. There's Dig for Fury as well. So there are options in hand for the follow-up. We'll, of course, have a Phoenix too. And right now, Corpse Explosion does not get there with just 5. Potentially 6, of course, with a hero power.
No. However,
This will, though.
This does. All right, 39. What you got for us?
Oh, well.
Not
Okay.
Blood Mage.
Second Phoenix, not a bad pick. These asteroids are just like lightly chipping away.
I know, yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay, pretty, you know,
It's a Blood Mage. It's a big
at
deal.
least he turned up. Yeah, at least he turned up during the turn.
Yep.
Oh, wait a minute, what am I doing?
Options, 1 asteroid.
Insane win. Insane win. why am I getting hyped about Fury winning? No.
Still one more Shadow Step in there as well. No access to the actual maulers anymore, though. And we did just stall on the draw.
Yeah.
1
Corpse.
Eruption, 1 Asteroid, 1 Shadow Step left remaining.
And Corpse Explosion has up to 7 now. Obviously, an easy hero power can help solve some of that too.
Yep. I imagine we'll just use the Orbital Moon here, though. Yeah, like this. You might as well take the heal as well. It makes sense.
Yeah, why not, right? You don't want to be too greedy and then just lose, especially after seeing all those resources get used, right? Like, you can deal with the giants. You've already dealt with a lot of the asteroids and stuff. Like, just be safe. No need to be greedy.
All right, Maestro. Show us what you got.
Oh. She who must not be named.
Well, it's not Zoljin. I can tell you that much.
Look, Frostlich Jaina has
So many.
some synergy with what's in the deck.
Yeah, I like the Rikara.
Number 802. Welcome.
You just kind of need your opponent to throw because
Yeah, it's
you know
twice
you can attack. You can attack.
Rikara.
Yeah, no, it's good. Like it's good if your opponent is not planning around it at any point, right? Because they can just play a big minion and you attack into the big minion, it slams back into their face, and you know this, like exactly this, basically.
Yeah.
You're still going to need a lot of help alongside this because this is not lethal, but it's a start.
But it's not lethal, right?
Well, no, it actually is not lethal, Raven. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's not lethal.
Ah, okay, fine.
Insane takes the victory though on the Death Knight, and my own sanity has been saved. So he's going to get the victory now, which now means we're going to see the matchups potentially the slight other way round, but not equal, which is going to be good. So yeah, Insane just has the Rogue left to take a win with. Fury Hunter, of course, still has the Rogue and the Death Knight. And just some tough calls there, I think. And I think that was a decent display of how the matchup can go, where Insane did have good answers to what was going on board. Fury did the things he had to do, but Insane had the answers, and that's one of the reasons why Death Knight's good right now, right? It can just survive, it can heal, it can clear the boards, and then it's got everything it needs to finish.
Yeah, extremely solid, well-rounded deck. It's a genuine Swiss Army knife of a deck because it's surprisingly aggressive if you understand how to play for tempo. If you're able to find the button in tempo matchups as well, which a lot of players find surprisingly difficult, learning that you are allowed to click on your starship on like turn 5 or turn 6 a lot of the time if you've got a very good start. I was very impressed with... It was the Death Knight mirror, actually, that Insane lost. He, missequenced the opening. He played the 4-mana double leech card first to get a card out of his hand, so that his remaining left-hand side of his hand was Spire, Orbital Moon, Spire, Orbital Moon. So he could just play, those 4 Starship pieces consecutively and activate the Orbital Moon pieces, which gave him, the real turbo Starship setup. Ended up not mattering because the swing of Exodar versus no Exodar was just way too brutal in the matchup. But it's the kind of thing that you can look for to set up some real aggro strategies. Obviously, we know what it can do as, an anti-aggro deck. Pyro heal, Pyro poison, Corpse explosion, taunts that gain death rattle, etc, etc, etc. And then it's kind of the king of the late game with Kill Jaden as well, because it can just fully resist fatigue in comparison to all of the other decks. So it's just so well-rounded.
And fits
as
in
a
Dirty
deck,
Rats for combos, right? For anti-combo tech. So it's just,
exactly.
it's covering all bases, right? It's crazy.
It's covering all bases, which makes it, for me, an extremely solid bring to a tournament like this, because I hesitate to use the A word because I feel like we've long since jumped the shark of it actually meaning anything. But if you bring Death Knight to a tournament, you probably feel like you have a lot of agency in your games as to skill expression of finding different outs and playing games in different ways, and maybe finding a skill edge over a player on the other side because you have lots of decisions to make. So to me, it's a very solid bring to a tournament like this, and I think we've generally seen that it's been a real performer in this tournament. Doing great against Rogue, probably overperforming a little against Druid compared to what I would expect based on ladder results that I have had and I have seen from other people. Still being very competitive in a lot of the other heavily value-based matchups, and kind of being against Gyu's lineup, the arguable best lineup in the tournament. It's the ban, right? It eats the ban in that matchup as well. So it's done a lot of good things for a lot of people in this tournament so far.
Well, here we go. Insane, 1 game away from making it to the finals and facing off against Maxi. Fury Hunter has a little bit more work to do, but we did just break down why Death Knight's quite good. So I'd say we are reasonably confident we can be going to a game 5 here.
Yeah, real strong opening hand for Insane though.
Yes, yeah.
Space Rock and the Spider already with other playable minions. This is the good stuff. This is what you want to be seeing early. And no true clear in sight just yet for Fury Hunter, but still will have a few more turns. Eat the Imp pick up now as well, with a very good chance that this gets to live. Unless we see 2 mana leech on the top, which we do not. So Eat the Imp is now going to be active for Insane.
Oh. Probably going to be held, but you still got to make the noise when it's drawn.
Yeah, you can have a little think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like,
Attack with the 2/2, play the Web Weaver, step the 2/2, replay it, draw 1 card, eat the Imp, draw 3 more, start hitting some asteroids, hit a Phoenix, hit a Backstab, get a Giant in play, live the
win
dream.
the game, GG.
Yeah.
Go to the finals. Q game 1 against Maxi. So I wondered how long this was going to go on for.
Yep. As my favorite early 2000s TV show once told me, eat the Imp, eat the world.
I'm not 100% sure on the reference, but I...
No one is, don't worry.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Heroes.
No,
Save
exactly
the cheerleaders. Oh, it was? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was like... But I never know.
I didn't mean no one got that. Yeah, no, I didn't mean no one got that because it was really obscure. I mean, no one got that because it was terrible and I never should have said it in the first place.
Oh, okay.
Right, yeah.
I just wanted the I understood that reference award.
Okay. I think that show was 2010s anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think
I may have undersold it.
Oh, yeah, I think it was like, what, 2000... Let me think about what was I doing around that time. 2007? 2008?
Sorry. Did Heroes have a big enough impact on your life that you could remember exactly what you were doing while you were watching
This is
Heroes?
how my brain works. It's like, when do you want to know when something was happening? Okay, right. What came out during that year? I could link it all together.
Okay.
Some might say it's my superpower.
Hmm.
Can tell it's late in the UK, can't you? Yeah, so looking good here for Insane. Getting a ton of card draw off the Web Weavers and not really having too much follow-up this turn. Oh wait, no. I thought that giant wasn't 0. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, no, it got to 0. Yeah. It's the power of Mauler early in the game. Is you get so many free draws.
I think
from those
the
asteroids.
mana just hadn't updated in the hand until all that change
finished.
And that's how I was looking at 6. So, oh, okay, fine.
It doesn't. No, you'll get used to it though, because it does turn green, but the mana doesn't update. Like it turns green immediately as soon as you do the action, but it doesn't actually update the number until right at the end. But you get used to just looking for the green border and then throwing it into play.
Yeah, only 4 corpses, so this corpse explosion is insignificant. There is the poison.
Yeah, gonna have to mance some pyros instead. And yeah, as we have seen very commonly, just tossing out the orbital moon to gain back the health and damage that was done. Insane felt for a moment like he might be the one to break the Death Knight curse with Rogue, but no, it does not look like it's going to happen here either.
Yeah, it was a huge, are you telling me there's a chance energy there? And the answer is no, it wasn't.
No, sorry about that.
Yeah. There is Maestra into Rexar possibilities though. On curve, it's possible. Could happen.
Yeah. Got to do something to fill the time while we wait for this GD Incendius.
Rock number 802, welcome to the collection.
Going for Living Flames instead. Hoping that there's not more AoE clear and trying to utilize these smaller minions to just push some damage, right? Just recover some of that health. Oh, recover some of that damage that that Fury Hunter healed from.
Job done.
Everything is a melting point.
Still only 5 corpses for Fury Hunter. So yet again, there might have to be some creative thinking here to deal with this Incendius. just a little bit tricky, actually. Fury could just go for some starship pieces and just take the hit for a turn.
Is eternal.
It's not like he can double stack corpse explosion, is it? Right? It just doesn't work as well. Oh no, he is going to go for it. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't do this now, you don't really have a plan for killing it next turn either, which is a little bit miserable.
Well, if it was like played double soulbound, right?
Sure. Yeah.
That could potentially do something, and it, like I'm not saying it was a good answer, but it could be something. Now the big question is this step Incendious?
I think it probably is. So like, I've heard a lot of Step Incendious talk, and to be honest, most of it has been... Yeah, most of it has been nonsense this entire tournament. This is the scenario where it makes sense, because the turn has actually passed back to you after the upgrade has already happened.
Yes.
Because like, playing Incendious, not waiting for the upgrade and then stepping it back to your hand, is like so meaningless most of the time, right? When it then you then draw a few of the eruptions the next turn anyway. If your deck's empty, you draw all of the eruptions the next turn.
It's
anyway,
only if you're double playing it that turn, right? Like that kind of scenario, right?
Exactly. Which you need some help from some weird cards that aren't usually in the deck to do that, right? With like 1-mana Scoundrel or something ridiculous like that. So this situation where it actually gets passed back to you, you've already had an upgrade and you can just straight up shuffle 5 more in there. That's when it actually starts to make a bit more sense. And could actually just be straight up game winning here, to be perfectly honest.
There's still a good amount of damage here, even just from the 2-0 managers and the Thalnos, right? Like, it's a decent push, actually, even just from hand for Insane. Never mind the extra.
Death call.
Because this is what peak deck performance looks like. That right there is a deck.
Yeah, that one asteroid is clutch.
Mm-hmm.
And with the Dubious, it's just guaranteed, right? Because there's only 2 real cards.
My rule is eternal.
By the time, like, you'll draw a card naturally, so by the time that draw step has happened, there'll only be one real card left in the deck.
No.
I have but little
But Insane will hope that he draws a real card, right? Straight off the bat. Just to absolutely maximize damage.
Just to get the Blood Mage in.
Yeah. I'm pretty
So best outcome here for Fury Hunter is Asteroid first draw, hit a minion. Then all of the eruptions in a row. 1.
Insane's
2.
like, stop! Okay, backstab.
Okay. So now there are 5 eruptions, which have been upgraded twice.
6 damage on
board. So they deal 3. So we are down to 18. And then 5 eruptions for 4 damage is 20, so that should just be GG with the O manager.
2-0 managers as well, yeah.
Oh, sorry, they don't all do it, do they? Because there's only been up 1. Fine. The second set, they do upgrade autonomously, so...
Yeah, and it looks like, obviously, Insane will be a little bit ahead of us with all the animations and such, no doubt. It looks good enough to me with the O managers, of course, being playable. And it's going to be Insane who makes it to the finals to face off versus Maxi. Unfortunately, Fury Hunter there had some awkward moments in that series, but Insane, just so happy to see him, especially after his interview, and him just talking about how much work he's put into the game recently, and the relief, and obviously how happy he is with it just paying off, right? It's nice that if you put the work in and and really step it up like he said he has been recently, and it actually paying off. I can't imagine how good he's feeling right now in making it to the finals.
Yeah, 100%. I love that interview. It's one of my pet peeves with some of the best Hearthstone players in the world, is that they are veiled in this like thick bubble of irony where they just won't ever admit how hard they work, how difficult the game is, like how much skill discrepancy there is between them and some... Exactly,
just drew well.
Just draw tree, bro. It's easy. Like, if you can puncture through that and actually get some real emotion out of people, I'm fully on board. So yeah, I became an Insane fan on this day. And yeah, Maxi versus Insane is going to be an incredible final. Insane has played fantastically well. Maxi, I think, has probably just been, mechanically the top performer of the tournament. I'm still not quite so sure whether, like, his incredible aptitude for Warlock elevates Warlock to that, like, top tier deck that should be in the tournament, Like, that's kind of an impossible thing to evaluate on some level, but still, I think two of the absolute standout performers in this. I'd love to have seen Fury go all the way just for selfish reasons because he was my pick, and I think you maybe deserved the win just for nailing the lineup so hard, but sometimes them's the breaks. But hard to dispute that these two players, just in terms of on the board performances so far, haven't deserved to be here. So yeah, really looking forward to the final.
Yeah, and I'm just getting ready for more Max Jam. Me, I cannot wait. We are going to be going to a quick break while we get ready for that final. It's the last match of the tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back one last time to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Championship. We have got a final on our hands. We were always going to have an amazing final today, just from the top 8 we started with. But Edelweiss, I think the way the day has panned out, I don't think we begrudge either of these two players the shot at this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think we were surprised to see Maxi take the win. Maxi himself in his interview said that he was surprised if he would be able to get through Gyu, but able to navigate that matchup in the end. Seen Fury overcome the warrior Fury overcome that warrior, so maybe it wasn't as powerful as we saw, but yeah, Insane here at the end. I think based on that interview, I'm really pulling for Insane. You know, it's always nice to see that kind of expression come from a player, and it's heartwarming, and I would love to be able to give him the win. But honestly, both of them are really, really fan favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. I sort of had a hunch that it meant a lot to Insane. It means a lot to all of the players. As like Sottle just said, some of them just hide it better than others. But I had a hunch that Insane was really into this particular year just from watching him play. So it was nice to see some actual human emotion on the broadcast that was heartfelt. I imagine it won't be quite the same when he wins this. He's had a whole day to sort of calm down now and process that he's going to Worlds. It'll be interesting to see what he does. But let's have a look at the matchup in hand. It is a tournament final. There's money on the line. There's pride on the line. Both of these two hang out in very much the same circles when it comes to streaming, when it comes to who they watch, what time of days they're awake and that sort of thing. So there will be banter for a very long time after this one, whoever wins it.
Yeah, absolutely. And starting off with a rogue mirror, sort of a I don't know, who's a better pilot at the deck, who can draw better? Mirrors are always a little bit tough that way, but I expect that one will be over fairly quickly, as those games are pretty much decided by turn 5 or 6 often.
So we do have the Death Knight up, we do have the Warlock up, the Paladins are banned.
No resistance auras, none of that.
Yeah, we don't want to see those. We want to see Druids. What do you think is the weakest link on both these sides? It's just a Druid for the millionth time.
I think so. I mean, Druid has kind of shown itself to be that sort of like just a little bit harder to get over the finish line. Yes, if you draw a Mirrorsil, that can be just such a boon to win, but it has tended to be a little bit slower than the Rogues, a little bit vulnerable to the Dirty Rats from the Death Knight, and I think it just, particularly that Death Knight sort of percentage flip has kind of perhaps weaker than people anticipated going into the event.
Yeah, it's very interesting. When you only get I'm saying we only get sort of 10 to 14 days. There were tournaments last year where we got 3 or 4 days, which I think the players very much appreciate both the extra week and the extra day to play test this time around. A lot of the deadlines were day before. So what I was going to with that is that it's been interesting to watch the meta actually develop, both on ladder, but also by watching the top players sort of see what's going on. And yeah, what you just described, the switching around of various matchups has been fascinating.
Yeah, there is, an interesting factor that's not always at play right now, which is a lot of times people will see all the lineups for, the Masters Tour, get excited, try and play those decks. But Standard Hearthstone ladder currently has a couple more cards available than this event does. So no Endbringer Umbras in this tournament. And I do wonder, if and how those were playable, it might have affected sort of some of the lineups, some of the decks we had seen. Maybe there would be a little bit more Demon Hunter. Well, any Demon Hunter.
Any Demon Hunter is just the one class we haven't seen, isn't it? So, which is interesting in its own right, but also I think it's great to have these top players, these top lineup builders have. I think 10 to 14 days is the sweet spot before they all solve it. Mm-hmm. We had enough people bring the standard lineup. We had Gyu, Maxi go one step further than that. We had a couple of people sort of one step behind that, but I think they were probably 3 steps ahead, and it just ended up looking really bad. Some of the aggro lineups, it's never, people have never put in as little time as it appears. Those lineups, there's a lot of thought gone in, and they just got it wrong. And if you get it wrong in a Hearthstone lineup, you end up looking really silly, even though you're not. But we are starting off with a Rogue Mirror. You want to go first in this, don't you? And just draw your web.
I think so. You know, it can be a little bit tricky. Coin gives you an easy combo activator, which can be nice for, you know, something like a dubious purchase. This is sort of funny, you know, they each are going to get their eat the imps with just this trade here. But yeah, Insane, you know, assuming everything is able to go off smoothly, I think, yeah, being on the play just makes you that a little bit faster.
Yeah. Plus, as even just the asteroids, if you get your giants down first, your opponent does exactly the same turn. All that happens is their asteroids start bouncing off your 8/8s and that sort of thing, unless you can actually Incendious them.
Right.
So everything sets up really nicely if you have exactly mirrored plays.
Maybe be seeing a dubious purchase here. You don't even really need to combo activate it because it's nothing to destroy.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? He hasn't got the web weaver. He knows that Maxi surely must have, or have a very good chance of having it. So he needs to make sure he can definitely go off next turn with something powerful. And with that in mind, I think I like getting rid of the dubious purchase here. So you've spent your expensive card now.
I think what Insane is considering is actually playing these O managers to be able to double coin out the Incendious. If you go Wisp, double O manager, yeah.
Yeah.
Turn 5 Incendious. It does mean you lose the potential spell damage on the O managers, but that's not a big deal.
You get so much from this Incendious.
Wow.
However, the game has to be in progress for it to actually matter, yeah.
And here is where the coin can be a boon, right? Like, if you are the first one to go off, well then, as long as you've saved the coin, you have a little bit more mana to work with. And so, being able to do this turn 4 with 2 coins, Maxi is feeling, you know, a lot more confident to be able to just start slinging cards and trying to get giants down, which makes, you know, even a turn 5 Incendious look much, much worse.
Absolutely, yeah. And Maxi knows that Insane's play was to generate 2 coins was for some reason last turn. Probably not necessarily expecting Incendious, might just be expecting a massive pop-off, but yeah, that's his cue to go for it. It is turn 4. Turn 5 is kind of the turn you expect people to go, right? You can go off a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think turn 5 is often sort of the expected pop-off. Turn 4 is definitely a bit early. But, yeah, I think Maxi, you know, you'd be going off if you can, as early as possible, no matter what. But I think especially knowing, like, well, really the main reason to go with the double coins at this point is to get Incendious down. But Insane doesn't really have another line, has to commit to this and hope that Eruptions will kind of save him being able to clear. I think happy not to see double giant.
Probably. This just feels slow, doesn't it, with the Incendious? It might not be. He's had to do it, like you say. He committed last turn to this, and you know, come what may. But Incendious doesn't buff them to the end of the turn, as we know, which means they're still only going to do 2 damage each without spell damage next turn. And obviously, we can see Insane's hand needs a little bit of help, but he's got to play to his outs.
Yeah, I think his best draw is a prep for sure.
That's a good call. Yeah, absolutely. Even without the dubious purchase, Maxi wouldn't need to trade into this Incendious on the back of that. He could just put the damage face, obviously with dubious, which he doesn't have to play. He could just go face.
Well, he's only got 3 cards left in the deck.
Yeah.
Too soon. I'm out of cards.
Incendious will eat quite a lot of asteroid damage as well.
I mean, I think basically what Insane has to go for is just, you know, a burn lethal, right? Because you know everything is there for Maxi. That's not quite as good as a prep, but it's, you know, sort of the second best.
Does something.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, go. How you go, really, honestly?
I mean, I guess you have to step this. Not ideal. With both O managers used, you can't, like, generate mana the way you sometimes can by getting discounted O managers.
Mm-hmm. Can't get any asteroids in the deck is a big problem here.
Yeah, I mean, this actually is demonstrative of like how you can end up getting there by being the second one to pop off, right? Because it's eruptions that are here, and because he is now setting down his giants, Maxi doesn't have time to go for eruptions, and rocks are not going to be good enough. Yeah, Maxi actually just, I think, conceded.
Looks like it, yeah. Wow, what a turnaround. Because, yeah, Maxi's only going to get a maximum of, I think, 9 asteroids there, and they all need to go face, or 8 of them need to go face or something, and with all those 8/8s on the board, all those other residual minions, just turned it around, which is fascinating. I just didn't think this Indians would be fast enough.
It certainly was looking very risky, but there is that sort of situation where Maxi's board is full, so he actually can't start shuffling in rocks and going for that kind of lethal on the turn where he's swinging with all those minions. And so best he can do is like clear the Incendius and just hope that there's not really draw in Insane's hand, or that, you know, the Dubious Purchase doesn't draw the right cards. So very, very well recognized from Insane that, like, okay, with this hand, the only way I'm going to get this is if Maxi goes off, and then I just clear it, set up my own giants to soak.
Yeah, and worked perfectly. So 1-0 to Insane with the lineup we've been calling like the standard lineup, the level 1 lineup for this tournament. After all the talk, after all the Orc this, Maxi that, if Insane just wins the tournament with those 4 decks, what do we know?
Maybe, but we, there's still the Warlock for Maxi, right? And we sort of expect the Rogue to get a win in there somewhere. Although,
yeah, until we see the Druids, like you've said at the start, I've said at the start, we've all said it all weekend, or for most of the weekend at least, the Druid is a bit weaker than the others, which is ridiculous. Like, if you watch any Druid game where Druid wins, calling it weak at anything is a bit of a reach, but it just happens to match up really badly with most of the things in this meta. Kind of by definition, because originally it didn't do that. Oh my goodness.
How do you like mirrors?
Yeah. I like trees. Who gets the tree? All right, I'll take Insane's hand.
Yeah, Dollhouse, New Heights, pretty good start.
Yep.
Oh, Dollhouse Woodland is actually
exactly
kind of even better. Like, the ramp is great, but having the opportunity to get some 2/5s in for chip damage right away is a huge deal.
Yeah, and you say chip damage, and I always make this, so it's not a correction, it's absolutely right, but they do 12 or 16. They just keep going.
Yeah.
This is where this demon deck comes in. It basically does this, but more often, at the cost of a lot of the top-end damage. But in the mirror, yeah, this is 12.
Yeah, Maxi just has to go for the ramp. Oh! Okay.
No.
So what are you... I guess you're looking for a turn 4 tree. That's got to be it.
Turn 4 tree or even your own woodland just to stop this.
Right.
I would also have New Heights there, right? That's the instinctive play.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for Dollhouse, no Dollhouse, so yeah, you ramp this turn. Oaken actually is not going to draw anything with both Ethereal Oracles in hand. It's just gains his armor.
Oh my goodness. So he's just getting so much.
Okay, that was not a draw he was looking for. He gets 2 more. I would say that's not necessarily what he's looking for either, were it not for the fact that there is just so much pressure in play.
Is this lethal? I'm not even joking.
I don't
think it is.
So. Because you can play the Dollhouse, get a file for 4 damage to get out the Aulonius, but I think you just don't have enough mana on the other side, it will very quickly become lethal. I think if you just get the dollhouse out, play some chalices this turn, right? To clear up the board.
Yeah.
And then you expect by the time the dollhouses are ready again to just win with Innervate
Don't
Coin.
know if you need to press them. I think he's trying to work out a way where he wins next turn with just Owl, Swipe, Living Roots, Challenge, File, but now he's having to press the button. Which is so much.
Oh. Wait. What? Are we just saying this sticks? Or is the roots enough? Is that it?
There's a lot of spell damage on this board. Yeah, I think that's lethal.
Yeah. Wow. Just because roots alone is enough damage here once you take the minions out of the equation. Very well spotted from Insane. Or I guess even if it's not enough, his opponent is at 1. Yeah.
Oh, they're at 1. Okay, my bad.
Yeah. But still, Maxi now has the task of clear the board and gain life, which is just not happening.
And Maxi finds lethal. And it's 2-0 to Insane. He's on the absolute verge of his first massive win. He has won some medium-sized tournaments before, but nothing as big as this. He's already had his day getting to World Championships and just needs to find a win with the Death Knight, one of the decks that has been possibly the best deck of the tournament, like sneakily, I think. He's nearly there.
Yeah, I mean, Death Knight, you would expect that Maxi can maybe take a win with the Warlock here against the Death Knight, but having to beat it with both the Cycle Rogue and the Spell Damage Druid, it seems a tall order to be able to get both of those through against the Death Knight.
If anyone can do it, Maxi can do it. It's probably a million o'clock where his Insane is, so... well, it probably is where Maxi is as well, actually. So, tiredness will come in. It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend. It's been a long year for Insane. He's done a lot of work. So maybe he gets tired, maybe he gets nervous, but he doesn't have the aura of someone who's nervous. He has the aura of someone who's done his job and is now just enjoying the victory laps, to me. Yeah,
and you know, we've always discussed how there's debates on queue order. What matches do you do first? But I think Maxi queuing Warlock here is just so important to get himself back in, because Insane, we know, is just riding so high, right? And just to be able to get that reset with the favorable matchup, maybe even do a little bit of psychic damage of like, look, I beat you with a 30% deck, and try and start that bit of comeback.
Absolutely. And also, it's Maxi. He just wants to go, look at me. I told you all this is the best deck. Of course it's the best deck. I don't think he even truly believes it himself. But, we've seen it before with various players of various decks. So I agree with you for the reasons you gave and the fact Maxi's always just going to do that, isn't he?
Now, that being said, we've seen how a double guiding figure start can just create blowouts. If this Nightmare Lord Xavius discovers Soulbound Spire, I think Insane actually just has it.
Yeah. Because if it doesn't, we're in Dirty Ratville, where we've seen this before in Maxi. You can lose pieces of your combo to Dirty Rat, but also you don't want to. It does make it hard.
Right. Sorry, specifically if it's Soulbound Spire with either the Reborn or the 2/2 Dark Gifts, right? Because that gets you to 10, which is the magic number. Exodar for double battle cry? No, okay.
Honestly, I really liked the look of that, but Insane's just sensible, unlike me and you. I think we both wanted to see ridiculous Exodar things.
Maxi continuing to be vibing with whatever tunes are his choice.
I've seen it with a few, especially with the younger players over the years. Gabby used to a bit, didn't he, as well? I think. There's one top player who was always listening to music. I'm not going to remember it right now, so I'm not going to try. But yeah.
All right, where do you land on just jamming Kill Jaden on 7?
I think it depends how you think the game is going. In a world where I'm building up this pretty scary starship already, I don't like it, but yeah, you can definitely do it. I like to have a lot of card draw in my hand when I do it, and there's none here. I think that's the deciding factor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you've got Pyro Poison, though. Although I guess that's less important for this matchup.
Yeah, nice to have it as a backup plan, though, because, you know, we saw when Maxi won that game the other day, it wasn't just... So when he won the game the second time we saw this deck, it's not just the combo that did the damage, but even if it didn't win, there's 8/8s on the board and all sorts of stuff going on with 5/5s, 8/8s, etc. So you absolutely have to be able to deal with one board at some point.
Something to look out for. So Insane's Leech stole health from the Amalgam. I guess I don't know that this would matter, but because Amalgam keeps enchantments, that health is stolen forever. So there's a world where you can end up with a 1/0 Amalgam that just dies as soon as it's played.
That might be good.
Well, exactly, right? I think that's not actually something you want for Insane, because then it just automatically kills itself.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about keeping the 4-mana Dark Marrow, or whatever the tourist is called.
Yeah, Summoner Dark Marrow.
Wow, got one right. Nobody tells Sottle, he'll never believe it. Okay.
Almost out of time.
So Maxi very much the control deck at the moment in the matchup.
I mean, I think in general you're sort of the control deck with the Warlock, because Insane. I feel like the primary way that a Death Knight wins this is, of course, 1, you manage to get Archdruid with your Dirty Rat.
Mm-hmm.
2, if you can, like we were talking about earlier, create a Starship with Soulbound Spire, especially an early one, you create situations where your minions are too big to really get cleared, and because Eternal Layover gives Reborn, it's just not viable for use as a clear against, a big Death Rattle Reborn board.
Yep. That makes sense to me. It is funny how this Death Knight is versatile enough to have this early pressure and still function, as a very slow deck if it wants to as well. All right. Maxi rifling through his deck.
Yep, pulling out second location, nice consume.
One thing that amazes me about how Maxi plays this is he's constantly got hand space. Like, whenever I try and play this deck, I have 10 cards in my hand, and the only thing I can do is draw more cards and overdraw, and he's constantly just on 9. Like, it's incredible how quickly he calculates what to do. You need to know which cards are your least valuable in the matchup, so you can just plot them on the table.
Oh,
whoa!
That's the worst one, I think.
It is. That's the bad one.
Because there's just no getting rid of it, right? It will be back.
Yep.
He may actually be thinking about... Yeah, I mean, I guess he is letting it just go to 1-0. I don't know if it's like a big deal.
I think it saves you 4 mana later on if you're maxing, which again might not be a big deal at all, because it might just be you've won anyway, but I think it's pretty important.
I do think it's something that Maxi is definitely more happy about than sad about.
Yeah. My 1-0 minion that I can't get rid of is my highlight. Great. Arce's great.
Pyro not terribly useful in the matchup, so they both sort of hit one of the worst targets possible with the Dirty Rat.
Yeah. Also, Insane's early advantage is kind of gone now, right? He's still waiting to do the thing you're doing, but the time is ticking now. Max is down to 12 cards in deck. The combo is looming.
Gonna kill the starship and go for the Eternal Layover clear, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, just getting rid of everything that would be something you don't want to give Reborn. Chill Fallen Baron, still gives extra draw, but isn't that big a deal.
It's ludicrous. He just goes back to 8 and 9 cards.
All right, there's the Amalgam. I mean, I think he has basically assembled Exodia at the same time as Insane has finally picked up Soulbound Spire.
Yeah. It might come down to... It might. I'm not saying it's going to. Insane will be able to get the Starship launched, have it all set up, and then die the turn that he's about to kill him. It's going to be really close, I think.
So does Maxi have enough mana right now? You've got...
He needs to turn to play his server, right?
Oh, I think actually he does... Oh no, right, yeah, you do need to be able to kill off everything. Like having... I guess you can play the Amalgam, have it die, and then have the Archdruid shuffle. And that's sort of good enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right, you can wait on doing either the Nomelia or the Prize Plunderer. But also, I guess you've got Rush. Nothing really great to rush
It
into.
is also an extra card in your deck, though, that you've got to draw. I think he's going to do it.
Yeah, I think just for safety of knowing that you've got an Archdruid that shuffles, right? Now, Archdruid is basically immune to Rat.
Yeah.
And it'll keep the rush. So that's sort of half done. And now, basically, he is dirty rat proof because the Archdruid is already done, and you can't hit both Nomelia and the prize vendor. So one of those is going to, come up with a lethal.
Yeah. Okay. And saying kill off his own thing, he can.
Is eternal.
And launch, yep. Then he can't play a spell afterwards, so...
He might be just afraid of... I mean, he hovered over the Kill Jaden, so I thought maybe he was, afraid of like how quickly the fatigue happens, and figuring to go for Kill Jaden.
Yep. Kill Jaden, of course, making that portal that for each instance of the game has 30 cards in it. That may become important. If one of the druids can mill for more than 30 cards in one go, yes, that can happen, then Insane can take fatigue damage.
I almost hope it does happen, because I don't think anyone will believe you.
No. It's amusing.
It's more likely that Nomelia is going to get there damage-wise first, but...
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You have to be so careful with this deck at every spot. Like, even Maxi has to stop and make sure he's not going to draw the wrong number of cards sometimes. That's how hard this deck is. I love watching him play it so much. Yep, stopping the 2-2 the best he can. Oh.
All right. I mean, maybe you just... the leeches are actually very awkward here, right?
Yeah, that's so irritating. For the broad space, right? Just to be
Yeah,
clear.
yeah, exactly. Because you want to exit our launch here, I think. I'm not really sure what Insane is looking for at this point.
He's looking to dump cards, I think. Yeah.
I guess. I mean,
So that he can get the launch.
there's Double Moon, Dirty Rat, Infestation, and Corpse Explosion, which none of those do I feel strongly about having.
Little time.
Yep. He's watched enough Maxibon to know, a lot about this deck even without testing. Okay, well, there's the moon. So
There's the Ysera.
they're both ready to go. Yep.
I mean, I've got to imagine that what Insane is looking for is that second Dirty Rat, but I don't believe that there is a hit that matters.
He's just kind of biding time, getting cards so that he can kill Jaden now. Now he's seen the Ysera, he knows that next turn's
Right.
the turn, I think.
Well, yeah, and with Maxi's deck basically gone,
Yeah.
you don't want to get ratted yourself.
Oh, it's so ridiculous.
Getting that Biopod off of the Soulbound Spire is actually a little bit silly.
Yeah, oh goodness, it's a good call. Yeah, it really is.
Death calls.
Like, I don't know that there's a world where it becomes lethal, but just getting to go for... And actually, yeah, I think he might have lethal here. Because you go Exodar damage, Ceaseless clearing the way, and because of that Biopod roll, yeah, this is 20-20-20. And that's just not something Maxi can account for. Yeah, Insane's laughing. Yeah. He knows he's got it. And wow.
Absolutely incredible. Insane. He was so excited earlier today just to make the World Championships. Is going to be the champions. We just watched this ridiculous last turn play out.
Yeah,
great spot by Odevice, great spot by Insane. Maxi saw it too, and it is just over. Insane is our Masters Tour Spring champion after 3 days of intense action. Amazing.
Unbelievable. I mean, there was still a chance, right, that after summoning minions because of the Soulbound Spire Death Rattle, that if one of those is a Death Rattle, we've seen this happen before, where you miss on the ship for the second Guiding Light trigger. And so it wouldn't necessarily have done the full 40 that was necessary for the lethal there. So I think Insane is probably still just holding his breath a little bit, that there's no early Death Rattle rolls. Although maybe bombs would have been enough if that was one of the 10 drops. I don't know.
Sure. Who knows? I'm not going to guess. It's too late to guess. I'm just going to roll with it. But yeah. Like you say, that was the out that I'd missed. But great spot on that Biopod, and it just ended it. It was going to be interesting, the cut and thrust of the final turns. I think he was going to play Kill Jaden, force Maxi to do maximum pop-off, and Maxi probably would have done, because those 0 health amalgams were just going to be handy, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, once you've got that Amalgam Death Rattle on the Archdruid, you're feeling much, much safer. Particularly with one Dirty Rat down. But yeah, I mean, just a complete out of the blue win. We were expecting to be there, I think, another 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it's 3-0. He's just beaten Maxibon, like one of the acknowledged best players in the world, 3-0, and deserved it as well. Like, amazing day for Insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do get to chat with Insane now and pick his brain a little bit about how he's feeling.
There we go. Hey, welcome back. I recognise this person. We spoke to you earlier. How are you feeling now after a couple of hours of qualifying for the Worlds, becoming the champion, all those good things? How's it going?
Hello. Oh my god, is this really happening? This is the best day of my life.
Yeah, it sure is.
Like, did I just win an MT?
You just beat Maxibon 3-0 in the final in, like, I don't know, 4 minutes or something.
Okay, like...
Yeah, you just...
I mean, let's be honest, my account is probably rigged, because what the hell was that last game? Like, I was already in the next game, and then suddenly I just get a Biopod out of nowhere, and I win, and yeah, I mean, that's a scam, but oh my god.
Yeah. What was your thought process on that turn? Did you see the biopod immediately? You know, it looked like, oh, maybe now's the time to kill Jaden. Like, how long did it take you to spot that out?
Yeah, I saw the biopod immediately, and I thought that it has to be lethal. I just had to figure out like how exactly I have to play cards. So yeah, took me like a little bit of time, but got there in the end. But yeah, feels bad for Maxi. Obviously, he's an amazing player. I appreciate him a lot. I actually prepped with him. We prepped together, and we both made it to the finals. So yeah, that's like it couldn't go any better than this. Yeah, so huge thanks to him. I'm sorry for the scam in the final, but it is Hearthstone after all. We'll meet at Worlds again.
We saw that you both banned Paladin, and then you both started with the mirrors. Was that, you know, coordinated in any way, or just sort of how it panned out?
No, it was completely random. Not coordinated at all. Like, first game, I thought I'm gonna lose as well, and then, like, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to go for, like, Incendious line, or just, like, play Dubious Purchase, and, like, try to find the Web Weaver and go for a pop-off. So I went for Incendious. It ended up being the right play, but I'm still not sure if it was correct, though.
Yeah, it did look a little slow. When you did it, I was thinking, how often do you play turn 5 Incendious? You've kind of just got to do it anyway, but you need to hit a few eruptions to clear that board, and obviously you had enough card draw to do that. That was another incredible game of Hearthstone, to be fair.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're looking in top form. I mean, what are your sort of aspirations for the rest of the year? Are you going to just take it easy now until Worlds, or?
That's a good question. I mean, obviously, I did not expect to win, but I'm obviously going to be streaming still, so make sure to follow me on Twitch, by the way. Yeah, sorry for the ad. But yeah, I don't know. I might try to qualify for MT2 just because I love competing. Honestly, like I just love competing in the Hearthstone. Like I'm a very competitive person, so yeah, just like I don't know, streaming for the rest of the year without competition would be kind of boring for me. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, obviously,
are you
very excited for the future?
Like you've always competed. You've played DreamHacks. You played big events all your life, or all your last 8 years. You discussed earlier.
Yep.
Now you're playing in these Masters tours with like fields of 16. Are you feeling the difference in your opponent's abilities? Like there's just no easy matches anymore, right?
Of course, yes, absolutely. The level of play in the last couple of years has risen a lot. I feel like with players like Pocket, Maxi, Fury Hunter, Yan Ming, like all of these players, I consider they are better. They are for sure better than me. Like it's not even close, honestly, but I feel like I'm getting close. Like maybe like I high rolled a little bit here and there this tournament, but yeah, we're getting there. I mean,
to be fair, there's a reason we play the games, right? Like not only a worthy winner, you deserve to be. You're on the level with those players. We know it, but also, you know, if we were voting on who won it, then that's not what we're doing. We're playing the games to show who the champion is, and you, Insane, have worked hard, and you are the champion of the Masters Tour. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, huge congratulations. Maybe give us a specific shout out of that Twitch. I think you've earned yourself a number of fans from this event.
It's just my nickname _HS. So yeah, it was a 4 instead of 8.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We'll let you go, and I imagine you won't be able to sleep for some time. We'll let you go and try and sleep, or whatever you're going to do with the rest of your evening.
Yeah, I'll figure out what to do. Thank you very much, guys.
Take care.
Have a good one.
Oh, fantastic. Obviously, commiserations to all the people who didn't win this tournament. I couldn't be happier with Insane winning this one in particular, for all the reasons we've said multiple times.
Yeah, and, you know, I understand feeling that bit of self-doubt of like, oh, there's lots of players better than me, you know, I rolled particularly well, but honestly, I mean, that's the nature of the game, right? There's even in the least generative Hearthstone decks, there's always an element of what order do you draw your cards? Do you draw a Mirdrasil, as we've established many times over the course of the day? You know, that one card has a huge win percentage difference for the Druid. So, you know, I think it's well deserved. Don't listen to him saying everyone's better. You know, the important thing is being who is the best on the day of and is able to execute on that good fortune.
Yeah, absolutely. And he played absolutely great all weekend. I think he reacted to the situation great. And he's a great player. He's been a great player for a long time now and finally got a chance to show us all. So any final thoughts on the weekend and everything we've seen, apart from obviously the winner?
No, I think it was a fantastic event. Lots and lots of great series. Of course, this finals, if you didn't catch it, go back and check the VODs for days 1 and 2. Biased, I think one of the best matches was the other Warlock Death Knight game we got to cast, first match of day
Absolutely.
2. But yeah, we will see you all next time. And I'm still thinking about the turtle versus lizards. What is that?
What is that? What is happening there? That is actually next time. But also next time will be the summer playoffs when we see you next. So thank you, Edelweiss. Thank you to Sottle and Raven as well, obviously. Thanks to production for this amazing new setup. I think everybody's enjoyed how this has looked. And thank you to TJ and Derek for putting in the work to make this happen. But yeah, until those summer playoffs, we will see you next time.